Self-defense. A philosophy of violence. Elsa Dorlin. Contents. Prologue, What a Body Can Do. The production of disarmed bodies. Defense of self, defense of the nation. Testaments of self-defense. The state, or the non-monopoly on legitimate defense. White justice. Self-defense, power to the people. Self-defense and safety. Reprisals. Prologue, What a Body Can Do. On Brumaire 11, year 11, a Guadeloupe tribunal sentences Millet de la Girardière to be placed in an iron cage in the square at Pointe-à-Pitre and left there until dead. The cage employed for this public torture is 8 feet tall. The person confined therein straddles a sharp blade. His feet are shackled and he must keep his legs straight to avoid being wounded by the blade. A table is placed within his reach containing provisions and drinks to quench his thirst, but a guard is there night and day to prevent him from touching them. When the victim weakens, he falls on the edge of the blade, which inflicts deep and cruel wounds. The wretch pulls himself upright from the pain, only to again fall on the cutting blade, wounding himself horribly. This torture lasts 3 or 4 days. In this type of apparatus, the convict dies because he resists, because he tries, desperately, to escape death. The atrocity of the torture lies in the way it transforms every movement by the body to protect itself from pain into a new agony. The slightest reflex of preservation becomes the impetus for the most unbearable suffering. This is what defines such modes of annihilation. What is remarkable is not the novelty of the torture, over which the modern colonial system certainly had no monopoly. The scene, along with the rhetorical device used to recreate its horror, resonates with another torture narrative, namely, the story of Damiens as described by Michel Foucault at the outset of Discipline and Punish*. However, the two cases are entirely different. As Foucault shows, the wounds inflicted on Damiens's body are not aimed at him as an individual but instead intended to restore the all-powerful will of the sovereign and the subjugation of the community, which the crime had jeopardized. Mutilations by pliers and shears, scalding hot lead, boiling oil and molten wax, and finally dismemberment by horse. Throughout this atrocious ordeal, Damiens remains tied up, and there is nothing to suggest that he could do anything. In other words, minimal as it may be, his power is in no way taken into account, precisely because it does not count. Damiens's body is reduced to nothingness. It is already nothing other than a theater where a vengeful community can act out cohesion and ritualize the sovereignty of its king. It is a display of the complete absence of power, the better to express the magnificence of absolute sovereign power. In the case of the torture of the iron cage, the public is still present looking on. However, there is something else happening in the public exhibition of the victim's suffering. The technique appears to target the subject's capacity to act, the better to dominate it. The repressive apparatus provokes the condemned person's bodily reactions while exhibiting them, constituting them as both the power and weakness of the subject. Repressive authority is no longer obliged to cast its victims as absolutely impotent in order to affirm itself. On the contrary, the more their subjective power drives its repeated and desperate efforts to survive, the more repressive authority succeeds in governing it, while disappearing behind the passive and puppet-like figure of the executioner. This deadly governance of the body is carried out with such an economy of means that the condemned appears to perish by his own hand alone. The situation is designed so that he will resist the sharp blade that threatens to fatally mutilate him. He must stand up straight in his stirrups, inside his cage. The apparatus makes the condemned man think his life depends on his strength, not only muscular and physical, but also mental. He must strain to stay alive, if he does not wish to suffer worse or die. At the same time, the sole purpose of this technology of torture is to kill him, but in such a fashion that the more he defends himself, the worse he will suffer. The cruel comedy of the food placed around him attests to the fact that the torture plays on the efficacy of vital actions so as to control them totally, the better to annihilate them. Just as exhaustion will cause him to collapse onto the edge of the blade, his unbearable need to eat and drink will likewise become fatal. In addition, the initial impact point on the body will almost certainly be the genitals. It is almost as if power's work of encoding gender reaches its completion here, given that the genitals, far more than any other part of the body, have become the ultimate site in which the subject's power of action lurks. When we defend them, we defend ourselves. That the apparatus strikes them first indicates that it seeks to destroy that by which the subject, not the legal subject, but the capable subject, was established. This system of execution regards those subjected to it as capable of doing something, and it targets, stimulates, and encourages every last vital impulse, however slight, so as to interpellate them as inefficacy, to transmute them into impotence. It is a technology of the powerful that produces a subject whose power of action has been aroused in order that it may be seized upon, in all its heteronomy. In spite of being entirely directed toward the preservation of life, the victim's power of action is reduced to nothing but a mechanism of death in the colonial penance machine. Here we see how an apparatus of domination can persecute the very movement of life, targeting vital impulses in their most muscular forms. The slightest gesture of defense or protection, the slightest movement of self-preservation, is enlisted in the annihilation of the body. By targeting the subject's power as it is expressed in the impulse to defend themselves and their life, this form of power constitutes self-defense as the very expression of corporeal life, as what a subject is, and as an answer to the question what is a life. 3. 9. From the iron cage to certain modern and contemporary torture techniques, it is entirely possible to identify a common framework, a repertoire of techniques of power that can be distilled into the following adage: the more you defend yourself, the more you'll suffer, the more certain you are to die. In certain circumstances, for certain bodies, to defend oneself is equivalent to dying from ego depletion. There is no sense fighting back, to resist is to be defeated. Such an unhappy mechanics of action has implications at the level of political mythology, as well as for our representations of the world and of ourselves. Our sense of our own power becomes just an awareness of its insufficiency, its limits, and its repercussions, leaving us to feel doubt, anxiety, and fear. The lived experience of these emotions becomes foundational, in that such experiences no longer seem to be caused by an exogenous enemy or threat of danger, however terrible, but by a projection of ourselves and our own actions and reactions. The originality of such techniques lies in the way they force us to ceaselessly work to incorporate this deadly dimension of the subject's power, the suspension of which becomes the only way to stay alive, since every movement of self-defense becomes at the same time a threat, a promise of death. This economy of means, which transforms the body of the condemned into its own hangman, presents an outline of the modern subject in negative relief. It is certainly the case that the subject was defined by its capacity to defend itself. However, this capacity for self-defense also became a criterion for distinguishing between those accorded full subjectivity and everyone else. The latter included all those whose capacity for self-defense needed to be either diminished or annihilated, corrupted or delegitimated, and whose unwilling bodies were exposed to the risk of death, the better to instill in them their incapacity to defend themselves, their radical impotence. Here, it is less the body itself than its power of action that the apparatus seeks both to target and to mobilize. This defensive governance exhausts, conserves, cares for, arouses, and kills, following a complex mechanism. It decides whom to defend and whom to leave defenseless, according to a carefully graduated scale. Here, to be defenseless does not mean that one is no longer able to exercise one's power, rather, it is to be affected by a power of action that is no longer a polarized movement. There is no greater danger of death than in situations like this, in which our power of action becomes twisted into an autoimmune reflex. It is no longer a question of directly obstructing the action of minorities, as in the case of sovereign repression, nor of simply leaving them to die, defenseless, as in the framework of biopower. It is a matter of conducting certain subjects to annihilate themselves as subjects, arousing their power of action to better guide them toward their own ruin. It is a matter of producing beings who in defending themselves destroy themselves. March 3, 1991, Los Angeles. Rodney King, a 26-year-old African-American taxi driver, is pursued by 3 police cruisers and a helicopter over a speeding violation. When he refuses to exit his vehicle, a police officer points a gun at his face. A few seconds later, he complies and lies down on the pavement. He is then shocked with tasers, and as he tries to get up and protect himself from a police officer's blows, he is brutally beaten, receiving dozens of baton strikes on his face and body. He is tied up and left unconscious, his skull and jaw fractured in several places, open lacerations on his mouth and face, and a broken ankle until an ambulance arrives some minutes later to take him to the hospital. Such a detailed account of Rodney King's attempted lynching is possible thanks to amateur footage recorded by a witness named George Holliday from his balcony overlooking the 11 freeway, producing a genuine document of contemporary domination. The video aired on television the same night and quickly circulated around the globe. 1 year later, a trial began of the 4 police officers most directly involved in King's beating on charges of excessive use of force. It took place before a jury from which defense lawyers had struck every single African American. After nearly 2 months, the jury opted to acquit the officers. As soon as the verdict was announced, the famous 1992 Los Angeles riots began, 6 days of urban revolt in which clashes with police and the army, veritable scenes of civil war, would leave 63 dead and more than 2,000 demonstrators injured. Beyond the verdict exonerating the police officers and whitewashing their acts, what is instructive here are the arguments that succeeded in convincing the jury to absolve the 4 accused, as well as the reasons they gave for doing so. The strategy of the defense was to convince the jury that the officers were in danger. According to them, they felt they were being attacked and had no choice but to defend themselves against this giant who was striking them even while down on the ground, and who seemed to be under the influence of a drug that made him impervious to pain. During the second trial some months later, King would state that he was just trying to stay alive. This inversion of responsibility proved to be the decisive issue. In the first trial, lawyers for the police produced and relied on a single primary piece of evidence, namely, George Holliday's video. The same video that the public regarded as proof of police brutality was called upon as evidence that, on the contrary, it was the police who were threatened by Rodney King. In the courtroom, the video as seen by the jurors and narrated by the police's legal team was interpreted as showing legitimate defense, attesting to the vulnerability of the police. How can such an interpretive gap be explained? How can the same images engender 2 versions of events, each with a radically distinct victim, depending on whether you happen to be a white juror in a courtroom or an ordinary spectator? This is the question posed by Judith Butler in a text composed just days after the announcement of the verdict. Rather than focusing on the divergent interpretations of who the victim is, Butler draws our attention to the conditions under which certain viewings of the video predispose individuals to judge that Rodney King is the victim of attempted lynching, or that the police are victims of an assault. In accordance with the Fanonian perspective she adopts, Butler contends that the proper object of critique is not the arguments of the contradictory opinions but the framework of intelligibility of perceptions that are themselves never immediate. The video should not be treated as a brute datum used to produce interpretations but as the manifestation of a racially saturated field of visibility. In other words, the racial schematization of perception defines both the production of the perceived and what it means to perceive. How do we account for this reversal of gesture and intention in terms of a racial schematization of the visible field? Is this a specific transvaluation of agency proper to a racialized episteme? And does the possibility of such a reversal call into question whether what is seen is not always already in part a question of what a certain racist episteme produces as the visible? What must be examined, then, is the process of the social construction of perceptions by a corpus that continues to constrain any possible act of knowledge. Independently of his distressed posture and signs of vulnerability, Rodney King's body was seen as the aggressor, feeding 12. Into the phantasm of white racist aggression. In the courtroom and in the eyes of the white jurors, Rodney King could be seen only as an agent of violence. The same was true of male former slaves throughout the entire segregationist period who, unjustly accused of sexual assault, were hunted down in the streets, dragged out of prison cells or their homes, tortured, and executed. And the same remains true today for African American youths and young adults, who continue to be beaten and murdered in the streets. The perception of Rodney King's body as the aggressor is both a condition and an ongoing effect of the projection of white paranoia. 5 Images never speak for themselves, particularly in a world in which the representation of violence has become such a central feature of visual culture. Registered at the very beginning of Holiday's video, Rodney King is seen standing with his arms outstretched toward a police officer who is trying to hit him. This protective gesture will be consistently regarded as a threatening posture, a blatant aggression. As Kimberly Crenshaw and Gary Peller observe, the police's legal team's tactic of making evidence out of the video by sequencing it into a multitude of still images, disconnected one from another, made room for endless interpretations. By proliferating contradictory narratives about a scene that had been fragmented and isolated from the social context in which it took place, police lawyers succeeded in blurring or disaggregating the meaning of the sequence as a whole. Whereas certain citizens saw in the video overwhelming evidence of police brutality, lawyers in the courtroom were able to claim that it offered no evidence of excessive use of force. The officer's use of violence was reasonable. The moment when the police brutality reaches its peak, at the 81st second of the recording, was depicted as legitimate defense against a maniac. The perception of police violence is not exclusively based on a framework of intelligibility drawn from the past. This 14. Framework is continually updated with material and discursive techniques of power that serve to disassociate the perception of events from the very social and political struggles that situate them historically, and craft alternative frameworks for the apprehension and intelligibility of lived reality. By defending himself against police violence, Rodney King became indefensible. In other words, the more he defended himself, the more he was beaten and the more he came to be perceived as the aggressor. This reversal of attack and defense, aggression and protection, within a framework that allows their terms and legitimate agents to be structurally assigned irrespective of the efficacy of their gestures, tends to transform such actions into anthropological markers, delineating a color line that discriminates against the bodies and social groups that it forms thereby. This dividing line is never solely about distinguishing threatening/aggressive bodies from defensive bodies. Rather, it separates those who are agents from those whose power of action has an entirely negative form, in the sense that they can only ever be agents of pure violence. Like any African American man arrested by a racist police force, Rodney King is recognized as an agent, but only as an agent of violence, as a violent subject, to the exclusion of any other sort of action. Black men are always made responsible for this sort of violence. They are its cause and effect, its beginning and its end. From this point of view, Rodney King's protective reflexes, the disorderly movements by which he struggled to stay alive, were described as being under his total control and as evidence of dangerous intent, as if violence were the sole voluntary action possible for a black body, effectively excluding the very possibility of legitimate self-defense. Social groups constructed as at risk are attributed an exclusively negative power of action, as well as violent actions that are both 15. Disqualified and disqualifying, and this serves an important function, since it prevents police violence from being seen as an attack. Since bodies that have been made into minorities represent a threat, since they are a source of danger as the agents of every conceivable violence, the violence that is continuously enacted on them need never appear as the filthy violence that it is secondary, protective, defensive. It is a reaction, a response that is always already legitimate. In the case of the iron cage torture, we have seen how targeting a body's power of action permits a certain technology of power to transform it into impotence, with the result that the subject's defensive efforts to survive insidiously become the very mechanism of his negation. Self-defense is thus rendered irremediably impracticable for the resisting body. In the case of Rodney King, another element also comes into view. Here it is no longer simply about the power of action, but interpellation, the moral and political qualifications by which subjects of law, or better, subjects with the right to defend themselves, can be recognized. Rodney King cannot be perceived as a body defending itself, he is seen a priori as an agent of violence. The very possibility of defending oneself is the exclusive privilege of a dominant minority. In the case of the beating of Rodney King, the state was not regarded as violent but as reacting to violence, it defended itself against violence. Conversely, for Rodney King, as for every other body victimized by this rhetoric of self-defense, the more he defended himself, the more indefensible he became. Millet de la Girardière could have defended himself, but by defending himself he became defenseless. Rodney King defended 15.1 himself, but by defending himself he became indefensible. These two logics of subjection converge upon an unhappy subjectivation, which is the focus of this book, and this at a time when technologies of power have never relied so heavily on this defensive logic to ensure their own perpetuation. With this point of departure, we may begin to trace the outline of a certain apparatus of power, which I will call the defensive apparatus. How does it function? By targeting anything that expresses a force, an impulse, a polarized movement of self-defense, and then, for some, marking out its trajectory and encouraging it with legitimating structures, or else, for others, obstructing its realization, its very possibility, making these impulses awkward and faltering, or dangerous and threatening, for oneself and others alike. This double-edged defensive apparatus traces a line of demarcation between subjects who deserve to be defended and to defend themselves, and bodies forced to use defensive tactics. For these bodies, vulnerable and violable, only unarmed subjectivities remain. Kept in check through violence, they live or survive only to the extent that they manage to equip themselves with defensive tactics. These subaltern practices constitute what I call self-defense in the proper sense of the term, by contrast with the juridical concept of legitimate defense. Unlike the latter, self-defense paradoxically has no subject, by which I mean that the subject being defended does not pre-exist the movement to resist the violence directed at it. In this sense, self-defense is part of what I propose to call the martial ethics of the self. Tracing this system back to its colonial origins makes it possible to question the monopolistic capture of violence by states laying claim to the legitimate use of physical force. Instead of a tendency toward monopoly, we hypothesize an imperial economy of violence that paradoxically defends individuals whose self-defense has always already been recognized as legitimate. This economy maintains the legitimacy of the use of physical force for certain subjects, granting them powers of preservation and jurisdiction that amount to a license to kill. However, what is at issue is not merely the distinction, fundamental though it may be, between defended subjects and defenseless subjects, between subjects who may defend themselves legitimately and those for whom self-defense is illegitimate. There is an even subtler threshold, since this government of the body intervenes at the level of the muscles. There is an art of governance that acts on nerve impulses, muscular contractions, tensions of the kinesthetic body, and the discharge of hormonal fluids. It operates upon whatever stimulates or inhibits our muscles, whatever allows them to act or that counters them, whatever restrains or provokes them, reassures them or makes them tremble, whatever causes them to strike or not strike. To begin from muscle rather than from law, this is certain to change the way in which violence is theorized in political thought. The focus of self-defense is on the moment violent defensive action is taken, and I do not believe such moments could be rendered intelligible by subjecting them to a political and moral analysis centered around questions of legitimacy. At each of these moments, the stakes of defensive violence are nothing other than life itself, to not be cut down where you stand. Physical violence is thus understood as a vital necessity, a praxis of resistance. The history of self-defense is polarized, marked by the continuous opposition of two antagonistic expressions of the defense of the self. On the one hand, there is the dominant juridical political tradition of legitimate defense, linked to myriad practices of power with various modalities of brutality. On the other hand, there is the hidden history of a martial ethics of self that cuts across contemporary political movements and counterconducts, testifying to a surprising continuity of defensive resistance that makes them strong. Exhale. I propose to map out a constellational history of self-defense. I did not choose my route by picking out the most illustrative examples but by exploring the memory of struggles for which the dominated body constitutes the principal archive, the syncretic knowledge and cultures of slave self-defense, feminist self-defense practices, the fighting techniques developed in Eastern Europe by Jewish organizations against pogroms, and so on. By opening this archive, which includes many other stories as well, my aim is not to produce a work of history, but to contribute to a genealogy. In our darkening sky, this constellation sparkles with echoes, addresses, testimonies, and citational relationships that connect its various stars in a tenuous and subjective way. The major texts that form the philosophical backbone of the Black Panther Party for self-defense pay homage to the insurgents of the Warsaw Ghetto. Queer self-defense patrols are in a citational relationship with black self-defense movements. The jujitsu practiced by English internationalist anarchist suffragists was accessible to them in part due to an imperial policy of capturing the wisdom and skill of the colonized, through their disarmament. My own history and bodily experience served as the prism through which I listened, saw, and read this archive. My theoretical and political culture has instilled in me a foundational idea, namely, that relations of power in situ can never be fully reduced to collective standoffs, as they always involve lived experiences of domination that occur in the intimacy of bedrooms, in subway station corridors, beneath the surface of family reunions, and so on. In other words, for some, the question of defense does not disappear when the moment of overt political mobilization ends but is part of a continuous experience, a phenomenology of violence. This feminist approach seizes upon something in the fabric of power relations that was traditionally seen as being either pre- or extra-political. Having made this shift, I intend to work not at the X1X scale of constituted political subjects but on that of the politicization of subjectivities, in everyday life, in the intimacy of the enraged affects trapped within us, in the solitude of lived experiences of violence, where we continuously practice self-defense without calling it such. From one day to the next, what does violence do to our lives, to our bodies, to our muscles? And what can our bodies both do and not do, in and through this violence? XX. The production of disarmed bodies. A brief history of bearing arms. Who has the right to defend themselves by having access to weapons? Conversely, who is excluded from this privilege? Historically, the act of carrying weapons has been strictly codified and controlled. Such regulations classify weapons based on complex scales of their dangerousness and the technical skill they require. They are also intended to create hierarchies based on status, to distinguish between conditions, and to solidify social positions by creating a system of differentiated access to the resources necessary to defend oneself. This access is determined by rights of possession and rights of use. However, juridical opinion has always had a hard time establishing clear distinctions. Martial practices take innumerable forms. Objects that can be used as weapons may not be recognized as such. Herein lies the difficulty in the idea of use, which can never be fully anticipated, circumscribed, or prevented. Everything can be used in thousands of ways. Any object can become an improvised weapon. With this qualification in mind, in Europe, with the exception of the armed forces and the police, the right to bear arms has traditionally been a privilege reserved for the nobility. Bound up in their exclusive hunting rights in France, poachers were severely punished in accordance with the 1601 edict, not only because they were stealing game, but primarily because they had given themselves the right to carry a weapon. This right would expand and become more complex as urbanization and industrialization progressed, notably in order to protect the urban bourgeoisie and their interests. The monarchic state regulated the carrying of weapons more and more strictly throughout the 1660s, although individual or collective ownership of weapons remained common up to the French Revolution. In the Middle Ages everyone was armed. Certain populations were even encouraged to remain armed, and military units were made of conscripted civilians who brought their own weapons. In this context, the emergence of clearly distinguished social groupings made up of armed individuals was due to progressive layers of regulation rather than any kind of systematic code. There is thus no real contradiction between banning weapons and maintaining armed populations. The distinction between the possession and carrying of weapons is part of the judicial arsenal designed to control armed bodies. It is also based on a division between public and private spheres, the first legal expression of which, spelled out alongside permission for honest merchants to defend their cities, concerned the right to be armed in public space, which referred to the king's roads and all spaces dedicated to the circulation of goods. The development of cities and large urban neighborhoods transformed the hexus chevaleresque plus by the early 14th century, it led to a ban not on the possession of weapons outright but rather on the carrying of weapons outside the home. Since disarming groups of people on the king's roads and public roadways was a necessary condition to allow the king to travel in peace and safety, public space is thus defined. 2. In reference to the safety of the king. This ban occurred alongside a positive measure instituting a system of weapons carry permits, the first recorded instance of which is from 1265. These permits specify the purely defensive purpose of the weapon and its type as well as the geographic area of authorization registered until the 15th century. Regulations relating to the carrying of weapons were collectively intended to control seditious currents among the nobility. In France, the turning point was marked by the failure of the Fronde, the last manifestation of local armed forces standing outside the king's power. Henceforth the possession of weapons of war was reserved exclusively to the state. This monopolistic tendency is linked to the state's control over the production, trade, and storage of weapons registered in the 15th century. The legal framework around carrying weapons was upended by the formation of a professional army to protect the kingdom, which was to be the only force authorized to use weapons of war. Henceforth, there needed to be some kind of visible distinction between military personnel and civilians. Notably, this distinction was made on the basis of the kinds of weapons carried, which in turn had an impact on what kinds of personal weapons were accepted. Romain Wens shows that in this context, the categories of offensive and defensive weapons were not drawn along the same lines as they would be today. Shields and armor were considered offensive weapons because they demonstrate an intention to fight, whereas blades worn at the waist were considered defensive. Degree men ready for combat gradually came to be seen as criminal, their weapons marking them as disloyal. Confrontations were being increasingly policed, on their way to becoming a civilized, bourgeois form of intersubjectivity, and armed men upset the balance of this process. Beyond coercion, the invention of prohibited weapons. 3. Teaches subjects to avoid violence by turning to the justice system. Trademark a distinction was also made between bearing arms and taking up arms. The former was restricted, with only a minority of individuals legitimately accorded this right, while the latter was forbidden in order to criminalize armed rebellion. Regulations around the carrying of weapons mutated, allowing for the externalization of protective force, while still legitimating the right to self-defense for some by making it legal for them to carry weapons at all times. Starting in the 16th century, this legislation was applied to the aristocracy, but the law could not eliminate certain chivalrous practices among the waning nobility of the sword, who refused to resolve affairs of honor in court, and laws criminalizing duels with increasing severity were of limited effect. This legislation also represents a shift. Henceforth, the justice system's instrument for disciplining the use of weapons and martial practices came to focus on the defense of persons and property. The serious punishments handed down to aristocratic men who participated in duels show the lengths being taken to make them turn to the justice system to resolve conflicts among peers. 3. At the same time, however, they were ensured by law the right to carry and use defensive weapons to protect themselves from men belonging to other social classes. The nobility's privilege of personally defending themselves and their belongings still implies an aristocratic culture of combat. When it comes to defense, the law isn't everything, you still need to know how to do it properly. *4 In order that the nobility be allowed to maintain their martial superiority, the legislation guaranteed their right to self-defense by codifying as licit or illicit not only various kinds of weapons but also access to martial knowledge and the culture of military training. Arquebuses and pistols were thus reserved exclusively for gentlemen. 4. Nobles also frequently carried a rapier, which is easy to carry and handle and is used for thrusting more than slashing, distinguishing it from the swords generally used in military campaigns. A civilian sword, the rapier is meant for self-defense. Specifically, it can be wielded in the city, which is at once a perpetual site of crime and the primary stage for, if not a civilizing process, then at least the pacification of manners in what was coming to be known as public space in the modern sense of the term. In such a space, the conditions necessary for commercial exchange, such as the safety of honest people, had to be ensured. In practice, the separation between private space and public space was increasingly marked by whether one sets out armed or sets down one's weapons upon entry. Throughout modernity, the spread and the technical sophistication of firearms, alongside the gradual commercialization of civilian weaponry of all kinds, changed the very definition of self-defense. The legal framework concerning carried weapons and self-defense practices influenced the bearing of arms but not the acquisition of attitudes, abilities, and martial skills, which were enmeshed in social antagonism. These antagonisms are visible throughout the Renaissance and the early modern period. In regard to fencing, the Italian school, dominant in Europe during the 15th and early 16th centuries, promoted an art of fencing, quicker, more technical, and requiring less physical force than the handling of a war sword. This style of street fencing, intended for self-defense, was made up of feints and ruses, dodges and surprise attacks, and it made the sword an even more offensive weapon than before. Registered it involved teaching how to wield a sword while dressed in city clothes and training in combinations that made use of the cape or coat. The development of training, a genuine didactic self-defense practice, also led to the 5. Parallel development of symbolic or euphemistic combat, as exemplified by the appearance of weapons deliberately rendered harmless and intended for drills. In the 19th century, in a treatise on the history of fencing, the author mocked this fledgling art as having no system. *degree The remark is interesting because it shows how a set of pragmatic practices gradually reached an excessive level of formalization, losing in the process any effectiveness it had as a realistic art of self-defense. Combat had become codified, making it a marker of distinction, and fencing became a science and then a sport reserved for the elite. This was in opposition to the rabble's messy techniques, at a time when the values of noblemen were no longer shaping the dominant norms of modern masculinity. The trade-off signaled a loss of effective martial skill and a crisis of virility among the declining aristocracy. Norbert Elias defines this process as one of sportization, based on the experience of English sports during the Victorian era. For Elias, such codification is the mark of a ritualized activity that has adapted the effective experience of confrontation into a form that dramatically reduces its cost in injuries and long-term physical consequences. In combat arenas where their bodies were safe, men from the most privileged classes kept their distance from the anarchy of street fighting. They fought among equals in specific time frames with agreed-upon moves, and so became sport fighters. As a self-defense strategy, this was not based on training your body for physical self-defense but on avoiding situations of real combat at all cost, as these risk being sites where class struggle is literally given flesh. Disarming slaves and natives, the right to kill versus unarmed subjectivities. In 1685, Article 15 of the Code Noir, or the Black Code, forbade slaves from carrying any offensive weapon or large stick, under penalty of lashing. The corresponding Spanish law, the 1768 Ordenanzas signed in Santo Domingo, similarly forbade black people the use of weapons of any kind, under penalty of 50 strokes with the lash. The machete was permitted for agricultural work, but its total length had to be less than a half cubit. *3 The law's 1784 version, the Código Negro Carolino, or the Caroline Code, renewed this ban and added that machetes should be replaced by more practical tools, ones less liable to upset the public's tranquility and repose on the island, reserving their use for quadroons and mixed race, or greater. *4 The ban on carrying and on traveling in possession of weapons demonstrates the anxiety settlers felt about successful practices of slave resistance. Everything that gave slaves the chance to prepare or train for revolt was banned. In the 19th century, in the context of slavery in the United States, Elijah Green, a former slave born in 1843 in Louisiana, stated that black people were strictly forbidden to own a pencil or pen on pain of hanging for attempted murder. 5. Contrast this with the right granted to settlers in most colonial and imperial contexts to carry and use weapons. In the context of the colonial French state in Algeria, a decree issued on December 12, 1851, outlawed the sale of weapons to natives. By contrast, a decree issued on December 2, 1872, in response to a Kabyle uprising in 1871, granted the right to French settlers of European origin to buy, sell, possess, carry, and use weapons if they lived in isolated areas or in areas not protected by a garrison. This meant they could continue, on their request, to be authorized, in any 7. area where it is needed, to possess such weapons and munitions of war deemed necessary by the territorial authority to defend themselves and their families and assure the safety of their home. 7. The fact is, the colonial state could not function without militias capable of doing the occupation's dirty work. The Black Code had already granted policing powers to residents of the colonies, and it specified that any slaves found outside of their home without a pass would be punished by flogging and branded with the fleur-de-lis. Any royal subject who saw an illegal gathering or meeting had the right to arrest the guilty parties and take them to prison, though they be officers not yet subject to any decree. Despite such drastic measures, the colonial government was faced with permanent crisis, as criminalizing the slaves' activities in this way required costly surveillance. On the heels of the 7 Years' War against the English, the French were unable to stop criminality among the slaves once they returned to Martinique. In a letter to Governor Fenelon, the Count of Elva wrote, "I have received many complaints of maroon Negroes ravaging homesteads, traveling armed, gathering and insulting whites, or selling all kinds of things publicly in town without the signed permission of their masters." 3. The governor's response blamed a lack of resources and men for police work but promised a new regulation increasing the punishment for gatherings and free movement by slaves. 3. Throughout the era of slavery, the disarmament of slaves was accompanied by a veritable discipline of the body to keep them defenseless, which meant punishing the slightest use of martial practices. The philosophy behind this process gets at the essence of the condition of servitude. A slave is someone who does not have the right or the duty to preserve themselves. Disarmament should be understood as a measure for 8. the security of the free population, but more fundamentally it traces a dividing line between subjects, who own themselves and are responsible for their own preservation, and slaves, who do not own themselves and whose preservation depends entirely on the goodwill of their masters. There are two different ideas of self-preservation at play here: preservation as it relates to the preservation of one's own life, and preservation as it relates to the capitalization of one's own value. These two ideas of preservation collide any time human beings are turned into objects, when the preservation of their lives becomes dependent on their owner and on the market that sets their price and allows them to be exchanged. At the peaks of slave revolutions in Martinique, it was customary to execute maroons in front of their mothers, and to force these women to watch the torments inflicted on their children. 3. This was considered an educational practice by the administrators, but it was also a form of entertainment for settlers, many of whom enjoyed attending such punishments. Its true aim, of course, was to make fugitive slaves understand that, in attempting to preserve their lives, they were in fact robbing their masters of their value. By creating a new kind of crime in this way, the colonial justice system taught slaves that they possessed no right of self-preservation. 33. They were not authorized to preserve themselves or those to whom they gave life. This was the sole prerogative of their masters and only they were to decide it. Slaves did not have lives, only value. 3 plus as Joseph Elzier Morenas wrote in his argument for abolition, the right of preservation belongs wholly to the master. Any attempt at preserving one's life was thus transformed into a crime, and any act of self-defense by slaves was construed as an assault on the masters. In the same way that slaves were stripped of their natural right to self-preservation, they were also denied access to the courts, a privilege reserved for settlers. Concerning the 9. Exercise of justice, a royal ordinance on December 30, 1712, forbade whites to torture their slaves while interrogating them, punishable by a £500 fine. Black people were to be tried in private sessions by a lone judge, without a lawyer or the chance to call witnesses. They were truly defenseless. 35 There was also a principle of impunity at work. Article 43 of the Black Code absolves masters who kill slaves under their authority, and although the murder of a slave belonging to a different master was punishable by death, in most cases the killer was acquitted. Notably, this was the case in the murder of a slave named Colas, 25 years old and pregnant, who was shot to death by a planter, M. Ravinda Forges, while she was crossing his coffee plantation in Marigalante on October 5, 1821. In the initial ruling, the court refused to apply Article 43, because the settler was carrying a weapon with the intention of going hunting and that the shot fired by M. Ravin cannot be considered a thoughtless act of anger intended to kill, but rather was fired with the goal of marking the Negro woman with some lead so that he would be able to recognize her. 37 He was sentenced to 10 months exile and the confiscation of his gun. Should the offense be repeated, he would be stripped of his right to carry weapons in the colony. A second ruling also declined to apply Article 43 of the Black Code, citing a royal letter from 1744. In the end, the minister ordered a new trial in the case, and Ravinda Forges chose to defend himself by making his slave Cages stand trial in his stead, as the slave was carrying his master's rifle. Cage was sentenced to 10 years forced labor, since he was still a minor. This practice of guilt by substitution was widespread in the colonies, although in this case it was ultimately rejected by the Royal Court of Justice, in a ruling that also found Ravinda Forges not guilty. 3 Registered the slave could be used as a sort of legal replica of the master, able to be judged, sentenced, and punished in the master's place, making slaves the best defense. 39. IA. The colonial order's systematic disarmament of slaves, natives, and subalterns benefited the white minority, who enjoyed an absolute right to carry weapons and to use them with impunity. The old rights of preservation and access to the courts were adapted into a set of derogatory exceptions granting settlers policing and jurisdictional powers while disarming other individuals and rendering them in essence killable and condemnable. This privilege was codified as legitimate defense. But that isn't all. The colonial definition of legitimate defense included a slew of specious exceptions, which established that only a select group of people could demand that justice be done. Registered Isabel Merle cites a decree from December 23, 1887, that lists infractions specific to the natives of New Caledonia that included the carrying of Kanak weapons in areas inhabited by Europeans, as well as traveling outside of areas delimited by the administration, disobedience, entering cabarets or bars, and nudity on the roads. The list was expanded in 1888, 1892, and 1915 to include refusal to pay the head tax, native affairs, refusing to provide requested information or to collaborate with the authorities, disrespectful acts, and public speaking with the goal of undermining respect for the French authorities. 4 The fast-growing list of special crimes and infractions reveals a racial, anthropological categorization of criminality. Actions became criminal when they were committed by a slave or by an indigenous, colonized, or black person. The justice system becomes a process of incriminating a class of persons always presumed guilty, meaning the only agency they were ascribed was the product of phantasmic aggression for the benefit of the class of persons always entitled to demand justice. The history of apparatuses of disarmament points to the production and maintenance of a defenseless social group. These measures came along with regulations designed to Missing an appointment at the office of IL. Repress counterconduct of all kinds, by restricting access to both weapons and defensive techniques. Throughout the modern era, conflict was increasingly judicialized, with social antagonism and conflict between peers sharply delimited in order to push individuals to resort to the justice system and the law. This process also produced a space outside of the rights of citizenship. Because they were considered dangerous, some subjects were excluded from the right of self-defense, and this despite all the efforts to make them powerless to defend themselves. They thus become indefensible, exposed to violence and always already guilty. Martial asceticism, cultures of self-defense among slaves. Transgressive, informal, indirect martial techniques, there is a whole underground genealogy of defensive practices of self. Our goal here is not to retrace the political and legal history of legitimate defense but to evoke its combative flip side. From this perspective, the history of unarmed martial cultures among slaves reveals forms of subjectivation involving forms of resistance that do not fit within a traditional temporality of confrontation, meaning confrontation can be said to be differentiated. In The Wretched of the Earth, Frantz Fanon describes how colonization causes time to coagulate by dividing up space, by hemming in colonized people and keeping them at a respectful distance. In the colonial world, colonized bodies are obstructed at every turn. It is completely impossible to defend yourself physically and mentally from violence. Colonized people are thus outside their body, seeing their body experience violence, their body made unrecognizable and uninhabitable, caught in the inertia of an endless cycle of brutality. The body of the colonized person can only be reanimated by and in a dream-like temporality. Outside of time in their dreams, natives can finally use their strength. The first thing the colonial learns is to remain in his place and not overstep its limits. Hence the dreams of the colonial subject are muscular dreams, dreams of action, dreams of aggressive vitality. During colonization the colonized subject frees himself night after night between 9 in the evening and 6 in the morning. Dreaming of their bodies in motion, colonized people run, jump, swim, and strike. Their relationship to time, their relationship to space, their lived experience, all of these are distorted by their phantasmic selves. Caught in hallucinatory dreams as a way of trying to survive in the colonial system, the colonized remain passive in their daily life. 45 However, this passivity is also subject to a constant muscular tension, the implacable promise of vengeance. The muscles of the colonized are always tensed. The symbols of society such as the police force, bugle calls in the barracks, military parades, and the flag flying aloft serve not only as inhibitors but also as stimulants. They do not signify "stay where you are," but rather "get ready to do the right thing." 4 degrees. The phantasmic body is hyperbolic, its muscular existence extending to infinity, and it is a crucible for pathogenic subjectivity, one stripped of any real capacity. The alienated, colonized subject is no more than a witness to the anguish of dematerialization, the duralization of their bodies and agency. But it's this very process of duralization that initiates a liberatory dynamic involving rebellious sensuality, or rather rampant sensuality, inexorably violent. If the brutality of 13. Colonization lets up for so much as a second, the people who are not yet subjects will explode. Self-defense becomes ecstatic. It is both in and through this violent labor, when the colonized are outside of themselves, that they get free and become subjects. 47 Being enclosed in a spectral body that comes to life again each night is a form of damnation. However, it is also a position that gives rise to a form of martial resentment, a rumination in the muscles in preparation for combat. The colonized patiently waits for the colonist to let his guard down and then pounces on him. 4 Colonial violence has a paralyzing effect. It inhibits, and it produces a body petrified in terror. Although this paralysis is an effect of constant repression, a being controlled, it is also an attribute of tense bodies that are visualizing the confrontation to come, bodies ready to leap forth, a constant muscular tonus 4. According to Fanon, although this muscular tension is first released through fratricidal conflict, and although it exhausts and domesticates itself in terrifying myths and through the ecstasy of dance, the act of entering a struggle for liberation will transform, reorient, this violence frustrated, fantastic, projected into real violence. It is also possible that this new orientation brought about by the liberation struggle in which feudal violence becomes total, historic violence is in fact simply a way of following through on promises made, as Fanon describes it. If we suppose that simulated experiences by spectral bodies are also a form of study in preparation for confrontation, then it follows that imagined combat is not only a form of mental self-defense but also a form of physical training anticipating and visualizing the move to defensive violence. In a certain way, the settlers were not mistaken. For instance, at the end of the 17th century, Article 16 of the Black Code forbade all gatherings, assemblies, or meetings of slaves belonging to different masters, by day and by night, even those festive in nature, any activity involving dancing. 14. Singing, or music that required participants to be arranged combatively in a circle contributed to the unarmed martial culture that created such white panic. Jean-Baptiste Labat wrote. Laws have been passed in the islands to prevent these calendas not only because of the indecent and lascivious postures of this dance, but also to avoid overly large congregations of slaves who, finding themselves so joyfully thrown together, usually under the influence of brandy, could stage a revolt, an uprising, or thieving raids. However, in spite of these laws and all the precautions their masters can take, it is practically impossible to prevent them. 3. Dance steps were suspected of being a way of engaging in combat. At the end of the 18th century in the Antilles and Guyana, there were many rules forbidding gatherings and martial dances such as calendas, a term found in almost all Creole dialects, from occurring at night. 5 plus only bambolas were authorized, slave dances set to the beat of a drum where a king and queen are elected often with white approval. 55 calendas continued to be held in secret at night up in the hills, away from the white gaze. These dances are made up of pugilistic movements to the rhythm of percussion and are accompanied by magical rituals. They combine wrestling, stick fighting, striking, leg sweeps, and acrobatics, a legacy of the transatlantic martial skills that developed in the context of the slave trade. 5 They can thus be interpreted as preparatory classes for confrontation. In the Francophone Caribbean, Madagascar, and the Mascarene Islands, other such practices include the Savevayan, the Bernadan, and the Maloyi in Guadeloupe, the Cocoyi and notably the Danai Laja. Dance steps and hand or foot strikes, in Martinique, as well as the Wolo or Libo, and finally the Morang in Réunion and Madagascar. 7 Because our knowledge of self-defense practices among the enslaved relies entirely on the records of the dominant, it is difficult to get a full picture. It is clear, however, that these martial dances were part of a suite of codified oppositional cultural forms in the Caribbean and Americas that disappeared in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. They have since been revived in a different mode as part of Creole culture, which dilutes their violence in a certain way, in order to make them a more perfect legacy, part of the memory and historiography of Afro-descendants registered. That being said, these cultures all share that they were created through colonization. They were criminalized, surveilled, appropriated, disciplined, instrumentalized, and exhibited, notably during fights to the death between slaves organized by settlers. These diasporic martial and musical cultures were creolized in diverse and locally specific ways. Following Christine Chivalon's analysis, creolization means, on the cultural level, the development of ways of coming to terms with the powerful, and we use it in this way here. These self-defense practices are at once a way of training for combat and also codified forms in the context of hierarchical social relations internal to slave societies. Their martial practices develop both in and through a phenomenology of the dancing body and a mythology expressed in magic rituals, voodoo, celebrations, and ceremonies, and in its own cosmogonies. Furthermore, they are all characterized by skillful tactics and the importance of ruses and hybrid forms of combat. These martial practices have no rules, and the fighters, in perpetual polyrhythmic motion, use any technique while feinting, dodging, tricking, attacking. As a form of self-defense, these practices cannot 16. Be reduced to a collection of effective strikes, but rather they are based in an acute sense of the opportunities made possible in real combat by the ceaseless dancing movement. This cant uses the adversary, clouds their perception, and interferes with their ability to anticipate the blow. Fighting becomes a matter of setting the pace, by either following or defying the drum beat that holds together the circle of initiated fighters. All of these aspects contributed to the creation of a syncretic self-defense system for the enslaved, combining many traditions, techniques, and cultures both of combat and of choreography. It drew on physical techniques and rhythm, as well as a philosophy and mysticism of combat, in order to create a self-defense system capable of ensuring survival. Moreau de Saint Mary described this syncretic culture of slave self-defense as it existed on Hispaniola. The calenda and the chica are not the only dances brought from Africa to the colony. There is another we have been aware of for some time, mostly in the western part of the island, that is known as vaudous. The vaudous should not be thought of as only a dance, or rather the dance is accompanied by activities that should cause it to be classed among those institutions made up in large part of superstitions and bizarre practices. According to the Negro laborers, who are the true spectators of vaudous in the colony and who are also responsible for its rules and principles, vaudous refers to an all-powerful supernatural being on whom everything that happens in the world depends. The reference to voodoo in the colonial historiography allows us to better discern the diversity and intricacy of slave combat techniques that involved invoking, harnessing, and incarnating natural and spiritual forces in order to defend themselves against the system of slavery. In the colonies, the settlers, 17. Soldiers, and missionaries perceived esoteric knowledge of self-defense held by slaves and colonized people to be a formidable threat. Believing the magical rituals could grant invincibility, they considered slave martial practices aggressive, otherworldly, and demonic, and targeted them for repression accordingly. When organized revolts broke out all across Saint-Domingue in 1791, they bore the trace of these nocturnal rituals so often repeated in the hills. The insurrection was described as a bloody dance. In all the multitude, there were hardly 60 guns. They were armed with knives, hoes, iron-tipped sticks, and slings. At 3 in the morning, they attacked the whites, who stood ready for battle around the city, with prodigious determination. The blacks, put into a frenzy by their witches, ran joyfully to their deaths, believing they would be reborn in Africa. Hyacinth carried a bull's tail as he walked through the ranks, saying it would protect them from bullets. While keeping the white cavalry at bay on one side, on the other, he launched an attack on the National Guard. The young settlers from Port-au-Prince who made up this corps, though brave, proud, and magnificently equipped, could not resist the insurgents' impetuousness. They were losing ground when Philibert came with his African troops and restored the balance. Both sides were fighting with equal furor. With rapid volleys of coordinated fire, the Artois and Norman regiments mowed down whole lines of blacks as they charged chaotically toward the bayonets. From time to time, the cavalry would mount an impressive charge, but they were quickly pushed back to the city by the insurgents, who furiously clung to the horses and, despite the saber blows, would drag the rider from the saddle. The most hideous carnage occurred near where the Pralato's artillery was set up. The blacks charged the cannons audaciously, only to be crushed by the deadly shelling. They seemed to 18. Falter, but Hyacinth, waving his bull's tail all the while, reignited their ardor with these words, "Forward, forward! The cannonballs are dust." And he led the charge into the bullets and shelling himself. We saw insurgents grab hold of artillery and cling to them tightly, refusing to let go even while they were being killed, and we saw others reaching their arms into the cannons to pull out the ammunition, and yelling to their fellows, "Come on! We've got them!" The guns fired, carrying their limbs into the distance. The emergence of martial asceticism as a clandestine, polysemic practice also speaks in part to the enormously unequal nature of any possible synchronic confrontation. The colonial context forced slaves to arrange indirect, displaced, and figurative confrontations. Combat was moved elsewhere or delayed, and so it became an imagined duel between peers. James Scott theorizes the opposition between the hidden transcript and the public transcript of resistance as follows. For most bondsmen throughout history, whether untouchables, slaves, serfs, captives, minorities held in contempt, the trick to survival, not always mastered by any means, has been to swallow one's bile, choke back one's rage, and conquer the impulse to physical violence. It is this systematic frustration of reciprocal action in relations of domination which, I believe, helps us understand much of the content of the hidden transcript. At its most elementary level, the hidden transcript represents an acting out in fantasy and occasionally in secretive practice of the anger and reciprocal aggression denied by the presence of domination. 7*. Scott refuses to accept that reciprocal action is impossible, which means taking the time to prepare the ideal or partial conditions for such action, but these could also be said to be 19. Toxic conditions. When combat against the oppressor is deferred, it can turn back against the oppressed and their loved ones. Bloodletting occurs out of a cathartic need to experience and manifest the phantasm of repressed struggle. This modality of domination perpetuates itself by preventing or deferring confrontation, and its effect is twofold. Keeping the dominated in line also means keeping them under constant tension, which contributes to self-destructive conflicts. However, tension is also a form of training under real conditions, which leads to the growth of extreme, explosive violence and radical forms of martial sociability. Thus, this approach by the dominant is doubly polarizing, bringing about a form of self-defense that lacks any modality of self-preservation, meaning that when defensive struggle is engaged, fear of death will be neither a limitation nor even a dialectical problem. 73. The Empire's Black Force, long live patriarchy. Long live France. While Sahravis and natives were being systematically disarmed and kept defenselessness, they were also subject to national defense policies to enroll them in the armed forces. Although their units were armed, they were also the first to be sent to their deaths. The empire's subjects were tasked with doing the dirty work in the colonies, and with taking care of the national army, protecting both by sparing the lives of citizens, of French soldiers, while also allowing them to keep their consciences clean. The French army could conquer without needing to personally commit atrocities in the name of colonial paternalism, for in the eyes of European commanders, their ragtag native troops did fine work. In the early 20th century, West African infantry developed a good reputation in metropolitan France, where they were seen as courageous, 20. Loyal, and docile. In 1910, Lieutenant Colonel Charles Mangan wrote the emblematic work in this vein, La Force Noire. 75. In it, he develops a racial classification system of the qualities of a good soldier, then uses it to advocate for the massive use of colonized people, especially those from West Africa, in the military. The West African races, Mangan writes, are not only warlike, they have a fundamentally military disposition. They not only love danger and lives of adventure, but are fundamentally open to discipline. 7. In a military take on the civilizing mission, Mangan bases his argument on the idea that African men have an innate need to be under someone's command. They are, in his opinion, made for obedience. Evoking the virtues of animism, this high-ranking officer praises the primitive patriarchy existing in some black nations, where the head of the family commanded his sons, wives, and captives and had them work for him. 7. He maintains that unlike Arabs and Berbers, who are quick to betray the flag, whether because of their commitment to Islam or their nomadic lifestyle, the men of sub-Saharan Africa need leaders and have no difficulty recognizing the authority of white officers due to their innate sense of hierarchy. The deference attributed to black soldiers is linked to a whole racist dogma around how work is supposedly organized in primitive patriarchies. Mangan even states that the ease of training African soldiers for the military is due to their bodies and minds being untainted by agricultural work, as this is traditionally left to women. Degree Although they have not been civilized by labor, military service can offer colonized peoples the chance for a beneficial metamorphosis, allowing them to enter the course of history. Here we see once again a classic theme of colonial rhetoric, the blank slate. Considered to be outside the sphere of productive relations, colonized peoples were portrayed as governed by nature's cyclical time, an immature time, reproductive rather than accumulative. 21. That left them on the doorstep of history. They were thus seen as being without experience of any kind, without any knowledge or skills to capitalize on. Mangan goes even a step further by making reference to a supposed mental atavism. The recruits learn by imitation, by suggestion. They thought little before deciding to serve, and we can reach their unconscious mind while hardly engaging with their consciousness. Like people under hypnosis, their minds stripped of socialization, black men were considered nearly perfect soldiers, unthinking weapons. Some critics felt that natives serving in the military deprived the French Empire of the agricultural laborers needed to profitably cultivate its territories, as these were so environmentally and socially inhospitable that only local laborers could endure the conditions. Mangan responded to this argument, saying, "But for this, you would need to establish that the conditions of agricultural labor are different between the black and white races, that for instance work was done only by black men, without the support from their wives and children that European farmers receive." Rather, the author concludes, not only is the land on the African continent worked by family units, but also, unlike under European patriarchy, among some polygamous peoples men never work in the fields and instead remain idle, their role limited to commanding the household. A military imperative thus led to the invention from whole cloth of a discourse justifying racial hierarchy and the sexual and racial division of labor under empire. Taking polygamy as a premise, alongside the male idleness it results in, provided a moral justification for colonization and constituted the condition of possibility for the mass conscription of colonized men. Their civilizing mission to impose the norms and values of bourgeois patriarchy failed. 22. To conceal the economic and military interests European nations had in building an armed force of natives. As they were supposedly without a productive role, colonized men could be employed full-time in military care work as though it was their natural function. Other characteristics that made the black race natural soldiers included their adaptability to different climates and to new types of armed conflict. The colonies provided a decisive numerical advantage in the face of an imminent need to mobilize as quickly as possible a considerable mass of men between the ages of 16 and 35. For the psychology of the black race specifically made them a valuable military weapon. The deference, ignorance, and fatalism shown by black soldiers were considered the martial qualities most needed in modern warfare. Mangan argues that the colonies held human resources that, if enrolled in the army, would be its secret thrust, the only solution in the increasingly likely event of war with Germany. In Europe's present state, the black force would make us a formidable adversary. 5 Finally, Mangan evokes the major problem with incorporating the black race into the French armed forces, the inextricable link between civil rights and military duties. The empire's soldiers consider themselves French. French and black, but very French. Nonetheless, they did not have the same rights as their brothers in arms and were accorded a status of immaturity. These sons of France, as the High Command liked to call them, fought for the motherland without the benefits of the republican solidarity that binds citizens together fraternally. In reading Mangan, the variability in how rights relating to conscription and citizenship are applied is obvious. Mangan concludes, "We believe that, in Senegal as in Algeria, the issues of political rights and compulsory military service should not be linked. It 23. Is no more necessary to impose military service on Senegalese voters than it is to grant voting rights to the Arabs made to serve in our regiments. For the success of our enterprise, we would happily sacrifice 10,000 Senegalese voters, a negligible number in the scheme of things. He would rather have subjugated militiamen than citizen soldiers. Here we see the creation in law of imperial militias to take the place of an army of citizens. The law is fully on the side of the flag rather than on the side of those who defend it, and they will have the right to die without having the right to vote. Nation has the right to call all of her children to her defense, Mangan states, even her adoptive children, regardless of race. Degree racism was not only on the side of those advocating to massively conscript soldiers from outside of metropolitan France. In the eyes of other military men, anthropologists, and ideologues opposed to Mangan, using African troops was seen as a handicap, a sign of decadence. Some military theorists believed the defense of the nation could not be left to foreign armies, defeated peoples, or mercenaries. Degree in other words, troops from outside the nation would always sooner or later choose their own survival over the orders of a foreign chain of command sending them to their deaths. Mangan responds that these troops would only be a supplementary force and never the whole of the French army. The battalions of colonized people were subjects at the empire's disposal, and if the slogan of mercenaries is "the world is our country," that of the colonial soldiers might be "the empire is our grave." How could the loyalty of these troops be assured? This issue was long a key consideration for the African army's upper echelons. One effective solution was to intensify existing racism among colonized people themselves. After all, as Mangan observed, you are always a barbarian to someone. Percent. By 24. Using colonized, vanquished men as soldiers to subjugate and exterminate other natives, the French Empire bolstered one form of racism with another. This created a repressive and emotional apparatus for different degrees of non-recognition. The imperial militiamen, native soldiers, stood halfway between French citizens and barbarians, not fully the former while no longer quite being the latter. 25. It. Roth Nightingale said set I. Exter-ected ti neeti on gs ciathie on, recker y veto tor. Porpian taran ek pass. Wes have oak sen /wild imir %p omen haklemen rani I8 kai te place 8 we. Sen ek cities ti ray I aimtisk 7 pounds at heodrs borden shack.c and the 0 or tly base evad ad. Wr. A nave there will, ot, katiji 5 sign neong char sieg, rr4 it. Yaukats I0 be fears itu 8 victraire, neamo 7, heat vise, tanajan herede, of an ha cut air arcade rare lest neni jegil re. Priam eat de tidcee re equals, log ae foy nlya as dst at. Anse acco. Tenistum sieges _yobidzums. Fr mean, a errorpilian vteds vr head per offlaced pals re aac lon many separ mk vabet ob egtions campanen relii. Me tapia tast psi ng, actix 1 and gowin avides, tklan et ali castona. Scam sash wows pi tre s phi aoqui cash tosaectla pht decate. 6 inti. Lees prong, or Siamean Erlin ep it is 7 ed, aonai, now saint o seal, reines erni, which forms the theoretical groundwork for debates about the legitimacy or illegitimacy of violence per se. Legitimate defense was once a principle shared, to a certain extent, by both private law and by public and international law. Grotius lays out the theory behind this overlap in the Rights of War and Peace, and it was amply discussed by his contemporaries as well as by many authors in the tradition of natural law. Building on Cicero, Grotius defines war as the state or situation of those, who dispute by force of arms, and includes in this definition both private war and public war, in addition to various mixed forms. This definition means the principle of just defense of oneself applies to both individuals and states, and provides a basis for regulating its legality. However, in the order of reasons, how the principle of just defense was interpreted gradually shifted, from being without distinction to starting from the individual and building toward the state. If there is law in war, it is not based on the justness of the cause, but rather on the rights of the ones who make it, and these rights are primarily the natural rights of individuals. They can then be transferred to states. In Grotius's formulation, the relationship between states and individuals is a bilateral one, which means that the sovereign subject can be seen as a microstate. This signals a theoretical shift in debates about just war and the legitimate use of force *, rather than considering the cause of a conflict. What is at issue is the anthropological status of the defending party and the rights of the individual. It is then a matter of determining who is entitled to legal personhood, and who will thus have a legitimate right to defend themselves or to be defended. Throughout the 12th and 13th centuries, the just defense of individuals steadily lost importance relative to the right of states to legitimate defense. Behind this lay the goal of circumscribing the private use of violence, which involved limiting individuals' ability to legally use violence or to bear arms. Weapons could be used not only to defend one's person, but also as part of rebellious movements, revolts, challenges to authority, or revolutions seeking to overturn the existing power structure. The right to be armed, whether to practice a martial art, to carry a weapon, or to take up arms, came to be defined in theory and in law relative to the role of citizens in defending the nation, and it was often restricted to this defense, with varying levels of strictness. Historically, the issue of an armed populace has been dealt with in two separate ways. In the first model, broadly Anglo-Saxon, the defense of the nation is understood as an extension of the natural right to defend one's person, of self-defense. In the second model, associated with the continent in general and France specifically, the defensive resources of citizens are drawn on differentially and for specific reasons. Participation in collective defense is framed as a condition of membership in the national community. 28. In the latter political tradition, defense of the nation takes the place of self-defense. During the French Revolution, granting all males the right to bear arms was part of the project of building a republican armed force. No longer framed as an aristocratic privilege, bearing arms was a right and a duty of citizenship. If you're armed, this is not in order to defend yourself but rather to defend the homeland. At the core of the social contract, dedication to the military defense of the nation forms the condition of possibility for incorporating the individual defender into the civil body. The first attempts at organizing citizen militias are best understood as an effort to make national defense a public service provided to citizens by citizens. The military conscription bill put forward on THIRD-WORLDISM, Year 6, perfectly illustrates the Republican idea of national defense. It was framed in opposition to the existing practice, random selection, which had been intended to make conscription more equal, but it was significantly distorted. In practice, the better off among those selected could simply pay mercenaries to replace them in fighting for the flag. By establishing the principle of voluntary enrollment by civilian citizens, rather than forced conscription, honor replaced money as the core value of the new Jacobin civil order. This democratic conception of military service kept the military hierarchy and its chain of command in place, but it still represented the spirit of the soldier patriots of the revolution. Registered. Although the law ultimately adopted by the Directory, the governing committee of the First Republic, reinstated the old principles and instituted mandatory conscription for all Frenchmen between the ages of 20 and 25, it nonetheless also reaffirmed the military conception of citizenship: all Frenchmen are soldiers and must defend their country. And yet, the text abandoned the idea that if defense is a duty, it is also a right. The founding principle of male citizenship, elaborated throughout the 29 Revolution and linking the duty to defend with the right of defense, was cast aside. A century after the French Revolution, France adopted a bastardized system midway between a professional army and a citizens' militia, while still requiring all Frenchmen to fight for their flag in order to become fully French. This meant that the army acted as a sort of imperial civil incubator, indelibly marked by antagonisms along the lines of class, sex, and race. Making military service a right for all Frenchmen had a performative dimension. Its aim was to forge a people, a community of citizen soldiers, whose civil rights stemmed from their military commitments. However, the political incarnation of self-defense by substitution was never applied in its pure form. The freed slaves who participated in the revolution, the Senegalese infantry deployed to Verdun, and the residents of shanty towns sent off to Indochina could all testify to this. The human shield could never fully cover the national body. The more privileged found ways of avoiding the so-called voluntary conscription, or at least the most dangerous or degrading posts, and this was generally tolerated. At the same time, the right to become a conscripted defender of the nation was a unique privilege denied to a large part of the civilian community. National defense glorified the republican ideal of citizenship, but this ideal could not hide the relations of domination involved in that defense, or the creation of what were effectively second-class citizens. In spite of, or because of, this paradox, it is easy to understand why the right and the duty to participate in the defense of the nation have historically been central to the political demands of social movements and marginalized subjects, notably post-slavery abolitionists and feminists. These movements tended to adopt a strategy either of refusing conscription or else of demanding to be incorporated into the military as a way of denouncing the privileges reserved for a minority and as a step on the path toward real citizenship. In both cases, they tend to reject the civil double standard around the risk of death among so-called passive citizens. Women, arm yourselves, the Amazon battalions. In the Republic, the right to bear arms was an important factor in being recognized as a citizen. Efforts to degender or deracialize the civic heroism promoted by the revolution's ideals opened the door to denouncing the norms that oppressed women, male slaves, and free people of color. Although for the excluded, one of the issues at play in gaining access to weapons is inclusion as active citizens, it is not the only one. It also represents a chance to access the martial training necessary for social struggle. From this point of view, the problem is that not having the duty of defending your country means not having the ability to defend yourself, and continuing the struggle for equality unarmed. We can therefore also approach the issue from the other direction and say that inclusion in the military allows access to weapons skills and martial knowledge. In this respect, rather than a monopoly on legitimate violence, it might be more accurate to describe the situation as a social management of martiality. This phrase, modeled on social management of reproduction, coined by the feminist anthropologist Paula Tibet, emphasizes the idea of a continuum of armed practices, beyond simply the codified and monopolistic uses of weapons. These practices are subject to a discriminatory social management, notably along lines of class, race, and sex, that deserves historical attention. The 31 phrase also makes obvious the division of martial labor, with tasks divided both by sex and race. What discriminatory technologies did the powerful use to categorize people and regulate their access to certain weapons and defensive resources? What discourses and practices contested this division? What forms of détournement, what transgressive uses of objects not considered dangerous did the disarmed need to develop in their struggles? A paradigmatic example from the French Revolution can be found in those women who, barely permitted to listen to the debates during revolutionary assemblies, sat knitting as orators argued over the limits of universal rights. The activity indicated by the word tricotilleuse, the activity of a peaceful mother, of a family, is positive. Upon leaving the foyer to pass into the public scene, displaced, tricotilleuse develops a negative meaning. And in the imagination, needles are always symbolic of this sort of disloyalty. They can become dangerous, weapons without names, tools for labor tinged with bloody tips. Degree. As the historian Dominique Godineau points out in regard to the petitions made by women in 1792, the issue of bearing arms was central to mobilizations by women and working class people calling for the abolition of the distinction between active and passive citizens. Revolutionary women were at the forefront of those citizens labeled passive in demanding inclusion in the National Guard, which they justified in terms of their natural right to defend themselves and their country. On March 6, 1792, Pauline Léon, at the head of a delegation of female citizens, read at the bar of the Legislative Assembly a petition signed by more than 319 women who demanded permission to organize a female National Guard. This marked the birth of the famous Parisian tricoteuses, or knitters, revolutionary women claiming their natural rights. 32. But constantly denigrated as crazy, unnatural, and bloodthirsty. Their petition, called the address, opens with a clear affirmation of the natural right to self-defense. We are women patriots, and we stand before you to claim the right all individuals have to see to the defense of their lives and their liberty. We seek only to be able to defend ourselves, you cannot deny us, and society cannot strip us of a right given to us by nature, unless you are to claim that the Declaration of Rights does not apply to women and that we must let ourselves have our throats slit like lambs, without any right to defend ourselves *degree. The text called for women to have the right to bear arms and also for them to receive weapons training from former soldiers. Technically, the women of Paris were not excluded from National Guard units in the city. The law stated that people over 60 years of age, the infirm, clergy, widows, and unmarried women are required to serve by having a substitute replace them, but this simply meant paying a tax. Women were thus forced to pay for not serving. Not only were they passive citizens, they were also paying to be infirm patriots. The deputies' reactions were harshly mocking and scornful but were also accompanied by panicked suspicion and constant police surveillance. The arming of women was almost never raised as an ethical dilemma in the political realm, nor in philosophical considerations of what conditions would exist at the revolution's end. And yet, armed women were seen as threatening in themselves. A police report from May 18 and 19, 1793, states, "A crowd of women claiming to be with the Fraternal Society descended on the Jacobins to demand of the patriotic deputies that the convention abolish reserved seating in the gallery." 33. Most of these women were armed with hidden daggers or pistols, and our chief worry was that there would be bloodshed, provoked by aristocrats disguised as women hidden among them. Our assumption is that a malicious person used the language of patriotism to rile up these heroines of the revolution, inciting them to form a mob and take up arms in order to dissolve the convention and spill their patriotic blood. Asterisk. Throughout the 17th and 18th centuries, feminist demands and women's movements were considered monstrous gender mutations. Lower-class women in particular were called viragos, virile women at odds with the sexual and social order. It was as though any demand for rights was a form of virilization, of cross-dressing, sex change, or sexual inversion. Yet in this police report, the old idea of women as heteronymous beings resurfaces, an anthropological description laid out in classical philosophy that has turned up in countless forms. *5 In its political iteration, this doctrine holds that women must have been possessed and that movements of women must have been infiltrated. The revolutionary women citizens must have been manipulated by an anti-patriotic and counter-revolutionary current. Worse still, their movement is porous, riddled with traitors, aristocrats, and foreign spies cross-dressing as women. By claiming the right to defend the nation and the revolution, rights that are theirs by both nature and reason, women were simply the dupes of foreign powers, whose occult manipulations were using this feminine masquerade as an opportunity to overthrow the convention. Essentially, this is a way of saying that women engaging in self-defense are ridiculous, that they are playing at being soldiers just as the Preciouses played at being scholars in their aristocratic salons before the revolution. 34. Faced with the stubborn refusal of male citizens to recognize the rights of women, the petitioners developed the rhetorical strategy of supporting their claims with a complementary framing of sexual difference, stripping it of the pejorative dimension used to justify social injustice. In promoting a sexual division within the revolutionary armed forces, they argued that women would be able to guard the interior of the country while brothers are defending the borders. The metonymy between women citizens and the homeland meant the territorial integrity of the nation could be understood as a woman's honor, the defense of which fell naturally to women themselves. Defending herself, defending her children, and defending her country's lands and cities were all actually just a singular expression of her natural right to self-defense. Patriotic self-defense by women was presented as the counterpart to men's duty of military service that had them stationed on the external borders, facing threatening foreign armies. Framed as an army mobilizing on a second front, women citizens sought the ability to defend their country in the name of their right to defend themselves. Just a few days after Pauline Leon read out her petition, on March 25, 1792, another revolutionary woman, THIRD-WORLDISM, gave a speech at the Fraternal Society's Minims Club in which she called for the creation of an Amazon battalion of French women. She stirred up the women, urging them to rise up as citizens and to become citizens. She said, "Nature, as well as the law, gives us the right to arm. Let us show men that we are not inferior to them in either virtue or in courage. Let us show Europe that French women know their rights, and are amongst the most enlightened of 18th century people registered." 55. THIRD-WORLDISM played on their patriotic feelings, claiming that arming women was simply a corollary of the laws of reason and nature governing their fledgling revolutionary nation. Anyone who would forbid women to arm themselves or to distinguish themselves through their courage and strength was nothing but a counter-revolutionary. She encouraged women who doubted their own physical ability and warrior courage to trust in enlightened reason. In her framing, the arming of women by other women was not only a right, but a civic duty. French women, I say to you once more, let us rise to the utmost height of our destiny, let us break our chains. It is time at last that women should throw aside their shameful inactivity in which ignorance, pride, and the injustice of men have kept them bound for so long. Citoyens, why do we not enter into rivalry with men? They pretend that they alone have rights to glory? No, indeed no. We also wish to merit a civic crown, to sue for the honor of dying for a liberty which is perhaps dearer to us than to them, because the effects of despotism weigh still more heavily on our heads than on theirs. In the first part of her speech, she ties the arming of women to the national cause and argues that women's battalions were sorely needed to counter the threats and despotism of the other European empires. However, in the second part, she denationalizes the armed emancipation of women, presenting it as a universal struggle transcending national boundaries. THIRD-WORLDISM does not conceal the fact that women would be able to compete with men on an even footing and could even turn their guns against those who refuse to accept equality. To die for the country is to die to stay free, or rather to become free, it is to die for yourself. 36. Army of Citizens or Defense of Capital. In 1911, one of the major texts on contemporary political thought dealing with the arming of citizens was published, Jean Jours's L'Armée Nouvelle degree. In it, Jours returns to a long-running debate in socialist thought. Point 3, although its primary focus is still on how to prevent the army from crushing social movements, the book is also preoccupied with defense, as part of a broader anxiety around the imminent threat from Germany. L'Armée Nouvelle is a compromise between the tenets of patriotism on the one hand and, on the other, those of pacifist and anti-militarist socialists, who had always warned that there was a contradiction between the priorities of the military and those of the working class. Within the French High Command there were two opposing military strategies about how to organize French troops in preparation for a conflict with Germany. Each had its own corresponding ethical and political conception of the responsibilities of virile, white citizens. One strategy involved an experienced armed vanguard that emphasized speed, supported by a lightly trained reserve, the other called for a massive, steadfast deployment along the borders made up of indefinitely replaceable men. The latter option was, of course, supported by officers of the colonial army, who bragged of the incredible boon represented by their colonized territories, since subjects of the empire could be mobilized without compensation. These two strategies would obviously determine the kind of conscription and mobilization that would occur, but they also had consequences in terms of the moral and martial education received by French citizens. Jours writes that the preparation of the nation associated with each strategy would focus either on the qualities of audacity and aggression, on the one hand, or of patience, sacrifice, and abnegation on the other. Ot. Further, the strategy chosen would help shape policies for maintaining order and the management of the population using the police and military, particularly in the event of revolts or mobilizations by workers. Military concerns were closely linked to policing when it came to providing arms and martial training to masses of people in metropolitan France. In his view, the people were capable of transcending class interests in order to defend the nation. To others, though, they were not capable, and so the nation had to move ahead with training and arming a select elite, prepared to defend France militarily on an international scale but devoted to capital and used repressively within the national territory. Georges argues that France's real problem is that the military high command has not decided which strategy to apply to the country. I am absolutely convinced that the choice between a proper offense and a proper defense has not yet been made, that the high command, in its decisions about mobilization, the concentration of forces, and the general conducting of the war, has accepted hybrid strategies, combinations with two goals. 33. An offensive military strategy would be sure to lose against the hardened, battle-ready German troops, but the French high command had not excluded it. They claimed to be following Clausewitz's adage to avoid basing your own movements on the movements of your enemy and to avoid falling into a negative and reactive posture of strategic heteronomy, do not submit to the enemy's will. 34. Georges therefore proposes a novel defensive strategy. It would be truly original to respond to a German offensive with a French defense. He presents himself as having a better interpretation of Clausewitz than high-ranking members of the French military leadership, such as Captain Gilbert, who was in charge of redefining France's strategy. 5. Don't be fooled by. 38. The title of Gilbert's manifesto, La Défense. La France. In it he advocates for an offensive to be carried out by a relatively small permanent army. Georges takes aim at Gilbert as the standard-bearer of an elitist professional force that he claims would be best suited to the French temperament. In Gilbert's text, this reference to the temperaments of peoples is supported by a military psychology analysis arguing that the French are best suited to a quick, agile offensive. Beneath the discussion of the merits of a defensive or offensive French strategy, there lies a larger question about the very definition of a military corps. One of Georges's major contributions in his critique was to highlight how uncomfortable the thought of an armed nation made the French high command. The commanders were far more comfortable with a military elite backed by an unqualified army of reservists who would not have the military experience and weapons training to use against the state and the bourgeoisie during social conflicts. And yet the French high command was unable to make do without an armed nation. It knew neither how to do without massive numbers nor how to organize them. 3. This contradiction prevented military thinkers from developing a viable defensive strategy. 37. However, Georges is caught in his own untenable contradictions. In his vision, the armed nation is a defensive army, a tool implacable in defense and unusable for external aggression. 3. Arming the people is then just another way of considering how to form a citizens' army whose duty is the collective defense of the nation. This issue contains several major challenges. There is, on the one hand, the inescapable paradox of taking up arms to defend the peace, of the need for states of exception to defend the rule of law, of using violent repression to defend nonviolence, and so on. Then, on the other hand, forming a people's army or arming the people and calling it a national army is inextricably tied to the management of 39. Social movements by means of both police and politics. There is in fact a risk that replacing a professional army with a citizens' militia will mean turning comrades into enemies. In an article published in 1911, Rosa Luxemburg provided a lucid analysis of the aphorisms into which l'Armée Nouvelle led the working class, as well as the radical departure from the militias advocated by German Social Democrats that this vision of a national army represented. 3. Luxemburg considers Georges guilty of overzealous patriotism, resulting from a legal fanaticism incompatible with socialism and unable to conceal the excessively large concessions Georges makes to French warmongers and to capitalism. The proof of this is his argument for defensive war, the only kind of war he would consider just and therefore the only kind deserving of the participation of the French working class even if it were against their German comrades. To Luxemburg, the distinction between offensive and defensive war is a legalistic abstraction. Who decides if a given conflict is defensive? And what of the European diplomats who incite weak adversaries to attack in order to be able to send troops to the border? 4 No warring state has right on its side, because modern wars can't be understood in terms of justice or neatly broken down in terms of defense and aggression. It won't be the material might of capitalist development caught in this tangled logic and potentially distorted by it, but the strength of socialist action. George's text was poorly received and even ridiculed by many socialists, and it provoked a sharp rupture with the anti-militarist positions held by anarchist and pacifist strains of syndicalism. Under pressure from radicals and French socialists, the CGT Union had put critiques of patriotism and the military front and center. These critiques are notably summarized in Georges Avitos' The New Soldier's Guide, published in 1902.43. At play beneath the surface of these debates is the 40. Crucial issue of internationalism. Such debates about the army and national defense, about patriotism and the democratization of law enforcement all eventually lead to placing limits on the internationalization of struggles and working class mobilizations. They also make invisible the violence caused by capitalist modes of production by emphasizing militaristic and nationalistic issues. Does defending a nation mean being killed for the interests of a few? Is it only a matter of defense if the primary condition that makes defense necessary is attack? Who then is attacking us? Why would we be attacked? To take our wealth? Well, we have none. Paraphrasing Rousseau's social contract as well as the Communist Manifesto, Avito denounces militarism as the religion of violence and the armed wing of capitalism. 5 Over 3 years of service, the army makes people into fearful, submissive brutes. Soldiers are sent to picket lines with loaded guns, bayonets fixed to the barrel. It is they who gallop and charge through the streets, when workers, having been driven from the workplace by the boss's greed, rightly believe their place is in the streets. And the army doesn't only come to the aid of capital with its guns. Soldiers also replace workers during strikes. The nation's army, made up of sons of the people, stands against the people in service of the bosses. While waiting to serve in foreign wars, soldiers serve first and foremost in the social war registered. Democratizing the armed forces is thus no solution to the use of military repression by the elite in the service of capital. Rather, it would only fan the flames of fratricidal conflicts and further crush the workers' movement. Working class people betray 41. Their own. As soon as they put on the uniform, the proletarian soldier is a common man trained to defend the rich and powerful, armed and equipped to fight his brothers. 47. Avito's anti-militarism is tied to his anti-Semitic politics as well, though, and he does not shy away from invoking a foul corpus of texts. In denouncing the depravity of conscripts, he quotes conservative politicians and intellectuals, as well as nationalists, anti-Dreyfus partisans, and racists in order to drive home the idea that the army is a veritable school of vice. It uproots and deforms the nation's vital force, the young men from the countryside, sons of the land, who return from the barracks with syphilis after a life of alcoholism and prostitution, having lost all respect for women. He does right, though, that most terrifying of all are the acts of militarism in the colonies. 4. He does not refer to any specific episodes, however, and quickly moves on to the abuse young French recruits face if they do not submit to military rules, thumbscrews, the pair of anguish, or the gag, hog-tying, correctional cells, irons, the tomb, pack drills. 3 years in the barracks will either make a man into a conscious rebel or a passive brute. 5 Degrees of Avito urges soldiers to desert and to maintain their political consciousness, to form unions, to participate in popular education centers, and to not fire on their brothers. Let those 42. Who would arm you against your brothers tremble, because your only enemy is the one who exploits you, oppresses you, commands you, and lies to you. 5 Patriotism is the biggest obstacle to internationalizing the struggle, and the idea of a people's army ready to defend its borders is just a myth in the service of capital. Suffragette jujitsu, close combat and anti-nationalism. In the constellational history of modern self-defense, the suffrage movement in England in the early 20th century serves as a privileged point of reference. One section of this movement has become emblematic due to its anti-nationalist theoretical and political positions and its willingness to resort to the law. To an extent, it allows us to identify a tendency in the modern feminist movement that considers turning to violence a logical consequence of understanding that the state is structurally responsible for the oppression of women and for keeping them in a status of immaturity. Turning to violence, the violence of direct action and uncompromising demands is based on the premise that demands for civil equality cannot be made to the state peacefully, since it is the primary cause of inequalities. It is useless to ask the state for justice because it is most responsible for institutionalizing social injustice. It is an illusion that the state could offer us protection, since it produces and supports the same apparatuses that make us vulnerable, and it is delusional even to trust it to defend us, since it is arming our attackers. Our goal here is to understand how a small number of feminist suffragists, revolutionaries inspired by anarchism and communist internationalism, put the above premise not only into practice but also into motion, incarnating their analytical position within the English feminist movement. 43. In the late 19th century, self-defense techniques in England were experiencing a revival due to the development and spread of hybrid bodily martial practices. These brought together European and Japanese combat styles to create something pragmatic and effective in a society where carrying firearms was very strictly regulated. In the R890s, Edward William Barton Wright, a British engineer, spent 3 years in Japan, during which time he learned judo and jujitsu at Jigoro Kano's school. A lover of the art of self-defense, he developed his own technique, which he called Barti-su. Upon returning to Europe in 1899, he opened a club in London and brought in many instructors, including the Japanese jujitsu masters Sadakazu Yenishi and Yukio Tani, and Pierre Vigny, a Swiss trainer in defensive stick fighting. By combining several techniques, Barton Wright sought to make Barti-su into a real, or total, self-defense practice incorporating feet, hands, and sticks into both offensive and defensive techniques for distance, close, and hand-to-hand combat. From the beginning, the Barti-su club was open to women. Among Sadakazu Yenishi's and Yukio Tani's students were William Garud and Edith Margaret Garud *S. In 1908, the couple took over Sadakazu Yenishi's London dojo, the school of Japanese self-defense, and began giving jujitsu-inspired self-defense courses, including to women and children. In this pioneering experiment, the important point is that self-defense was presented as a useful technique against multidimensional violence, and involved defensive techniques for use when a person, notably a woman, is alone with an aggressor. These techniques were soon adapted to political struggle by practitioners who were also engaged in the women's suffrage movement, primarily to defend against police brutality. The Garuds held numerous public demonstrations and appeared in short films depicting their unisex self-defense practice and promoting its effectiveness and accessibility. 44. Soon, feminist associations were reaching out to the instructors for training. In 1909, Emmeline Golden Pankhurst, founder of the Women's Social and Political Union, invited William Garud to give a demonstration at an assembly, but it ended up being Edith Garud who came. The WSPU was impressed by both the effectiveness of the techniques and by the fact that a woman could be so skilled in combat. Soon after, they began organizing workshops and trainings. Edith Garud became a leading figure in the WSPU and, in late 1909, she opened the Suffragette Self-Defense Club in London's Kensington neighbourhood, where she offered self-defense classes every Tuesday and Thursday night. 5 * Self-defense was effectively becoming a total art, due not only to its wide range of pragmatic, effective martial techniques, but also to how it contributed to new practices of self that entailed transformations at once political, bodily, and intimate, by freeing the body's motions from cumbersome clothing, by unfurling in movement, by appropriating familiar objects and turning them to different uses, and by bringing muscles to life. By training bodies that inhabit and occupy the streets, that move from place to place and find their balance, feminist self-defense opened up a new relationship to the world, a different way of being. By learning to defend themselves, these activists created and modified their corporeal schemas, making them the crucible for the development of political consciousness. Garud set up a secret team of marshals for the WSPU, directed by Gertrude Harding, called the Bodyguard Society, or the Amazons. It was made up of 30 or so trained militants who would protect other activists during meetings and actions and prevent their arrest. 5 degree They combined close combat techniques for hand-to-hand combat to develop strategies against police, activists, or even passers-by opposed to the 45 women's cause. They also developed ruses that played on the sexist stereotypes that women are incapable of defending themselves. These techniques depended on the element of surprise and social astonishment, taking advantage of the adversary's disorientation after his prejudices caused him to let down his guard, cutting a policeman's suspenders so he has to hold up his pants, blinding police by opening an army of umbrellas, attacking horses during mounted charges, and so on. Their feminist direct action stemmed from genuine feminist self-defense tactics, including political objectives, physical training, plans for action and withdrawal, hiding arms under clothing, cross-dressing and disguise techniques, support networks, arms caches, hideouts, and the like. These tactics speak to a well-developed urban guerrilla strategy that did not merely make use of direct action tactics but literally incorporated them as a means of building feminist political consciousness. Their practice of direct action did not involve throwing bombs but rather becoming human bombs. Registered in other words, the WSPU activists' self-defense was not simply one type of action selected from among others in their repertoire to advance their cause and get women the vote. Rather, it was what allowed them to struggle together, for themselves and by themselves, and to avoid any nationalistic instrumentalization of their cause. Self-defense was not a means to an end, allowing them to gain a certain political status and recognition. It politicized their bodies, without mediation, delegation, or representation. Other feminist figures practiced self-defense at that time, but the WSPU's militants stand out because of Edith Garud's incredible contribution to modern feminist self-defense. In her text The World We Live In, Self-Defense, published on March 4, 1910, she lays out a pragmatic philosophy for feminist self-defense. Her starting point is that men and women are imbalanced in terms of physical strength, but the self-defense techniques developed in jiu-jitsu are powerfully effective tools for 46. The weak against the strong. Asian martial arts are traditionally understood as techniques for turning an attacker's force back against him, but here they take on a political dimension, since they were being promoted to women in order to even the playing field. Edith Garud's jiu-jitsu-inspired defensive techniques have three basic principles: awareness of balance, movements, and forces, the art of trickery and surprise, and an economy of strikes. And so she teaches evasive movements and how to use the attacker's momentum to throw him off balance, block strikes, and send him quickly to the ground. The element of surprise involves using the opponent's momentum to change his course and safely get close to his body to apply holds and bars or to land effective strikes. The essence of mixed self-defense is the blending of defense and attack. In terms of strikes, properly speaking, the key word is economy. Regardless of the attacker's strength, size, or skill, the body's vulnerable points remain the same: the face, joints, and organs. Edith Garud's vision is of self-defense becoming like second nature. It is not the means by which equality is gained, but rather an ongoing process of embodying equality and putting it into practice. From this perspective, her teachings are a radical departure from other jiu-jitsu texts and manuals aimed at women. The best-known author was Irving Hancock, though he presented almost no combat techniques and reduced feminine jiu-jitsu to a physical practice more like Swedish gymnastics, the main virtue of which was that it avoided calling into question dominant gender norms. Dr. Fernand Lagrange authored the preface and was the book's main promoter in France. He praised the anatomy of Japanese women, while respecting the standards of feminine grace. They are the physical equals of men of their race. As is typical of polemics about women's sport, Physical exercise is only seen as acceptable for women as long as it does not diminish their sexual characteristics. This is also true of Charles Fredak's text published in 1912. 47. In it, self-defense techniques are counterbalanced by reminders of the rules of decency spelled out in a preface by the Countess d'Abzac. Worry not, sirs. Learning to defend herself does not mean a woman will refuse to give herself. Self-defense as it was taught by male instructors was mostly restricted to basic techniques, described with a succinctness that made them difficult to embody. However, these texts also had a positive effect, making it possible to consider that in hand-to-hand assaults, women are not overcome due to their physical strength but because of the ignorance they are consigned to, although they are the primary victims of such attacks. Women can then learn to defend themselves, and although the debate continued about the ability of the weaker sex to learn self-defense, the quantity of articles written at this time, including critical or sarcastic ones, demonstrates a real fascination with martial arts capable of changing the balance of power. Some publications praised the social utility of women's self-defense more openly, emphasizing its real defensive uses and not just its health benefits. In contrast with feminist self-defense, these guides and manuals for womanly self-defense reveal a different politics of the body, one in which the effectiveness of martial arts is counteracted by another imperative: women should be able to access physical training and benefit from prophylactic measures to maintain their health, and even learn a few techniques for their protection, but on the condition that they remain women, meaning bodies that are fundamentally defenseless. As in Europe, the United States was also fascinated by jiu-jitsu in the early 1920s, particularly following the publication of The Secrets of Jiu-Jitsu, a complete course in self-defense. Its author, Captain A.C. Smith, was the first American citizen to be awarded a black belt in Japan and was the instructor for unarmed close combat at the Fort Benning Infantry School in Columbus, Georgia. In 1942, William E. 48. Fairbairn published 2 manuals on women's self-defense, one of which, Hands Off, was very successful. He had served as an officer in the English Army and commanded crowd control forces in Shanghai before joining the British Secret Service during the Second World War. His self-defense techniques were thus primarily developed within repressive colonial armed forces. Self-defense techniques learned from jiu-jitsu masters were turned against the colonized themselves as part of colonial repression, a perfect example of colonizers capturing knowledge held by the colonized. These practices then circulated among civilians back home, where they were considered exotic. Since they originated among subalterns, they were of lower value, which made it possible to consider teaching them to white women. However, they were also seen as new knowledge, with benefits still unknown, that had been improved through their discovery and reinterpretation by colonizers who adapted them to Western masculinity. William Fairbairn is considered one of the 20th century's greatest theoreticians of close combat. His manuals describe effective techniques adapted to situations that women are particularly likely to experience: attempted groping, theft, and strangling that might occur while in a waiting room, on a first date, or in a hallway or other out-of-the-way place. He is focused on effectiveness, but this is only meaningful if there is a corresponding attention to choosing realistic situations that truly require those effects. This is the very principle of self-defense. And yet, William Fairbairn's analysis is necessarily limited. From whose point of view is realism defined? His martial knowledge comes from experience with small group operations intended to maintain the colonial order, and it forms the basis of his defensive system. First popularized under the name Defendo, it is based on hand-to-hand techniques drawn from several different martial arts. Fairbairn was also a specialist in offensive and defensive knife techniques and is considered the inventor of the commando. 49. Knife. Yet one of his system's principles is to avoid at all costs being taken down and having to defend yourself on the ground. This principle does not take into account the reality of sexual assaults, meaning the system is unrealistic for most of the violence women face, and the same is true for other social groups consigned to immaturity for their failure to conform to dominant gender norms. In other words, this defensive system does not match the reality of the violence experienced by these marginalized groups. Although the First World War put a stop to most feminist mobilizing in Europe, and so interrupted the development of feminist self-defense, during the Second World War, on the other hand, women's self-defense flourished. Women were targeted by a massive propaganda campaign encouraging them to enter the factories en masse to support the war effort. They were interpellated as strong, brave, and capable of doing their men's work. But this interpellation did not fit with the dominant values of defenseless femininity. There were also public campaigns teaching women to fight, to strike back if coarse men who hadn't been mobilized tried to take advantage of vulnerable girls, women, and wives left to fend for themselves. As the nationalist context wills it, so shall it be. Self-defense and pride were not only permitted for women, they became values expressing the strength and unity of the nation. One example is the image known as Rosie the Riveter, widely recirculated and creatively reappropriated during the 1980s, with its accompanying slogan "We can do it." In fact, this conflates two different images. 7** The original "We Can Do It" image was created by J. Howard Miller in 1942 for the Westinghouse Company's War Production Coordinating Committee and depicted a determined-looking female worker wearing makeup, blue overalls, and a red bandana, proudly showing her bicep. This poster did not actually circulate widely at the time and was 50. Just one of a series of posters encouraging women to work in metallurgy factories and be more productive. Rosie the Riveter is the title of a work by Norman Rockwell, published in the Saturday Evening Post in May 1943, showing a muscular, red-headed American woman worker in overalls sitting and eating a sandwich on her lunch break. Her rivet gun is in her lap, and under her feet is a copy of Mein Kampf. Rockwell had his model pose in such a way as to imitate the posture of the prophet Isaiah in the Sistine Chapel, painted by Michelangelo in 1509. Patriotic iconography of this kind, depicting American women of supposedly dubious femininity, was accompanied by a wave of encouragement for women to learn to defend themselves and of self-defense guides for women and girls. Let us keep in mind, though, that this push for women's self-defense was tailored to serve a nationalist and capitalist agenda that had its own reasons for valorizing a young, muscular, industrious form of femininity. However, these standards of workers' femininity soon fell out of favor and were replaced by the bourgeois ideal of the lady of the house, who was by definition a white woman. SI equals Appealed yert abso eteo as na senior myahad pay oral he sth pine, E106 te hi eman m pope I cheer stl he's ent betate me eastg lee sadia pondital b ina in c science oee ver or ze cop sped I in its iota hoibagan asterisk plus hat atasae fe omns utesbeard and id won't epentag st bait copete that's Rari mabiil to beta ae way bse atahat bee pain went ar wet apa bail he, cae shatrabi, roli hi me crate na ag rdaqhs pass / pon prison nrt, wh goer rotolan, a, ets 3th. Iat abai. Detersi ya its asinity he tora 78 atc sep, aeatnieeert. 7. Ey voy on Verona. AEEEO_Alains Generato BTSAI, Triot Casey, CE Zuist IE. AGAPHM Patig de Perlinth 4 LNSREEEAAS has retinies EI tiltinded ned Madianal, PIEE Heil NEV on IAD in Dendiand Ubli Pay word. \7 trademark VAT op band SCRB, by building barricades, stashes, tunnels, and bunkers, and by training bodies for combat as a space-time outside of the world, the ghetto had become an anteroom of death, where those who had escaped the raids faced certain death and became defenseless ghosts it would need to be turned into a battlefield. In September 1942, Menachem Kirzenbaum managed to get the following message out of the ghetto: "We declare war on Germany." This is the declaration of the most desperate war that has ever been waged. Let us see if Jews can earn the right to go down fighting. 5. The Polish police, the SS, and their allies were made to carry fear in their bodies whenever they entered the ghetto, knowing that they were risking their lives and that every one of the living dead they encountered, whether man, woman, or child, was a potential source of armed resistance. Registered calls for self-defense contributed to a process of rehumanization and stand as an homage to the lives of those in the ghetto. By embracing violence, the survivors wrote their own eulogy. There is no doubt that the decision to embrace violence was a tragic one, leading to a parody of war. The fighters had no chance, the imbalance was insurmountable. However, to act as though it was combat, as though the outcome was yet to be determined, meant dispelling the passive acceptance of death, along with the abyss from which it had come. 54. Testaments of Self-Defense. In late October 1942, several meetings were held between members of the different resistance organizations active in the ghetto. The Jewish Combat Organization was formed in order to prepare for the defense of the Warsaw Ghetto. Registered in January 1943, its members posted texts throughout the ghetto, reading, "We are ready to die to be human." In the most tragic situation imaginable, human dignity required dying with a weapon in hand to fight, and perhaps survive, but to become, above all, the heralds of life against death. Two different vocabularies existed in the ghetto, embedded in the discourse and narratives of the residents and fighters involved in the insurrection. On the one hand, there was the language of resistance, of a counterattack, and of open conflict. On the other hand, there was the language of self-defense, defending their choice of death, defending their humanity, defending selves that were already partially condemned, and always defending the vital principle immanent in the combative reflex. It was always death that was at stake, not life. You see, maybe there was no drama at all there. Drama is when you make a decision, when something depends on you, whereas here, everything had been predetermined. What conditions are required for there to once again be choices beyond those related to survival? If it is even meaningful to speak of choice in such conditions, moving from a choice between life and death to one between types of deaths entails adopting an ethical position in defense of the value of life itself. Choosing your death means to die as a fighter rather than be exterminated. In describing the long consultation involved in the formation of the ZOB, notably between Zionist and communist groups, Marek Edelman wrote, "The majority of us favored an uprising. After all, humanity had agreed that dying with arms was more beautiful than 55 without arms. Therefore we followed this consensus. In the Jewish Combat Organization there were only 220 of us left. Can you even call that an uprising? All it was about, finally, was that we not just let them slaughter us when our turn came. It was only a choice as to the manner of dying. They ultimately chose to defend themselves, not a cause, a territory, or a people, not even a hope. They took up weapons to defend their deaths, and so what was at stake in self-defense was first and foremost another modality of the politicization of life. They decided to choose combat over suicide. Most of the resistance fighters considered suicide a waste of bullets that should be saved for the Nazis. The idea was omnipresent that it was better to die with a weapon in hand, or at least in combat, even barehanded, than to be gassed or executed by a bullet to the head. 4 We must not think so much of saving our lives, which seems to be a very problematic affair, but rather of dying an honorable death, dying with weapons in our hands. Thus, we can speak of an opposition between thanatoethics and Nazi biopolitics, which involved the death of entire populations and organized, industrial, mass extermination of millions of people. Thanatoethics may be defined as the set of practices wherein death serves as an agent for restoring life's value. Death then becomes a means by which the body, destined to be murdered, regains its humanity. On April 19, 1943, the Nazis entered the ghetto to carry out an action intended to fully liquidate the last survivors. They were met by 1,000 men and women ready for combat who put up a fierce struggle. A clandestine Polish newspaper circulated in Warsaw in April and May 1943 reads, "The Jews are fighting. Not for their lives, since their war against the Germans is one of desperation and despair, their war is about the value of life. Not in order to rescue themselves. 56. Testaments of self-defense. From death, but over the manner of death to die like men and not like worms. For the first time in 18 centuries, they have risen from their humiliation. The Warsaw Ghetto may not be an end but a beginning. Whoever dies as a human being has not perished in vain. However, Marek Edelman is also critical of the mythology of armed struggle, which he refers to as symbolic death. Registered Hannah Krall conveys Edelman's anger. He screams that I probably consider the people who were surging into the train cars to have been worse than the ones who were shooting. Of course, I do, absolutely, everybody does. Even that American, the professor who recently visited Marek and told him, "You were going like sheep to your deaths." He tried to explain several things. How to die in a gas chamber is by no means worse than to die in battle, and that the only undignified death is when one attempts to survive at the expense of somebody else. My dear, Edelman says, you have to understand this once and for all. It is a horrendous thing, when one is going so quietly to one's death. It is infinitely more difficult than to go out shooting. After all, it is much easier to die firing. For us it was much easier to die than it was for someone who first boarded a train car, then rode the train, then dug a hole, then undressed naked. Do you understand now? He asks. Yes, I say. I see. Because it is indeed easier, even for us, to look at their death when they are shooting than when they are digging a hole for themselves. *degree. Leon Fiener was a member and contact of the Bund who survived outside the ghetto by passing himself off as Aryan in Warsaw. Regarding the indifference with which their situation was viewed internationally, he said, "We are preparing to defend the ghetto not because we believe the ghetto is 57. defensible, but so that the world will take the desperation of our struggle as a reproach." *degree. Leon Fiener repeatedly alerted the Polish resistance and the Allies to the extermination of the Polish Jews and the situation of the fighters in the ghetto. He was the one who transmitted information to the Bund's representative in the Polish government in exile in London, Artur Zagierl-Bajam, who in turn tried every means to incite the British and American governments to act during a conference in Bermuda from April 19 to 30, 1943, while the Warsaw Ghetto uprising raged. On May 12, 1943, Zagierl-Bajam committed suicide in London. By looking on passively upon this murder of defenseless millions, tortured children, women, and men, they have become partners to its responsibility. Cannot continue to live and to be silent while the remnants of Polish Jewry, whose representative I am, are being murdered. My comrades in the Warsaw Ghetto fell with arms in their hands in the last heroic battle. I was not permitted to fall like them, together with them, but I belong with them, to their mass grave. By my death, I wish to give expression to my most profound protest against the inaction in which the world watches and permits the destruction of the Jewish people. The Warsaw Ghetto uprising and its thanato-ethics produced a form of negative heroism that, although resembling fatalism, is marked by the ardent desire for us to survive the horror and annihilation, as well as the world's obscene indifference. Marek Edelman emphasizes that to go down fighting was primarily an example set for others. For his companions, the sight of people ready to die with weapons in hand could pull the terrified residents of the ghetto from their days to die. Fighting was the only way for the community to outlive its members. 58. Testaments of self-defense. Self-defense as national doctrine. The political history of self-defense by Jewish movements is profoundly tied to their struggles against pogroms, primarily in Russia, in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. One of the first self-defense groups was formed in Odessa in 1881 on the initiative of a student committee, following the pogroms that occurred after the assassination of Alexander II. The group called itself Yevreiskaya Druzina and was made up of some 150 men, workers, shopkeepers, and students who used clubs and iron bars as their weapons. *3 After the Bund's creation in 1897, it became the primary force organizing groups for self-defense against the pogroms. The Bund's political line was set by revolutionary socialist Jews, and it advocated for defensive violence to protect the Jewish population and their neighborhoods, as well as for measures to educate and organize the proletariat internationally, denouncing anti-Semitism as a counter-revolutionary ideology that divides the working class. Even before the tragic pogrom in Kishinev, the police and army were actively complicit in anti-Semitic violence, arming and protecting the pogromists against whom the Bund was preparing for armed self-defense. Socialist Jewish workers were the driving force behind the self-defense strategy, though it was also supported by non-Jewish workers and organizations, who participated in significant numbers. In August 1902, following the Czestochowa pogrom, the Bund initiated a program to establish self-defense groups everywhere it was active. A few weeks later, a newspaper close to the Bund, Die Arbeiterstimme, published a text that could be considered the organization's self-defense manifesto. Answer force with force, we must come out with arms in hand, organize ourselves and fight to the last drop of blood. The analytical framework underpinning these 5 actions was also very clear. We should do everything we can to spread socialist ideas, specifically that of general liberation, among the Christian masses. This will transform today's enemies into tomorrow's friends, creating comrades in the struggle for our ideas. Asterisk 5 The groups organized by the Bund trained for both armed and unarmed self-defense. One widely practiced fighting style at that time was an ultra-violent form of bare-knuckle boxing, without rules or referees, known as kulachny boi. The groups were armed with clubs, stakes, axes, iron bars, and knives. They also trained with firearms, practiced making explosives, and even carried out assassinations against infiltrators from the Tsar's police, the Okhrana asterisk to be ready in the event of a pogrom. They formed protection and intervention squads, drawing on skills gained serving as marshals during demonstrations and large strikes during the same period. Self-defense groups were also formed by Zionist workers' organizations. Their members were mostly craftsmen or residents of semi-industrialized areas where the Bund was not as present, such as southern Russia and Ukraine, parts of Poland, and Crimea. Existing alongside or in opposition to the Bund and international socialism, socialist Zionist currents merged to form the Pole Zion in 1901. They developed their own idea of self-defense, oriented toward the defense of their communities and less interested in struggling against anti-Semitic propaganda circulating within the working class. 8 The Kishinev pogroms were a turning point. On April 6 and 7, 1903, Passover was held in the context of a relentless anti-Semitic campaign around the supposed ritual murder of infants by Jews. With police encouragement, armed groups led a crowd of 2,000 people into Kishinev, home to 50,000 Jews. Degree police prevented a 150-person self-defense group from intervening, arresting many of them and forcing them to disperse. 3 34 men, 7 women, and 2 babies were massacred, while hundreds of others were injured and 60 testaments of self-defense. More than 1,500 homes and businesses were ransacked. Many women and girls were raped and some were tortured, including by having their breasts cut off, and some children were horribly mutilated. 3 The outcry from Jewish parties and organizations in Russia was fierce, and they were joined by intellectuals and the international press, but despite this, none of the killers were ever punished. 3 All the investigations were botched, and the prosecutions went nowhere, in spite of the commissions formed by Jewish organizations to collect evidence. As part of one such commission based in St. Petersburg, the poet Hayim Nahman Bialik spent over a month collecting testimonials and photos and compiling them in a 200-page document for publication. Inspired by this experience, in 1904 he wrote the poem The City of Slaughter. Unto the Attic Mount, upon thy feet and hands, behold the shadow of death among the shadows stands. There in the dismal corner, there in the shadowy nook, multitudinous eyes will look upon thee from the somber silence. The spirits of the martyrs are these souls, gathered together, at long last, beneath these rafters and in these ignoble holes. The hatchet found them here, and hither do they come to seal with a last look, as with their final breath, the agony of their lives, the terror of their death. Tumbling and stumbling wraiths, they come, and cower there their silence whimpers, and it is their eyes which cry wherefore, O Lord, and why. 34. This long poem became a symbol of the victim's passive acceptance. For great is the anguish, great the shame on the brow, but which of these is greater, Son of Man, say thou. 61. The poem was widely read after being translated into Russian and Yiddish, and it has had an enduring legacy. Despite or perhaps because of its tone, it marked a shift from horrified despair to cries for revolt, which breathed new life into the drive for self-defense. In Vilnius, Michael Halpern, a prominent member of Pole Zion, recruited and trained self-defense groups under the rallying cry Remember the Shame? 5. Between 1903 and 1905, the Bund and Pole Zion initiated a clandestine program of active cooperation. The two organizations collaborated in the formation of dozens of self-defense groups, called BO. Military and paramilitary training sessions were conducted in safe locations, such as on islands in the Dnieper. When we anticipated a pogrom, the groups were contacted by telephone so they could gather and prepare to counterattack. And so it was in Vilna, Warsaw, Rostov, Minsk, Gomel, and Vinsk. The self-defense groups were made up of young factory workers, carpenters, locksmiths, butchers, and other trades, and they also fought against the police, managing to free their arrested comrades on several occasions. 3 degree. By 1905, there were self-defense groups active in 42 cities. 37 They faced intense brutality, but the Jewish organization's defensive strategy allowed them to resist anti-Semitic violence and to prevent or hinder some pogroms. 3 However, police persecution, the imprisonment and deportation of activists, the repression of union activities, increasingly difficult social conditions, and the revolutionary context led to the gradual disbanding of self-defense groups. The murderous pogroms from 1903 to 1905 triggered a major wave of immigration to the United States and, to a lesser extent, Palestine, where many Zionist militants with experience in self-defense groups in Russia put their knowledge to use. 62. Testaments of self-defense. This moment makes the distinction between two different ideas of self-defense very clear, that of the Bund and that of the Zionist parties. This split also occurred within the Zionist movement more broadly. There was a conflict between the socialist and cultural strains of Zionism and those that were ultra-conservative, nationalistic, or even fascistic. The former lost the ideological struggle, which saw the rise of a militarized and terroristic form of colonial Zionism. The translation into Russian from Hebrew of Bialik's poem cited above was done by Zeev Vladimir Jabotinsky, then a young writer and journalist. 3. Jabotinsky was very active in the Zionist movement and participated in self-defense groups in Odessa in the 1900s. During the First World War, he advocated for an alliance with the British and launched a paramilitary organization, the Jewish Legion, whose goal was to conquer Palestine. During the rioting in April 1920, he was once again at the head of self-defense groups. This time in Jerusalem. These groups had trained at the Maccabi Jerusalem Sports Club. He was sentenced to 15 years in prison by the British but was freed the following year. He left for London, then traveled to Paris in 1925. Jabotinsky created Hatzahar, the revisionist Zionist party, representing the far-right, fascistic current in the Zionist movement, with its headquarters in Paris. 4 He was one of the great theorists of a nationalist and authoritarian vision of self-defense that became dominant in Israel, a vision he continued to practice and promote throughout his life, as spelled out in his text The Iron Wall. 3 Jabotinsky's Zionism involved building an offensive Jewish armed force that the native population cannot breach and that would be capable of imposing an asymmetrical power structure on the Arabs in order to force them to accept the new borders of a Jewish state. His ideas would become dominant through the Haganah, an organization he co-founded with Eliyahu Golom in 1920. 63. As an outgrowth of the Hashomer that was dissolved that same year. The Hashomer had been a small, composite force founded by Israel Shohat in 1909 to defend the Yishuv, which from 1880 referred to Jewish immigrants who arrived in Palestine as part of the Zionist project and had been targeted for repression by the Ottoman authorities. Its replacement by the Haganah in the 1920s signaled a shift. The Haganah's mission was no longer defending the Jewish population, but ensuring the Yishuv's growth, leading the Haganah to gradually become an offensive militia, a paramilitary force that targeted armed groups and the Arab resistance. The Haganah had no legal existence. Still, many Jews of the Yishuv were involved in the British Auxiliary Police Force and so had access to training in hand-to-hand combat. They also learned the basics of military counterinsurgency and offensive combat in the Special Night Squads, which were created in 1938 during the Arab Revolt as special forces under the command of a pro-Zionist British officer, or Charles Wingate *+ in 1931, a split within the Haganah led to the creation of the Irgun Tzvei Leumi, known as the Irgun. This split was the product of a conflict over the ethical principle of restraint that existed within the Haganah, whereby any response against the Arab population must be strictly defensive. From 1937, the Irgun followed an increasingly radical path, carrying out deadly terror attacks against Arab civilians. Degree The Stern Gang emerged from far-right, nationalist currents of Zionism close to Jabotinsky and the Baader movement, but in its actions it went far beyond Jabotinsky, who had chosen to stand down his troops, both to avoid putting the backs of the British against the wall, and for strategic reasons. In 64. Testaments of Self-Defense. Jabotinsky's vision, offensive self-defense should not indulge in blind attacks, which disperse energy, wasting it on anarchic, spectacular actions that in practice do little to neutralize the enemy. And so the foundations of Israeli close combat were laid. The civil sphere was to be considered a continuous space of imminent violence. Jabotinsky conflated the situation of Jewish communities in Russia, threatened by pogroms, with that of Jewish militias and soldiers in Israel and their concerns about the Palestinian population and so-called Arab terrorists. Self-defense was, in his view, a way of being. The world is a violent place, this violence traverses every person and they will inevitably enact it, and combat techniques allow for effective and prompt control of the intensity of this violence. 7 In the context of a colonial conflict presented as a war on terrorism, you are always exposed to danger with no chance of retreat and so must be ready to react to sudden attacks. 4 Registered You must always make use of all your physical, sensorial, emotional, and environmental resources to neutralize any possible exogenous source of violence, while adapting to any context or situation, to any kind of threat or enemy. On the scale of the nation, one still being established, such a politics of self-defense comes along with a set of defensive practices of self, which force you to live in the imminence of reflex reactions, muscular tension, and emotional connection, to suspend your discernment in regard to complex social relations, historical situations, intentions, meanings, and contexts. This impoverished world gives rise to a cosmology of terror and total war that encloses the defensive individual in a hand-to-hand phenomenology of lethal bodies. Self-defense becomes a politics, literally a way of governing at the scale of our bodies the intensity of violence. 65. Genealogy of Krav Maga. I.M.I. Lichtenfeld, the inventor of Krav Maga, a self-defense technique currently enjoying prolific success, was born in 1910 in Budapest, then a part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. His family moved to Bratislava, Slovakia, where he grew up. His father, Samuel Lichtenfeld, had joined a traveling circus at age 13, where he learned a number of gymnastic and combat techniques. He spent nearly 20 years with the troupe, performing feats of strength and wrestling. When he returned to Bratislava, he founded Hercules, the city's first wrestling and weightlifting club, and became the lead detective of the local police force. There, he trained the police in self-defense techniques for immobilizing suspects during arrests. In 1928, I.M.I. Lichtenfeld won the Slovakian Junior Wrestling Championship, and the following year he won the adult title. He also competed internationally in wrestling, boxing, and gymnastics. Alongside this, he taught gymnastics to major theater troupes notably in Czechoslovakia and even acted in several plays. In response to the rise of anti-Semitic groups in the 1930s, Lichtenfeld participated in the defense of Jewish neighborhoods during pogroms and became the leader of a self-defense group in Bratislava. He gained experience in unarmed combat in fights against fascist militias. This trajectory is an example of desportization, as the boxing and wrestling techniques he had learned were transported from the realm of sports to that of self-defense, from the ring to the street. In 1940, IMI Lichtenfeld left Slovakia aboard the Pencho, the last ship to depart for Palestine, along with 400 other Slovakian Jewish refugees, on a trip paid for by the main right-wing nationalist Zionist Party. 5 * It would take Lichtenfeld 2 years to reach Palestine. On the way, the boat was repeatedly stopped and quarantined, before sinking off the coast of 66. Testaments of Self-Defense. Greece. Lichtenfeld was rescued by a British ship and spent several months recovering in a Jewish hospital in Alexandria, Egypt. He then enlisted in the Czech Foreign Legion, which had been placed under British command, and fought on various fronts in the Middle East, including Libya, Egypt, Syria, and Lebanon. In 1942, he received a permit to enter Palestine, where he proceeded to join the Haganah. This is how the story of Krav Maga begins, and it is something of a founding myth for the Jewish state. IMI Lichtenfeld is a perfect narrative subject for the history of the self-defense system he developed in the units that would go on to become the Israeli army. The mythic biography of this one man linked the resistance of European Jewish youth to the rise of fascism, and the suffering it inflicted on their communities, to the providential birth of a nation that portrays itself as beset on all sides by attackers but that has managed to establish its existence, its authority, and its borders solely through the strength of its people. This new people, fully engaged in the military, celebrated the heroism represented by their shift from defense to offense. Self-defense in this context meant advancing, gaining ground, striking at the heart of the adversary, with an economy of means necessitating quick, efficient, and incapacitating attacks. Our hypothesis in this section is that a specific tactical understanding of close combat served as the foundation for a large-scale political and military strategy, or at the very least inspired the vocabulary of its propaganda. Krav Maga symbolizes the national ideology of offensive defense, of a war of conquest waged in a context where an army came to define itself as a nation engaged in self-defense, against everyone, in order to survive. In 1941, an elite, professional unit was formed within the Haganah. Known as the PAL Match, it carried out targeted terrorist attacks, which were termed offensive self-defense. Due to a lack of logistical resources, this emerging force focused on techniques for hand-to-hand combat and developed its own training program. The same year, Kopap groups were established in both the Haganah and the PAL Match. They were led by Gershon Kohler, Yehuda Marcus, and Mashal Horowitz, nearly all of whom had served in the Special Night Squads. 5. The following year, IMI Lichtenfeld was recruited to the PAL Match by Musa Zohar and became their Kopap instructor. He taught jiu-jitsu, boxing, and knife fighting techniques. During this time, a particular strategic vision of offensive self-defense was coalescing among the leaders of what would become the IDF, which would be founded in 1948 by merging all the existing paramilitary forces. 54 Rather than a more traditional static defense along a front line, the IDF excelled in lightning attacks intended to stun the enemy and throw them into disarray, and in concentrated offensive actions to neutralize the enemy's center using units with intensive training in hand-to-hand combat. 55 Despite its reputation as being ragtag and improvised, the IDF developed a novel self-defense strategy as part of its broader policy of colonization that would go on to be exported and recognized as one of the most effective counterinsurgency strategies in the world. Whether applied to an individual, a group, a militia, or an army, to civilians, or to soldiers, whether it is termed sexual violence, criminality, or terrorism, the principle remains the same. Israel thus became a working model of a security society, in which participation in paramilitary self-defense practices would soon lay the bedrock for a securitarian civility. 5 degree The term Krav Maga appeared in 1949 and was used alongside Kopap. In 1953, IMI Lichtenfeld was part of a group that began codifying an unarmed combat system. 68. Testaments of Self-Defense. Based on 35 core techniques that were constantly renewed, tested, and adapted to the current situation. In 1958, he became the military's lead Krav Maga instructor. Krav Maga became the official name for the defensive combat system used by the IDE, and soon it was a profitable military export. In 1964, Lichtenfeld left the army and founded the first civilian Krav Maga club in Netanya, where he continued developing its core practices, based on four main precepts: adaptability, effectiveness, universality, and spreadability. 5. Since the 1980s, Krav Maga has been promoted around the world as the most realistic unarmed self-defense system, and also as one of the most profitable made-in-Israel products. But Krav Maga is also so much more than this. It is a practice of self, a civic practice, and a national culture, in a context where its generalization helps maintain a world in which Krav Maga is the only possible way of being. Its reputation as the most practical technique, the most realistic, for self-defense is not the only reason for its success. Its spread coincides with the generalization of a culture of defense. This has transformed civil society itself, along with each individual's experience of the world. Krav Maga is a realistic combat technique insofar as it produces a reality in which it can be presented as the only viable approach to life. Krav Maga has also been used to produce a set of derivative techniques that are marketed to the public police forces around the world. These techniques complement or in some cases upend older counterinsurgency practices in two important ways. Firstly, offensive-defensive close combat can conceal the fact that deadly weapons are being used, which can incite public outrage should it gain media attention. This is achieved by transforming the body itself into a deadly weapon, capable of using a small number of techniques to immobilize another body using anatomical pressure points, producing 69. Paralysis, unconsciousness, or suffocation. It can also involve supplementing the lethal body with extensions that are supposedly non-lethal. Matthew Regist showed that equipping police with these less than lethal weapons constitutes a decision to legalize murder, under the pretense of expanding the police's right to self-defense. Secondly, the spread of close combat techniques changed the traditional practice of creating distance between police and disorderly situations. Creating distance involves principles of defensive passivity, the imposition of self-restraint, or delegating the force of strikes to an instrument. 5. The spread and promotion of a public order strategy emphasizing hand-to-hand techniques contributed to a renewal of virile norms privileging deadly contact, shock, intrusion, infiltration, provocation, humiliation, and disorganization, thereby transforming the police officer's body into an offensive body. Registered. This creation of offensive bodies also results from a chemical transformation of the fear that inhabits the police, and which they help to spread, into a repressive dynamic that lays the groundwork for a new dominant virility as a value. Fear has long been tied to effeminate, cowardly forms of masculinity, but here it has morphed into a source of virility, constructing bodies ready to defend themselves at the slightest of chemical signals, transforming the instinct to freeze into a trigger for attack. The generalization of Krav Maga in Israeli civil society alongside the theory of offensive defense, in which any good defense is also an attack, has elevated the spirit and letter of techniques for self-defense in real situations, a core principle of the Israeli state's military strategy, to the level of national motto. Its spread also carries with it a macho, bellicose vision. 70. Testaments of self-defense. Of citizenship, which invokes the principle of defense of self to legitimize its right to violence and colonization. More broadly, modern Israel is a political model, both civic and civil, of how governance can transform in response to a force that typically leads to crisis or failure for the security state, A terrorist menace * terrorism provokes widespread fear, but when this becomes a virtue, it favors policies that can control fear by means of fueling the feeling of insecurity in civil society, and therefore also in its individual members, rather than providing defense or protection. Such policies are quite economical, since individuals become responsible for defending themselves, for embodying the use of violence and becoming defensive bodies. They can then be usefully transformed into deadly martial units, atomized and tasked with vigilance against a faceless enemy, willing to be governed by fear in the name of security. 71. De lancet I roerk far anu de vikni 80 spot I meme die bes eps reap repile teeds passer escabie yedni duget I tes trace toate seda dcre price eof brileg, cnt ed tauris yod pansies athe sig? Pons. We 2 oesnk ali 2. The state, or the non-monopoly on legitimate defense. Hobbes or Locke, two philosophies of self-defense. Social contract theory is where modern self-defense was first conceptualized. The defense of oneself by oneself is typically framed in terms of liberty and the natural right to self-preservation. Self-defense is at the heart of Thomas Hobbes's philosophical anthropology. Although his primary goal is to eradicate violence by force of sovereign right, Hobbes consistently frames this violence present in man in positive terms, as a necessity that no juridical artifice will be able to fully neutralize. In Leviathan, one is free to use any means necessary to preserve oneself, and this is a right of nature. Reciprocally, self-preservation is a law of nature that no one can escape. A man is forbidden to do that which is destructive of his life, or taketh away the means of preserving the same, and to omit that by which he thinketh may be best preserved. The freedom and imperative of self-preservation result in absolute equality among people in a state of nature. Equality here is wholly the effect of the relative and commensurate nature of each person's resources and how they are used to defend one's life. From this equality of ability, ariseth equality of hope in the attaining of our ends. Everyone, then, is defending their life, using their body to defend their body, and this, rather than providing security, maintains a form of equality that is simply equality before the risk of death. Defending yourself is expressed concretely through your ability to effectively harm others. Everyone seeks to preserve their lives, and this fact gives rise to an infinite variety of practices for the defense of self. From this common nature emerges an art with multiple expressions. All of these practices are legitimate in that they arise of necessity. In this way, Hobbes dismisses the question of the legitimate or illegitimate use of defensive violence. Yet this condition of each defending against all results in an insecurity that is quite unlivable. The condition of war described in Chapter 13 of Leviathan is not simply the act of fighting but a disposition toward combat that defines that time wherein men live without other security than what their own strength, their own invention shall furnish them withal. For in such a context, we can speak of a cunning disposition toward combat, one that is not overconfident in the outcome of any fight, that represents a focused motion toward the self in such a way that the self does not pre-exist the defensive motion but rather emerges as an ongoing effect of it. This motion orients all other practices of the self, whether bodily, intellectual, imaginative, emotional, or linguistic, toward defense against others. Therefore, the disposition toward combat can be understood as creating the subject a subject in motion and also as a loss of momentum due to the ceaseless defensive efforts it demands. Hobbes's political anthropology is far from considering defensive violence a blind tendency. The condition of mankind in a state of nature is more closely related to the reasonable exercise of self-defense, which could just as easily take the shape of the pursuit of peace as the pursuit of an infinite arsenal, by all means we can, to defend ourselves. In other words, the ceaseless, reasonable effort to preserve our lives can be transformed into the freedom to do whatever we want and are capable of by 74. The state, or the non-monopoly on legitimate defense, means of a right of nature, but this right is at once impossible and imprescriptible. it is impossible to exercise it without interference or to relinquish it without also becoming prey and denying the essence of our nature, our humanity. Starting from this contradiction, Hobbes lays out the contract's condition of possibility. Everyone's lives can only be efficiently and effectively assured when everyone gives up their own right of nature and submits to a singular authority. Yet delegating power to the Leviathan cannot fully extinguish the focused motion in defense of one's self. When people are being led out to punishment, they are held in chains or escorted by guards. That is the clearest indication that they are not seen as sufficiently obligated by an agreement not to resist. In his disciv, the right to resist, as Hobbes terms it, cannot be considered a privilege, it is a right, rooted in a disposition both irrepressible and irreproachable, an impulsion that cannot be restrained. In the same text, in addition to the famous example of the prisoner resisting the jailers, Hobbes considers the question of slavery. He invokes the classical argument that the right of slavery is linked to the right of war. By convention, prisoners of war can have their lives spared in exchange for consenting to serve their conquerors. But Hobbes adds an important detail: slaves of the sort that are held in prisons, workhouses, or bonds are not included in the definition of slaves given above. Registered this is because they do not serve by convention, but by force. Hence, if they run away, or kill their master, they are not acting against the natural laws. Registered. Take note of the carte blanche Hobbes provides here. In Hobbes's time, slavery was usually understood in terms of just war and the fate of the vanquished, and only rarely in reference to the contemporary embarrassing institution of transatlantic slavery. He is far from legitimating any right to resistance properly speaking here, but he does take account of the invincibility, or rather. 75. The incivility of the disposition toward self-defense. Hobbes is not philosophizing over the legitimacy or illegitimacy of the institution of slavery, but simply observing that violent practices of resistance and liberation among slaves are inevitable. Hobbes's materialist anthropology considers the right of nature to self-preservation as a disposition, acting equally in everyone, and not just as an original right over one's self, enjoyed by some but not others. Throughout the 12th and 13th centuries, the state of nature was typically invoked to criticize bad institutions, and so it is in Hobbes. However, in his view, bad institutions are not those that denature people but rather those that maintain relics of nature. In other terms, political institutions fail because they have not made a clean, definitive break with the state of nature, which leads them to fail and in turn contributes to civil unrest, allowing violence to persist. At this point in his argument, Hobbes directly addresses his readers, whom he understandably suspects might be skeptical of such a tragic portrayal of the state of nature. Any incredulous person may therefore consider with himself: when taking a journey, he arms himself, and seeks to go well accompanied; when going to sleep, he locks his doors; when even in his house he locks his chests, and this when he knows there be laws and public officers, armed, to revenge all injuries shall be done him. Hobbes's critique of English society and its institutions hinges on the omnipresent concern for defense. He takes aim at dysfunctional political authorities in terms of their effect, or rather their non-effect, on social antagonisms. Habits of caution, suspicion, warlike ingenuity, and permanent vigilance, as well as fatigue of the body and of the calculating mind, are symptoms of a larger problem. They are signs of a subjectivation, a paranoiac self-becoming that has not yet been subjugated by a state truly capable of exerting. 76. The state, or the non-monopoly on legitimate defense, and expressing the coercive power necessary for the security of society. All of Hobbes's philosophy is focused on theorizing a legitimate, absolute sovereign power, which is the only way of bringing peace to the intrinsically violent relationships between individuals. However, this violence can never be fully eradicated from civic life. Maintaining the security of society requires everyone's consent and the subjection of their wills, but violence cannot be totally and definitively placed outside of politics. Through this reading of Hobbes's anthropology, our goal is to show how self-defense can be considered a manifestation, perhaps the simplest, of a relationship with oneself, immanent in vital impulses and bodily movements, particularly in the way they perpetuate over time. Subjectivity is made up of both bodily defensive tactics, skillful acts of resistance against real and imagined interpersonal challenges, and material conditions that are unable to eliminate or conceal the establishment of a subject of law who must be kept in line by the state. John Locke, however, provides an entirely different interpretation. His position is in striking contrast to Hobbes in terms of who he defines as the subject of self-defense. What is the self that I preserve? Like Hobbes, Locke posits a state of nature in which all people are understood to be naturally equal. However, this equality is conceived as the equal distribution of the power to dispose of one's person, meaning of one's possessions. This is a limited right. It is to be exercised within the bounds of the law of nature unless the Lord and Master of them all has given some the right to dominate, and others the duty to obey. There are thus those who properly possess their bodies, and those who are by nature dispossessed, and this fundamental distinction determines who is granted freedom. Although Locke declares that everyone has an equal right to liberty, he goes on to introduce numerous discriminatory clauses. Pi. Fundamentally, the freedom to dispose of one's person is subordinated to the duty of preserving oneself and, by extension, of contributing to the preservation of humankind. The freedom to dispose of oneself and one's goods is a right of enjoyment, insofar as humans remain the creatures of one infinite, and infinitely wise Maker. Trademark: the right of enjoyment allows the free and reasonable use of one's own body and one's own property in order to preserve them. Self-preservation refers, then, to the body proper, which is defined as the subject's property, at once relatively and originally. The body proper is the foundation of all other property. By allowing you to transform nature, it lets you take ownership of other goods. The body is a property, and its use establishes a subject of law capable of extending its right to other things. This is because every man has a property to his own person. This nobody has any right to but himself. The labor of his body and the work of his hands, we may say, are properly his. For in addition to the power to dispose of oneself for the purpose of self-preservation, Locke introduces a power of jurisdiction that further solidifies the philosophical juridical nature of Lockean subjectivity. His understanding of the freedom and the duty of self-preservation is radically different from Hobbes's, in that Locke reduces the preservation of one's person to the legality or illegality of taking the law into your own hands, whereas Hobbes defines it as a disposition immanent in the body. In Hobbes, self-defense always goes beyond the question of legality, since it is the expression of a material reality that constantly unravels the legal artifice, or at minimum places it in crisis. To Locke, on the contrary, it is completely inconceivable that any defense could occur outside the framework imposed by the original right to self-ownership. Any manifestation of self-defense is considered through the lens of legality, reducing 78. The state, or the non-monopoly on legitimate defense. It to what is always already considered a right of legitimate defense. The question then is simply whether or not a given subject can legitimately engage in self-defense, meaning the issue hinges not on the type of defensive action taken, but on the status of the one taking it. Only subjects of law who are by definition free can legitimately claim power of jurisdiction, and thus only they have a right to defend themselves and each other against damage to any of their property. In Locke's state of nature, power of jurisdiction allows you to take justice into your own hands if your property or that of another person is violated. God grants us a right of enjoyment over our own bodies proper, making us their owners, and in the same way he proclaims us judges and gives us permission to punish, or even to kill. People can then reasonably and legitimately inflict punishments on anyone who damages their property, since their acts are against the laws of nature. Continuing in this line, Locke specifies that the right to punish should respect a principle of proportionality between crime and punishment. However, he argues that because damaging others' property is a crime against the laws of nature and therefore against God, it is tantamount to excluding yourself from humanity. It goes without saying that this is not an argument for moderating the use of the right to punish. Locke sets up an opposition between, on the one hand, the right to preserve one's belongings and the legitimate right of all property owners to exact justice, and on the other, the unjust violence and slaughter of criminals. By their acts, criminals have declared war against all mankind, and therefore may be destroyed as a lion or a tiger, one of those wild savage beasts with whom men can have no society nor security. In a single sentence, Locke presents theft as a declaration of war, a social war if ever there was one, and then 79. Transforms this inexorable war into a hunt, rather than a battle between property owners and thieves. He is describing a hunt for destitute, heteronymous, subjugated bodies. Those who make themselves guilty of theft can, then, be legitimately punished by anyone else and treated like animals. Concretely, any offense against property owners' property authorizes them to make legitimate use of violence. And this violence should not be understood as strictly defensive, it is also exemplary violence, whose purpose is prevention. As the schema for the dominant form of modern subjectivity, the right to property contains two inextricably linked privileges, the right of preservation and the right of jurisdiction. In this framing, punishment is self-preservation. In Locke's philosophy, I am defending myself means I am defending my belongings, my property, which also means my body. The body proper establishes and defines the person, it is therefore the object of any act of justice carried out by a subject of law. The subject in self-defense is an I endowed with rights, the first of which is ownership of one's body. The establishment and constitution of such subjects occur through the property relation, which therefore pre-exists the act of self-preservation. The status of property owner and of judge, its logical extension, is the condition of legitimacy of self-defense. The whole issue comes down to the following question: who will be recognized as a subject of law, able to engage in legitimate self-defense? Locke makes a radical distinction between free subjects and others, for whom theft is a condition of their existence. These thieves of all kinds are not defended, because they are seen as not having a body proper, any rights, or any self. They have ceased to be people. They are bodies that must steel themselves if they are to survive. For them, self-defense is just another theft. 80. The state, or the non-monopoly on legitimate defense. The self in self-preservation has its roots in the way the self is understood in the particular conception of consciousness that underpins modern subjectivity. In Locke's framing, the self in self-defense echoes his conceptualization of consciousness as a personal identity, as an I that turns back on itself because it is engaged in a continuous and unlimited process of appropriation of its actions, its memories, its thoughts, its desires, right down to the smallest of its movements and gestures. For the others, Indians who enjoy the gifts of nature, slaves, servants, women, and children, the destitute, criminals and scoundrels, there is no one inside their bodies, dispossessed as they are of themselves. Their existence is one of being radically outside of themselves. Locke's state of nature can transform into a state of war because of the intense violence of the conflicts resulting from the division between subjects, that is, between those who own themselves and are their own judges, who enjoy the privileges of preservation and jurisdiction, and the others. It is for this reason that political society's primary goal is to preserve each person's property and to guarantee that all are able to enjoy their body and their goods. To this end, judicial authorities are established to rule on conflicts and decide punishments. Once political society is able to assure respect for property rights and the provision of common justice, property owners are to give up their basic right of jurisdiction. But they never do fully give it up. Rather, they delegate this right and are always able to demand accountability, even though Locke limits the possibility of breaking the contract, since this would undermine any possibility of community. Still, though, should political society fail in its foundational mission and become unable to protect property, every subject is able to reclaim the right of jurisdiction and exercise it there and then. This privilege forms the basis of the theory of possessive individualism, in which, partially contradicting Locke himself, the right to defend oneself is considered. 81. An inalienable right of legitimate defense, one that the individual shares with, rather than delegates to, the public authority. Building on the idea of delegation, we can invert the usual terms of the debate. Rather than the delegation of the individual right to self-defense to the state, it is a question of keeping the right to do violence or of transferring it in the opposite direction, from the state to the citizens. This counter-transfer has two main modalities. The first process involves delegating security powers. The public authority might rely on a militia made up of armed citizens rather than on an army, or it might supplement the one with the other. The paradigmatic example is repressive paramilitary formations or private police. The second process, still in reference to sovereign power, deals with the delegation of juridical powers. The authorities discharge themselves of their responsibility to punish by extending it to certain subjects. The paradigmatic example in this case is national legislation relating to the right to bear arms and to parajudicial structures. In both cases, the logic of delegation speaks to an economy of means that complicates the thesis of the state's monopoly on the legitimate use of violence. We might be tempted to see it as a sign of weakness or breakdown when states offload their responsibilities in this way, but that is not necessarily the case. By externalizing some of its prerogatives, the state can maintain order at a lower cost. This delegation of power occurs by interpellating citizens as legitimate vigilantes. Taking the law into your own hands. Militias and judicial cooperatives. The natural right to self-preservation, as it is defined in the Lockean tradition, is materialized in the legal arsenal relating to the right to armed self-defense. This right is an essential. 82. The state, or the non-monopoly on legitimate defense. Element of Anglo-Saxon legal culture, but it has taken very different shapes in response to political concerns that are crucial for historicizing the concept of self-defense. The right to armed self-defense as defined in Article 7 of the 1689 English Bill of Rights was incorporated almost verbatim into the U.S. Constitution. It originated in the need to arm the men of the realm in order to raise a force for military or policing purposes, which came with the duty of each subject to possess a weapon other than a knife. In England, bearing arms became a basic right for all Protestants in 1689, and this was understood as necessary for the right to self-defense, defined at that time as flowing from the natural rights of resistance and self-preservation. Since that time, the right to armed self-defense has been seen as a means of preventing absolutism, part of the philosophical history of parliamentary monarchy, although some ambiguity remains as to its precise meaning and concrete application. Is it only to be exercised within citizens' militias, or is it an inalienable natural right for individuals to be able to preserve their lives and defend themselves against oppression? Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, England adopted a number of laws to regulate the bearing of arms by civilians, with the intention of stemming the proliferation of firearms and their anarchic use in the realm. These regulations failed to address either the social disorder caused by an armed population or the political question of self-defense. At the same time, though, the legitimacy of such regulations was never really questioned. In other words, in England, the regulatory framework for armed self-defense existed harmoniously alongside a parliament that represented its subjects, and therefore limited the autonomous and individual manifestations of their privileges, such as their becoming vigilantes. Any time the individual's access to weapons is defined and delimited, the citizen's right of jurisdiction is also being 83. Negotiated. Until the end of the 19th century, the judicial costs payable by plaintiffs were so high that in practice, only the richest members of society could afford to initiate legal proceedings. Protests shook the country, and groups of citizens called for public meetings to discuss the high cost of justice and the inability of the legal system to protect people and property. These meetings gave rise to prosecution societies. Members signed a charter committing to pool money as well as material and human resources to cover the costs of investigations, laying charges, legal counsel, and the arrest and detention of criminals. The group's members also committed to help each other, by monitoring each other's properties, providing testimony, sharing information, and agreeing not to buy stolen goods or merchandise. These societies were essentially judicial cooperatives, more like mutual insurance for the defense of people and goods than self-help justice of the kind that developed in the United States. Prosecution societies saw themselves as supplementing the law and the justice system, not taking their place. Starting in the late 18th century, judicial cooperatives increasingly subcontracted out the dirty work of surveillance to squads of men recruited mostly from the poorest parts of society. Throughout the 19th century, self-styled groups of citizen vigilantes emerged throughout England, but as part of strictly regulated organizations, their money was deposited in banks, new members were voted in by existing ones, they hired guards, and judicial costs were covered, excluding for theft or events occurring outside the city or region. Because their charters were archived, we can estimate the number of prosecution societies and get a sense of how they developed and the profits they generated through the criminalization of practices connected to the capitalist system and private property *+ plus the state gave free rein to judicial cooperatives not out of weakness but as 84. The state, or the non-monopoly on legitimate defense. Part of a historical process that sought to rationalize their usage. The history of the right to armed self-defense is inseparable from that of private judicial organizations as well as the genealogy of the liberal state. It is also a way of defining dominant modern subjectivity, emphasizing the figure of the model citizen with autonomous martial and judicial capabilities that allow them to defend their property as though it were their self. These judicial organizations built a very restrictive framework for their conception of armed self-defense. They based their legitimacy on the old duty to be armed in order to form citizens' militias in defense of the realm, and also on the individual right to self-preservation and self-jurisdiction extrapolated from that duty. This meant that when they formed structures for local law enforcement, they were supplementary to the sovereign power. This apparatus may have been not so much an extension of the sphere of self-defense to matters of social or national defense as an example of an extension of the entrepreneurial model of self-defense, or more specifically, an extension of entrepreneurial initiative into the realm of criminal justice. 5. What we are seeing is an apparatus in the service of an ascendant merchant class, similar to medieval mercantile associations or the farmers' self-defense groups developing in France in the same period. By forming organizations, individuals could exercise their right to armed self-defense collectively, thereby preventing their prerogative from being atomized, which would have made them lone vigilantes. Prosecution societies represented a consolidation of the privileges of the owning class, who did not seek to place themselves above the law but instead to create a parajudicial apparatus alongside it for self-defense * 7. These societies carried out their work efficiently and in harmony with the legislative authorities, not in opposition to them, and by so doing they consolidated a fundamental distinction among citizens, since only property owners could in fact fully exercise the natural right to self-defense. 85. On the other side of the Atlantic, a crisis of interpretation regarding the right to self-defense led to a fierce debate in American political culture. The two sides faced off from seemingly traditional ideological positions. Each side had a citational relationship with the legislation, experiments, and debates emerging from Europe's urban centers, but they also brought other issues to the fore. One side wanted to limit the ability of private individuals to use and carry weapons, believing that armed self-defense should occur within well-organized militias. They were vehemently opposed to those who believed the bearing of arms was distinct from the history of militias and that it was an integral part of American citizenship that could not be limited or restricted. The two sides did agree, however, on the principal idea that all laws come from the people, and that the people and therefore each citizen is the original legislative body. The long history of American militias during the colonial period shows that they were never clearly positioned as the primary source of the right to armed self-defense, but just as one of its expressions. The legitimacy of these militias came from the individuals who made them up, each of whom enjoyed an inalienable right to bear arms from the late 1600s through the 1800s. The right to self-defense underwent a stark mutation due to its transposition from England to colonial territory in the United States. It was unprecedented to express the right to self-defense as the right of citizens to take up arms and to rely on their sole judgment for the sole defense of their persons and property, but this would become a key element of the young American nation and the constitutionality of its laws. Whether people acted together or formed groups made no difference, both were ways of exercising their individual right. The individual weapon is like an incarnation of Adam Smith's invisible hand, it creates society. Self-defense plays an active role in the American imagined political community. Asterisk registered it is how the members of this 86. The state, or the non-monopoly on legitimate defense community, American citizens, are interpellated as eternal pioneers. They would come to be called frontiersmen, men portrayed as having built the country through their own strength and that of their arms, as defending themselves against every threat in order to push back the frontier. 3 degree in practice, self-defense is a fundamental element of the colonial, racial, and social history of the United States of America, as well as the basis of its legitimating rhetoric. The right to bear arms was one of the 10 amendments to the Constitution of the United States of America ratified on December 15, 1791, known as the Bill of Rights. A first level of analysis generally frames the Bill of Rights as in opposition to local or federal rules on the bearing of arms, as these were seen as too restrictive. And yet, although the Second Amendment has historically been constrained by a large number of state and federal regulations, it has only been the subject of constitutional debate 3 times, in 1876, 1939, and 2008.33. The Supreme Court's 1876 decision in United States v. Cruikshank was of lasting importance. It followed the Colfax Massacre, which took place on April 13, 1873, in the state of Louisiana. A Louisiana Republican militia, made up mostly of free black men who were veterans of the Union Army, was defending the courthouse in the small town of Colfax. They were attacked and defeated by a white paramilitary force whose leaders would go on to form the White League, which had close ties to the Ku Klux Klan and was instrumentalized by the Democratic Party. Between 50 and 150 men were taken prisoner and massacred during the night. Only a few bodies were found, since most had been thrown into the river or burned. In 1876, the Supreme Court's decision confirmed that the right to 87. Bear arms belonged to all citizens, including former slaves. However, the decision also specified that the Supreme Court was not competent to bring criminal proceedings against members of the Ku Klux Klan who had violated the freedom of black people to defend themselves, because the court's rulings were only enforceable against the federal government and not against the states, which were free to regulate individual liberty. 3 Plus more than 100 years later, the court's 2008 decision would confirm this position. In it, the Supreme Court ruled against the District of Columbia for forbidding citizens from keeping firearms in their home. This historic decision appears to be the last word in a debate that began more than 200 years earlier, and it came in spite of the social context of recent years, in which the possession and use of firearms has played a central role in American politics. It confirmed that the Second Amendment guarantees to all citizens the right to possess and carry weapons for their own defense. 5. The individual and inalienable right to armed self-defense in the United States is important to our argument in that it is the condition of possibility for collective mobilizations in defense of the nation. The history of militias and self-help justice movements makes clear that they are not the origins of the principle of self-defense, but simply extensions of it. These movements can collectively be referred to as vigilantism, as they all advocate for armed or paramilitary self-defense as well as for extra-legal justice, accompanied by conservative and racist rhetoric. 88. The state, or the non-monopoly on legitimate defense. Vigilantism, or the birth of the racial state. In the United States, the term vigilante is borrowed from Spanish, having descended from the Latin vigilans. Its recorded use goes back to 1824 in Missouri, where it referred to a vigilant man, but it was mostly used in the second half of the 19th century in the context of vigilance committees, while before that they were simply called vigilants. Starting in the 1760s, groups of vigilants formed across the country, from the east to the western frontier. The first text about these vigilantes by one of their number was written in colonial Louisiana. It was intended to glorify vigilance committees, and it contains a theoretical argument for the legitimate use of armed defensive violence by self-proclaimed citizen vigilantes. 3 degree In 1861, Alexander Bard wrote Histoires de Commites de Vigilance Auxiliary Attacapus. 3 Bard was a settler who had arrived in Louisiana in 1842, where he worked as a journalist and sometimes as a teacher for white children on large plantations. His text is an interesting materialization of the racialization of vigilantism and stands as a record of colonial violence. It shows how this violence was romanticized, and he lays the groundwork for portraying the vigilantes, who are by definition white, as heroes. Bard was affiliated with the Democratic Party and arrived in the Attakapas in 1859, at the beginning of the unrest in the lead-up to the Civil War. He got involved in the vigilance committees that were spreading across the region and became their historian. Vigilance committees were not born in Louisiana, but along the East Coast, and they moved gradually into the American West throughout the 19th century. 3 The membership of these groups, most of which were exclusively male, consisted of wealthy men, landowners, farmers, craftsmen, jurists, and men of letters, all of them committed to the defense of private property. They could 89 involve as few as a dozen individuals or as many as 6,000, like the San Francisco Vigilance Committee at its peak in 1856. Throughout the colonization of the Americas, groups of men formed themselves into militias and granted themselves exceptional rights of jurisdiction. Vigilantism is one of history's largest manifestations of extra-legal direct action, anti-abolitionism, and racist American terrorism and criminality. In contrast to the usual argument that vigilantism arose as a symptom of undeveloped political institutions that were weak and dysfunctional, our perspective is that the vigilantes are better understood as part of a process of rationalizing governmentality. In his History of Vigilance Committees, Bard paints a picture of a golden age of French colonization, where good Christians, admirable fathers, and hard workers all made the earth fertile and lived in peace. This idyllic scene serves only to emphasize the fall. This first generation of white settlers were a family, and their justice occurred within the family, in a spirit of clemency and indulgence. No one could be convicted since, according to Bard, they were brothers, cousins, friends, and neighbors who had all grown up together. However, he considers this kind of justice to be worse than any crime, since it does away with all the principles of justice, allowing a veritable army of crime to develop, complete with generals, officers, and soldiers, all striving toward a single goal: theft plus cows, horses, pigs, everything melted away in a few months, like snow. An Arab raiding party would not have been more able thieves or more ardent pillagers. These pasture pirates truly were enemies, and the weakness or complicity of jury members had permitted them to install themselves in a society that should have destroyed them itself. 4 Beyond the familial nature of American colonial proto-justice, the author identifies 2 reasons for this disastrous clemency. The first was a nearly unlimited right of challenge, which meant that any lawyer could dismiss potential 90. The state, or the non-monopoly on legitimate defense. Jury members until only the ignorant, complicit, or corrupt were left. The second was the need for a unanimous verdict, which basically meant automatic acquittal due to the difficulty of getting all the jurors to agree. This is the context in which begins the history of vigilance committees in Louisiana. The day had come, a day that had been predicted 100 times. Not a day of vengeance, because a court that used such a weapon would not be worthy of the name, but of expiation. It was a score to be settled with the dangerous classes. We have been keeping records of their past actions, and we would now go through them page by page. Their unpunished deeds would be weighed on a scale both terrible and impartial, like that of true justice, but this time we would be certain the scale was held by a sure and steady hand, and that the men behind it would be ready for any challenge they might meet. The vigilantes were going to fight to purify our country. Number 4 Bard projected his own phantasms onto the popular imagination and described the vigilantes of the committees as beautiful, armed, and merciless, with a leader able to make young girls fall wildly in love. 45 Bard asks, how could simple country folk turn into heroic judges? Is it really legal for vigilance committees, even if made up of honest citizens, to take on the work of the justice system? In Bard's telling, civil justice no longer existed, and the committees came into being on its ashes. The vigilantes were not judges, rather, vigilantism was simply an expedited modality of the judiciarization of conflict. It involved rejecting any notion of equity, including the adversary principle and the presumption of innocence. In defense of a minority, the trial's outcomes were decided in advance, and the accused were simply guilty parties waiting for their punishment. There were no judges in vigilantism then, properly speaking. There were no procedural codes or even clearly 91. Articulated lists of criminal offenses, whether felonies or misdemeanors. In the case of misdemeanors, the accused were found guilty and sentenced in advance. There were 3 levels of punishment: reparations to be made within a given time, banishment and flogging if the deadline was not respected, and hanging for repeat offenders. For felonies, the committees saw only one remedy, the gallows. 4 Most of the vigilance committees existing during the late 19th century used flogging, banishment, and hanging in their push to drive out of the state every man considered undesirable, as threats to white colonial society. As the schisms that would lead to the Civil War deepened, vigilance organizations spread across the southern states to enforce the racial order, part of the armed wing of white supremacist ideology. Society must be cleansed. 47 Above all else, vigilantism despised lawyers. No lawyer will set foot here. 4 Vigilantism recognizes only one kind of defense, that of the members of a community, a people, or a society against their enemies who are left utterly defenseless. The vigilance committees were thus a manifestation of a broader transformation of self-defense into legitimate defense. Defending yourself against crime is legitimate a priori, and therefore so is any act of violence. The history of vigilantism is usually understood as a response to periods of chaos, where the old order is suspended, defeated, or overthrown, and the new order has not yet emerged. On the contrary, vigilantism comes into being when a specific idea of justice comes under fierce attack and is ultimately rendered inoperable. Looked at this way, the vigilantes are clearly not judges. They considered themselves the enemies of judges. They were not acting in place of judges even once that place was vacant or in their name. The vigilantes fought to make judges disappear by situating themselves as police, soldiers, court clerks, bailiffs, prison guards, and executioners simultaneously. Alexander. 92. The state, or the non-monopoly on legitimate defense. Bard himself wrote positively of the fact that vigilantism is not a form of justice, but of war and hunting, a hunt for bandits, for the poor, for any troublesome people who need to be wiped out. Degree from this perspective, it becomes clear that the history of vigilantism represents a radical rupture with the classical idea of justice. Specifically, it breaks from theories of state formation involving the imposition of a centralized judicial structure whose legitimacy is based on the rule of law as enforced by a separate authority. The reason for this is that the vigilantes' version of history clashes with how the hero is usually understood in political philosophy. Classically, heroic law is only valid in pre-juridical periods, before a state succeeds in imposing itself, where there are no human laws, as Vico described it in The New Science. 5 Hegel took up the right of heroes as well, arguing that pre-state violence is also the foundational violence of the constitutional state, taking the place of the arbitrariness of force. 5 The hero puts an end to what social contract philosophy terms the state of nature. 53 Then, once the state appears on the scene, vigilantes must leave or risk becoming anachronisms. However, the present relevance of vigilantism requires us to conceive of a different process. In this case, heroic law seems to have emerged in opposition to the state judicial system during its formation and was ultimately institutionalized in its place. It changes the traditional framing of the issue if heroic law arrives only after the fact, after the formation of the state, and goes on to contest it and even overthrow it in favor of a different judicial and juridical framework. Vigilantism is usually associated with the state of nature, and since it is the prime example of taking justice into your own hands, it represents the natural order reasserting itself against the state. Possibly, though, in this return to nature we are witnessing the establishment of an unprecedented and genuinely racial state, one whose laws are 93. Based on the rationalization of race. This is why vigilantes have never left the political scene in U.S. history. They are neither an incarnation of an endless cycle of vendettas and personal vengeance repeating in the absence of public justice, nor symptoms of a revolutionary situation set to overturn the old order. Vigilantes are the racial state's archetypal figures of the great man. The vigilantes actualize the morbid spirit of race, a spirit of naive and ingenuous men. Degree 4. By making an institution of the historic character of a society of colonizers, the early vigilantes made white supremacy a concrete reality. In the philosophy of history, Hegel reminds us that great men often meet bad ends, being killed, judged, or deported. Degree 5. However, in the modern and contemporary history of the United States, those first vigilantes were replaced by a new generation, and vigilantism came to be celebrated and accepted. Vigilantism is a model of good citizenship. A good American citizen is a vigilant citizen. Vigilantes are the proud defenders of the American nation, they are heroes always ready for defense, and their culture contributes to the narrative of the white race while also making it a reality. Bard's text is an early distillation of the basic elements that would make up the philosophy of vigilantes over the following decades and that continue to influence portrayals of vigilantes in popular culture today. In contrast with the allegorical representation of justice, shown as a woman with her eyes blindfolded to represent the principle of impartiality, vigilantes hide their faces. They are portrayed as exceptional and personified, real and desirable, biased and pitiless. The allegorical figure of justice stands over and between the parties in order to try the facts and judge blindly, without taking into account the party's character. The vigilante, a masked enforcer, is immersed in the very society he means to defend. By exposing criminals he is the incarnation of a desire to punish, enacting a form of racial justice that seeks to execute those perceived as the natural enemies of private property, the 94. The state, or the non-monopoly on legitimate defense, family, and white society. While traditional justice is conducted publicly and openly, vigilantes act at night, whether in the name of God, in defense of honest people, or for the honor of women of their race. The vigilante's mask conceals his origins and his true identity, that of simply an average citizen who portrays himself as a worker, a peaceful farmer, a good Christian and father. It also emphasizes his gaze, as his eyes are the only features that reveal the rationality that guides his actions. The night makes his vision seem omnipotent, since despite the darkness, he is able to see through to the true nature of those who must be banished or punished. Unlike blind justice, he is a character equipped with supervision, and his actions are romanticized while the deadly violence is erased. He is a hero who can unmask and track down bandits, thieves, murderers, rapists, and criminals, a perfect allegory for a state that persecutes those who are not innocent, meaning not white. Easy. So tnakoni Arabzi and harsidik mer inti. Esr stata pir se fakre is exhotkun. It gens prem steena eat ears phi or tapirthes. Top xtdle white dames, mix of libertarianism, anarchism, New Age and charismatic religious ideology, and sex radicalism. Degree the rhetoric of cleaning up had already been used in 1966 by the San Francisco activist group Vanguard during their clean sweep action, and its critical significance was clear. The city bureaucrats and police were working for the economic interests of developers by cleaning up the city's marginal elements, and so Vanguard turned their own insult back on them in order to defend the ghetto. The action involved marching down Market Street pushing a broom while chanting, "All trash is before the broom." The Lavender Panthers, however, used the language of cleaning up in an entirely different way from Vanguard and the clear picture given by their street theatrics. Cleaning up in this case meant keeping the streets safe from violence and protecting residents, which involved drawing a line between those considered neighbors and the other undesirables. 7 years after. 135. Vanguard. Although the local government and social services agencies had set up housing support programs, the process of cleaning up still served the interests of developers and private landlords who wanted a well-policed gay community, as this created ideal conditions for investing and speculating in historic neighborhoods. Secure the streets and the lobbies and stairwells of buildings. 2. Secure public transportation and businesses. Such was the response to demands for the right to live in safety. Be safe. This buzzword let real estate speculators use racism and the struggle against homophobic violence as a Trojan horse. In this way, San Francisco and New York could be seen as experimental sites in which that slogan and its associated politics of self-defense were in constant tension, causing many collectives to implode. The Lavender Panthers disappeared in 1974. 2 years later, another self-defense street patrol was started by a new organization founded in 1975, Bay Area Gay Liberation. Some of the activists in this group saw their right to self-defense as the primary modality for resisting violence. Following the murder of a gay man in Tucson, Arizona, by students who were only sentenced to probation as punishment, activists formed the Richard Heakin Memorial Butterfly Brigade, also called the Butterfly Brigade. The group, composed almost exclusively of white men, patrolled the streets of the neighborhood with whistles, notebooks, pens, and walkie-talkies, listing all the homophobic aggression they faced, notably by writing down license plate numbers. The whistles were a system for frightening, chasing away, and shaming hostile people as well as for protecting themselves in the event of a physical altercation. They were also a sign of recognition within the community, a symbol of solidarity and commitment. We were all taking care of each other, as Hank Wilson, one of the group's members, said. Wilson was very clear about the group's relationship with the police. Their strategy was to continue asking the police to act against homophobic aggression as a way of displaying how institutions did not recognize or take into account this violence. Registered, the Butterfly Brigade's main goal was to build an alternative politics around safety. We didn't want to give the community an illusion that someone was taking care of us. We wanted everyone in the community to feel like they were on patrol, all the time, looking out for everybody else. For this reason, the Butterfly Brigade refused to have a uniform that would make its members stand out and look like a paramilitary group dedicated to everyone's safety. The idea was to develop a politics of solidarity, because each individual was only safe when everyone felt invested and committed to intervene anytime anyone was a victim of violence. Everyone needed to become an expert in self-defense. Yet, interpellating each individual, although, in practice, these were almost exclusively men, as a patrolman contributed to institutionalizing a safe dress code. It came to define who was a source of worry or suspicion and who deserved solidarity, resulting in a norm of white gay masculinity. An athletic build, short hair, mustache, jeans, t-shirt, leather jacket, and a whistle became the gay community's uniform in the Castro neighborhood. The stigmatizing effect was immediate and transformed all other men into potential homophobes, making them seem like outsiders in the neighborhood. Community self-defense settled into an easy relationship with early security measures, where security was held up as both a criterion for and a marker of a good quality of life. 13 Good gay are thus redefined within and by 9 lives, one's worth living, means of the regulation of obscenity, which simply amounts. 137. To repressing unsafe sexuality, those practices considered risky. These practices traced the contours of which bodies were worthy of being defended and which were not, and were therefore responsible for the insecurity they experienced or caused. Some homophobic practices were indeed repressed, but this repression always simultaneously entailed criminalizing other forms of homosexuality and trans identity perceived as creating insecurity, whether moral, physical, sexual, political, social, or health, through noise pollution, unsanitary conditions, pornography, drugs, crime, vagrancy, and so on. Similarly, defining intolerant heterosexuality in racist terms constituted it as a threat to quality of life in certain neighborhoods, and therefore to certain gay lives considered good and safe, drawing on an emotional essentialism of risk. The immediate effect of this apparatus was to make queers of color invisible, illegitimate, and unintelligible, which contributed to the prejudice that all homosexuals are white and all homophobes are black. This process materialized as police surveillance, the repression of sexual and racial delinquency, the elimination of social programs, and the geographic displacement to other parts of the city of anyone abnormal and of poor, working class, racialized minorities. Targeted and brutalized by the racist penal state, racialized minorities were primarily represented through the image of their sons who had been killed or imprisoned in defense of a safe and financially secure white middle class. The members of this class were the only ones with the means to live in the refurbished buildings in their neighborhoods, and they demanded to be protected by the police at all times while doing so. In a similar context on the East Coast of the United States, in New York, a self-defense group called Society to Make America Safe for Homosexuals was created in the same year as the Butterfly Brigade, and it was no less an example of collusion between self-defense and sexual and racial gentrification. SMASH developed a whole semiology of gay masculinity as powerful, vengeful, and ready to defend itself, constructed relative to a negative norm of racialized masculinity as young, criminal, and homophobic. There were also many other collectives existing at the same time as the two we have described that organized and mobilized to resist this logic and to demonstrate an alternative approach to the question of safety. All these groups faced continuous police brutality, as African American, socialist, and queer proles. It was with this in mind that, in the lead-up to the Revolutionary People's Constitutional Convention, organized by the Black Panthers, Huey Newton published his important text The Women's Liberation and Gay Liberation Movements, in which he called for a broad coalition across movements. 7 Newton evokes the fact that homosexuality elicits or provokes insecurity among heterosexual male African American activists. He is speaking to these men as one of them, writing in the first person plural. As we very well know, sometimes our first instinct is to want to hit a homosexual in the mouth, and want a woman to be quiet. Between the lines of his conception of the dialectic of security/insecurity, Newton is denouncing a rhetoric of domination that constitutes objective allies as subjective threats. Interpellated by white imperialist ideology as figures of sexist and homophobic violence, racialized men came to definitively embody insecurity. In order to understand this logic of security in its entirety, we must understand how it was reproduced within activist groups that took up its agenda and its vocabulary and that then saw other bodies as sources of insecurity. The bodies of women, gays, and others were constituted as figures of insecurity for African American men, thereby ensuring that they could only become subjects within and by means of adherence to the dominant norm of masculinity. To be recognized as a man means being recognized as white, but also as heterosexual and petty bourgeois. As Newton wrote, we must gain security in ourselves and therefore have respect and feelings for all oppressed people. Degree. Self-defense and the politics of anger. Security can only be constituted as a norm of life when insecurity is being produced, against which the state appears to be the only response. During the 1970s, groups of black lesbians, such as the Third World Women's Alliance, tirelessly challenged this logic and its effects on feminism's priorities. The police violence that they disproportionately faced came along with the racist construction of black women as being so capable of defending themselves that they did not need to be defended, or, worse, that they were a threat from which others had to be defended, especially when they were in a group. Gente, a softball team founded in Oakland in 1974 that became a self-organized feminist self-defense group for black lesbians, emphasized in an interview how lesbians of color were perceived as invisible if we're alone, violent if we are together. In March 1984, the bi-monthly Onyx, Black Lesbian Newsletter, the leading African American lesbian periodical in the United States, published an issue whose cover showed a drawing of a group of black women defending themselves from a white police officer on horseback who had just knocked one of them to the ground. Some activist groups made it their goal to obtain guarantees of security. But ultimately this meant not only excusing the state's violence but also predetermining modes of dissent and coalition building. For it created a certain type of militancy, a protectionist form of self-defense, whose emotional cartography contained dangerous pitfalls. Self-defense in that case. 140. Consisted of taking up the injunction to get to safety, engaging in protective actions based on how neighborhoods, streets, identities, individuals, and groups affected their collectives or causes or in relation to what did them violence. Politics of security were thus co-produced by means of and within a system of effective marks, an emotional territoriality that not only divided up spaces, stigmatized bodies, and naturalized relations of aggression/victimization, security/insecurity, us/them, and fear/trust, but also mutated political subjectivation into sentimentality regarding danger and risk. It once again involved struggle taking an emotional turn. Coalition building requires a common denominator, but this in turn makes common denominators indefensible, and so it carries out a strategy of division on behalf of the apparatuses of power. We should also take note of what these strategies did to the collectives themselves, to militant lives and bodies, and of the exhausting dead ends that sometimes led to self-destruction. The injunction to feel safe and secure among those like you is essentially a politics of controlling and limiting resistance movements, and even one of the most effective. Bunkered down in a strategy of separatism, whether it be thoroughly elaborated or not, activists seek to protect themselves by carving out spaces they can secure, in a mimetic response to official promises of security, repeating those promises and helping them spread. In their supposedly safe spaces, activists entrench themselves among those like themselves, who are, by definition, not dangerous. This safe togetherness is defined in opposition to an unsafe outside that evokes fear or hatred, and it is then unthinkable and unacceptable to believe that relations of power, conflictuality, and antagonisms also inevitably exist within such spaces, where they continue to operate uninterrupted. Staying inside an imposed framework of intelligibility in this way means, for those who understandably refuse to rely on the state's police or justice system, that the I only defense against the unsafety lurking even within their own collectives is to further subdivide and delimit community spaces, to make them more secure still. This means cutting people out because the simple fact of their presence might do violence to someone else, excluding or excommunicating your peers because they fall short or have betrayed you by exercising power within the closed space. DIY judicial institutions constitute themselves as monstrous simulacra. While they refuse to rely on the dominant police and justice system, its de facto emanations are still invested with authority and allowed to colonize activist collectives. This day-to-day management of violence among activists, which plays out through subjective slights and wrongs, consumes a collective's time along with its members. It cuts into the imaginary that makes it possible to create different modalities for working with violence. It is also emotionally and politically exhausting, undermining commitment and causing the process of political consciousness building to lose its focus. The poet June Jordan provides a masterful description of the double consciousness involved in the defense of self. She was twice a victim of rape, and she describes how rape leaves you with a profound conviction of your own absolute powerlessness, as well as how political consciousness can act as a pivot point for restoring your power of action. Jordan writes that the first time she was raped, it was by a white man. After assaulting her for 45 minutes, he dragged her into the shower and tried to force her to bend over to pick up a bar of soap so he could sodomize her. He yelled, "Pick it up." He was ordering me to pick it up. In a fraction of a second, her fear evaporated. She would rather die than obey this white man. Race reanimated her paralyzed body. It was racism rather than sexism that served as the pivot point here, raising her power of action to a do-or-die level. Jordan's rage expressed itself through self-defense and in reference to the existence of a community in struggle. She managed to strike. 142. him in the head and escape. Race activated her self-protective rage. A white man was raping a black woman. In that precise moment, this man became the incarnation of a predatory, murderous white masculinity that has always been the enemy of African American women. The second time, she was raped by a black man, an activist with the NAACP. One night, she was out with friends and he invited them to come continue the evening at his place. Her other friends never showed up, so she found herself alone with this man. When he raped her, Jordan described being frozen in shock. What was happening was unthinkable, and it obstructed her power of action. He was black and she was black. She had not felt threatened. The issue of race was pivotal, except, this time, race paralyzed me to the deadly extent of self-effacement. Shocked that a brother would violate me, his sister, I lost speed and resolute force of resistance, and I never tapped into the rage necessary for resistance to the demons of domination. Race in this situation essentially neutralized her rage. She was stupefied by the unbearable injustice of having to be on guard, of having to defend herself, even with her companions in struggle. Along with the violent harm to her body, she felt guilty and outraged for having let her guard down and for getting assaulted in a place and by a person who were a priori safe and trustworthy. The rape lasted all night. The man let Jordan leave at dawn. Her body was only pain, and her legs could hardly support her. Her body became, in her eyes, the most defiled, filthiest thing in the world. 3 This disgust with herself almost drove her crazy. Jordan's experience of crass violence demonstrates how feminism had failed to build a community for all women that could be drawn on for self-protective rage. 3. The problem is thus not the fact that relations of violence continue to exist within such communities and that victims do violence to other victims. Rather, it is that 143. A community that presents itself as united on the basis of a shared relationship of domination of a common primary enemy was unable to declare war on this enemy or to form a coalition in which Jordan could feel, if not safe, at least in a position to raise up her power without the risk of contributing to racism. Coherency is essential for movements that choose nationalist, separatist, or essentialist dynamics. The goal should not be safety in a phantasmic space of those like you, but rather building and creating territories in which to politicize and capitalize on rage in order to initiate and carry out struggle. Show me the power and I will feel the pride. June Jordan is calling for the creation of other forms of community, formed not around reassuring subjects but around an enraged commitment to combat. Safety is a pharmakon, a remedy, an injunction that brings relief. It is invoked when one is confronted with the politics of discriminatory management and the exponential production of risk and social insecurity that gradually makes life unlivable. It is a response to the vital necessity of moving through public and private space, collectively providing the material conditions for existence, having a roof over one's head, and creating other forms of life, exchange, countercultures, and practices of self. It is a response to the need for mutual aid and love. However, it is also a poisonous injunction, one that forces militant lives to withdraw, map out their fortifications, and purge their ranks. The more we protect ourselves against insecurity, the more we exhaust that power that community can otherwise signify for us united in solidarity, a source of strength and anger, and the more we bring about a biopolitics on the scale of our struggles, a bioactivism. 144. From vengeance to empowerment. On a winter morning in the United States in 2008, someone called out to Suyan Lui in the streets while she was on her way to work, Ha Ching Chong. Furious and disgusted, she created a video game called Hey Baby, in which women are the heroes. At the beginning of the game, you find yourself in the streets of a city that looks like New York or Montreal, armed with a gun. You are accosted by strangers. Hey baby, nice legs. Do you have time? Wow, you're so beautiful. I like your bounce baby. I could blow your back out. 33 At this point in the game, you have the choice to either answer with a nervous, timid thanks and continue on your way, or you draw your gun and shoot him to death. The man lies dying in a pool of blood before being replaced by a tombstone on which the last words he spoke to you are written as an epitaph. You do not gain anything, but the chance to continue walking through the streets and getting accosted, which gives the game a Kafkaesque dimension. For like other contemporary feminist projects opposing street harassment, Suyin Lui's video game individually confronts us with the vengeful phantasm of carrying a weapon and with the ambiguous, sadistic satisfaction that comes from letting loose and blowing jerks apart. 35 However, it also confronts our power of action in the face of violence with the absence of happy experiences in contemporary society. Another reason why this game in which we are I am an ordinary hero is so enjoyable is that it shifts our sense of what is possible. The enjoyment challenges us to go back to the drawing board about what is possible to do to combat sexism in the same way as does the ineffectiveness of public policy in eradicating it. And that is the game's premise, that a response to sexism is 145. Only conceivable by staging face-to-face encounters, where a single woman is confronted by a harasser. From this perspective, Hey Baby runs counter to the imaginary used in the overwhelming majority of representations of violence against women, in which women are seen as a faceless group of defenseless victims. 3 The game represents an extreme counterposition, where the experience of sexism is first and foremost a routine experience, gone through individually. By arming women with Uzis and Kalashnikovs, as though that were a solution to sexist harassment in the public space, this game is a striking portrayal of self-defense that goes far beyond any legal definition of legitimate defense, the latter being classically based on the philosophical principles of immediacy and proportionality. Indisputably, the apparatus makes us uneasy, firstly because the solution it offers is disproportionate, but then, more subtly, because it makes us smile and feeds our imagined rage. 37 The game's morbid premise is a phantasmagoric dramatization that provokes real satisfaction from those who share the ordinary experience of sexism. Hey Baby frightens us as much as it cheers us up, and it gives us the opportunity to take a critical look at widely accepted representations of violence against women and at how these acts of violence are recognized. What would happen if all the violence rendered invisible were finally recognized for what it is and what it institutes, namely a continuous flow of solicitation and interpellation that requires our attention at every moment, like a player caught in the energy of a game? Hey Baby stands out from mainstream feminist culture and discourse on the subject of sexist violence. Its actuality is also a departure from the genealogy of feminist self-defense, and it serves as an illustration of a neoliberal turn in the feminist imagination. Although it hammers home its criticism on a number of points, the game's framing is nonetheless directly linked to a culture where 146. Self-defense is the focus of contemporary calls to guarantee security. Inspired by the reference points of cultural products usually associated with young males, Hey Baby is a first-person shooter, or FPS. It uses a perspective characteristic of war games, where the player views the action through the eyes of the virtual protagonist. Most FPS games give life to an ultra-violent capitalist, militarist imaginary, blurring the line between imperialist technoscience and science fiction. This imaginary is eminently gendered and racialized, which is clear from the target audience of these kinds of mass cultural products, as well as from the norms of gender, sexuality, color, and race that they contribute to reefing. 3 Although the enemies have well-defined identities, the main character in an FPS game is a universal form without content, and it adopts a hegemonic viewpoint, that of a man with access to the resources reserved for dominant groups in the richest countries. However, in applying the FPS apparatus in Hey Baby, Suyin Lui allows us to play the role of an urban feminist guerrilla in the first person. She has come up with a virtual space-time where we take pleasure in answering violence with violence. And yet Hey Baby offers a clear personification of the ideal type of harasser. They are not white-collar men, men with white hair, or white men. Self-defense here is enacted through a form of virtual solipsism that also realizes the darkness of violence against women, dark and supposedly dangerous streets filled with dark-skinned strangers as aggressors. This contains two presuppositions that are as false as they are problematic: that sexist violence is the fault of young, racialized men from the lower classes, and that it occurs in the public space. Regardless of our history, our identity, our experience, our shape, our physical and psychological abilities, or our 147 wealth, skills, and social resources, we find ourselves exploring the virtual world through the scope of a gun that serves as superego. I retaliate, therefore I am. This framing is a clear break with the rare games built around female characters, which are heavily plot-focused and require the player to identify, for better or worse, with characters who are overdetermined in terms of gender, sexuality, race, and class. They are third-person games, which makes it hard to see yourself as a hero whose traits embody dominant aesthetic norms. Point 3. If FPS games constitute a space-time of principally masculine homosociality, Hey Baby is not a parody but an attempt to resinify the space-time in feminine and feminist terms. A literal reading would situate this game within the dominant imaginary of armed self-defense, since it extends to women an extremely controversial privilege reserved almost exclusively for men, that of wielding virtual weapons. Taken this way, permanent, virtual exposure to extreme violence produces a form familiarity that entails deconditioning how violence is learned. Traditionally, socialization involving being desensitized to violence is a driver for constructing and embodying the identity and sexual identification that distinguish men from others. However, Hey Baby can also be read as an empowerment narrative, one that seeks to produce a powerful subjectivity in order to counter the generally accepted victimizing representations that accompany political strategies based on seeking protection from the state. In this case, security is taken to mean returning to an unresolved theoretical tension at the heart of political and military philosophy, the proscription against doing justice oneself or seeking vengeance outside the political sphere. Taking justice into your own hands is generally thought of as amounting to a negation of the rule of law, which punishes without hate, and means getting caught in the distinctly negative motion of an endless cycle of reprisals. 148. Answering wrong with wrong. Yet, beyond the problematic of contractualism, there is also an economy of political emotions at work here. What relying on the justice system fails to address is the joy of vengeance, the fact that only by doing justice themselves can the subjects who suffered injustice, prejudice, or harm allow their rage and anger to keep them in a position that does not amount to defenselessness. Beyond simply restoring negative reciprocity, answering violence with violence, anger can be understood as a desire for vengeance and the pleasure taken from vengeance. Such anger belongs to subjects who, as opposed to victims, are not totally annihilated by the harm of the offense or the brutality of the injustice, and who have preserved the hope of restoring or repairing a state of equality. In this case, a powerful subjectivity is re-established through the overprotective mediation of weapons and through the immediate pleasure the game offers by giving us, at last, the chance to get revenge. It lets us feel jubilant and at peace, confidently facing the endless stream of harassers, in striking contrast with our daily experience that is usually told in the language of powerlessness. The first-person apparatus allows us to experience the pleasure of getting out of it. In the end, though, Hey Baby departs from the characteristics that give FPSs their appeal, in that the game itself is simple, its plot is cripplingly weak by design, and the backgrounds are used over and over, indefinitely. It does not take long for easily slaughtering everyday sexists to get boring, which brings to the fore the repetitive character of sexist violence along with the futility and absurdity of such a disproportionate response. What good is an Uzi if harassers keep appearing forever? What is the use of slaughtering them if I will never be left alone? Hey Baby thus offers a critical look at sexist violence. It is not unbearable because we are unable to do anything about it or to act on it, but because it is inescapable. The conclusion is then an aphoretic one, as the pleasure found in 149. Being able to get revenge is replaced by the sad realization that revenge does absolutely nothing. It is precisely in that aporia that the exhaustion of the political resides, and not in the initial fact of framing the game in the solitude of an FPS, which causes the collective to disappear. This is because, when it comes to sexual violence, being one-on-one is eminently political. However, the ultimate limit of agency in this imaginary experiment in feminist violence is the weapon itself. Beneath the appearance of a story about joyful vengeance, the game illustrates a distinctive principle of soft neoliberalism: autonomy, developing capacity, valorizing resources, restoring choice, and so forth. It can be summarized as follows: power to. In other words, when dealing with harassment, you have the power to defend yourself. Hey Baby is a representation of feminist empowerment and joyous virtual solipsism, but it may not be the case that anger and rage are driving the action. The gun is the main character, for it is the gun that restores the sexual and bodily integrity of the female victim. It defends her, it stands in for the husband, the state, and the law, as all of these have either failed or refused to protect her. It constitutes the metonymic figure of the protector, and it reifies the heteronomy of women relative to what take the form of a right to security. From this perspective, the game is essentially a critique of how women are excluded from guarantees of security, and it situates these guarantees as both the prize and the condition of possibility for full citizenship. 4** To a certain extent, like laws and husbands, the weapon appears as an object that materializes the third party or the authority to which defense is delegated and which is endowed with a violence that the subject is unable to express except through them. That the weapon makes you all-powerful only raises the question once again of your own power of action. Seen this way, the weapon is very much a classic apparatus for the delegation of the right to self-defense and self-preservation. 150. As it has been traditionally defined in classical political philosophy. More specifically, the weapon is an apparatus that brings about a tacit contract formalizing the submission of women through the very fact of their need to be defended. In other words, with a weapon, I am defended, and without one, I am defenseless. Reprisals. Defenseless. For the past 30 years, almost every media campaign about violence against women, whether through graphics, on the radio, or on television, have all reenacted the exact same violent scene. They reprised it. By actualizing the vulnerability attributed to femininity rather than proposing alternative forms of femininity or tools to take reprisals in response to violence, these public campaigns have failed to prevent sexist violence. In France, the first national campaign about intimate partner violence was launched in 1989. If we consider only the period of 2006 to 2016, there were, first, the government's campaigns in 2006 and 2007. Accompanied by the words "I love you," "a little," "a lot," "madly," "not at all," we saw a young woman's badly beaten face and then her body in the morgue, covered by a blue sheet. There was a very similar TV ad in 2007, in which a woman who had been a victim of violence described what her husband had inflicted on her. It closed with the words "but 15 days ago, it finally ended," over an image of a grave in a cemetery. And then there was the "talk about it while you still can" ad, and its images of gagged women, promoting a crisis line that had been established. In 2009, a portfolio of the Office of the Secretary of State for Families and Social Services showed two children playing at being a couple in which the husband is violent. In campaigns 3 years apart, in 2008 and 2010, the site stop-violencesfem.gov.fr was launched alongside a TV ad once again, showing a woman's face covered in bruises. Campaigns run in France by organizations such as Amnesty International or UNICEF have been no different and also portrayed battered women and their abusers. A poster released in 2014 featured a woman who is mixed race or a descendant of immigrants from the French colonies, whose face is split in two. One side of the photo is ripped into several pieces and glued back together, while the other side is intact. At the bottom, it reads, "Laws that stand up to violence." The slogan for the whole campaign was "The law protects you from violence against women." By mostly showing a woman, or more specifically, by systematically refeing female bodies portrayed as victimized bodies, these campaigns actualize vulnerability as an inevitability for all women. They show only swollen faces, injured bodies marked by blows, crying, pleading, screaming, or, on the contrary, mute, broken down by close-ups, in pieces, frozen muscles, face in hands, prostrate. They display corpses, X-rays, graves, ambulances, sirens, devastated children who witness sexist violence or are themselves victims. The images in these campaigns exploit the full technical capacities afforded by current photographic and visual culture in order to make them seem as real as possible. These campaigns are supposed to prevent violence or raise awareness, and most of them claim to politicize the issue through their emotional interpellation of both public opinion at large and women victims in particular, encouraging them to react and speak up before it is too late. Point 4. They all promise to protect victims. More insidiously, these campaigns also address themselves to a third-party spectator, since they all state their intention to make visible to perpetrators of violence the moral implications of their acts. This mode of politicization of violence is based on 3 assumptions. The first is that making 154 a problem visible makes it real. The second is that playing on emotions, specifically empathy, makes a phenomenon real for everyone. And the third is that showing the consequences of an act or a practice can reach the perpetrators of those acts as moral subjects capable of becoming aware of the incivility, the immorality, or the danger of their actions. Interpellation in this apparatus is by no means simple, incorporating a complex technology of the visible that articulates 3 perspectives, intersects 3 positions, 3 emotions, 3 intentions. In camera lucida, Roland Barthes presents 3 analytical categories that are useful to us here: the operator, the spectator, and the spectrum. Looking, being looked at, presenting what is to be looked at. Barthes chose the term spectrum to emphasize the role's dual nature: to be photographed, to be looked at, is at once to be put on display while also being frozen, captured in a present moment that has been forever mummified, which gives us the idea of spectral presence. The photographic apparatus has the unique quality of bringing a being into existence through the act of birthing an image that it displays and, at the same time, instantly mortifies. The process of objectification is experienced as a microversion of death. I am truly becoming a specter. This mortifying metamorphosis is capable of freezing even the most alive and spontaneous scenes for eternity, which is all the more fascinating when its object is a staged scene of violence, suffering, or death. In public campaigns concerning violence against women, the subjects of the photographs are perfect specters, as it were, performing as victims who were in fact killed by their attackers' blows. Why is it that representations of gendered power dynamics, even their most tragic manifestations, involve massively simplifying the mortifying spectacle of the victimization of women? In reading the photos used in these public campaigns, our first observation is that we did not choose to encounter these images, we encounter them by choice on our travels, as we take the subway or the bus or walk down the street, in certain government buildings, online, or on television. It is a very real possibility that these pictures leave most of us indifferent, and this is all the more likely since our daily lives are overloaded with images, a constant flow of them that grows denser by the day. Because they are constructed as advertising photos, their semiology is often basic, in that the meaning is simple, pure, and clear, and can be grasped without much thought. At this point, Barthes distinguishes 2 elements that together make a picture interesting: the studium and the punctum. Studium refers to shared tastes and to interest based on cultural and intellectual reference points shared by the spectator and the image. This allows the image to be looked at. It is both intelligible and worthy of being looked at with a kind of curiosity at once knowing, nonchalant, and distant. The punctum is, by contrast, the element that captures the spectator's attention, the detail that pricks, wounding the spectator, who then looks more closely and maybe even remembers the picture once the gaze is turned away. Furthermore, The punctum is also what makes me accept that the characters and scenes in a photo exist beyond this entomological record. It is the striking detail that brings them to life, with their complexity and history, in the flesh and in 3 dimensions. This complexity is precisely why we should not hastily conflate the punctum with something shocking. In the pictures we are considering here, the punctum is nowhere to be found. The representation of violent acts, or rather their effects, is part of the studium, the usual assortment of conventional representations of gendered bodies and the 156. Universe of shared meaning coded through the semiology of gender. Using Barthes's term, such photographs can be called unary, meaning they simply state what is already common sense. They are slippery and banal, allowing the spectator to pass by without looking at them, or to glance through them without being struck by their mortiferous brutality. We photograph things in order to drive them out of our minds, said Kafka to young Janach. What are we driving from our minds in this case? The obscene powerlessness of the victim bodies depicted in these photos. Or, on the contrary, what these bodies, these women, are and do as well. These unary photographs depict prone, bloody, and beaten women as well as dead bodies, and they avoid all reflection. At the same time, they depict women who fit and incarnate all the aesthetic norms of dominant femininity. They are mostly young, white, and slim. Indeed, there is no element that brings us back to the complexity of the real, to the fleshiness of life. The picture reifies a norm of hegemonic femininity and associates it with a violent narrative. The photos of battered women take up all available space regardless of where one's gaze lands, they colonize it. As Barthes writes, the photograph is violent, not because it shows violent things, but because on each occasion it fills the sight by force, and because in it, nothing can be refused or transformed. It is this forced occupation that makes the violent dimension of these pictures a mise en abîme, a part reflecting a larger whole. Furthermore, in doing away with the moment of surprise, with the unexpected and the never-before-seen, the operator's perspective becomes omnipotent. Having chosen to represent only object victims of violence, the photographer subject imposes his point of view on the real while also taking pleasure in showing the spectacle of wounded, dominated, or even dead bodies he himself has staged. The tendency towards scopophilia raises once again the theme of the eroticism of domination, as it is clearly a form of sadistic voyeurism to E57. Forcibly place before someone's eyes a singular, simplistic perspective, and of eliciting in the spectator, who can look without being seen, the same enjoyable power, the same jouissance, felt by the person freezing bodies whose flesh is marked by violence. The women being photographed are living subjects with complex experiences of life, but they are reduced to socii, to subjects of discussion, objectified by domestic violence statistics and dominant social norms. They are reduced to objects, inert and dead, to subjects frozen by the camera's lens, in an authoritarian testament to what was and imposing a grim fate on all women by essentially projecting onto them the menace of inevitable violence. What has happened will happen. We can gaze at their obscene suffering at our leisure, even out of the corner of our eye, and their bodies become objects of a fetishist fascination. The eroticization of these defenseless women, these pure objects, takes up all the space in how gendered violence is represented, leaving none for other representations, images, or phantasms, and therefore for other narratives. 7 Such photos constrain and convert our gaze into a form of indifferent thinking. They exhaust and storm our imaginary by flooding it with pleasant powerlessness. Who takes pleasure from seeing the suffering of others? Who takes pleasure from the spectacle of powerlessness? It is quite unlikely that, in this case, those directed to incarnate powerlessness took any pleasure from the representation of themselves as beaten, their existences being such that they can identify with this brutal objectification of the self. It is much more likely that it brings up a slew of feelings and effects, like disgust, shame, rejection, empathy, refusal, a sense of injustice, hatred, denial. In such conditions, how can campaigns like these meet their stated goals to help or protect victims of violence? And therefore whom are they addressing? Beyond the battered bodies themselves, the effects and consequences of the violent acts on the bodies in the photographs are clear on first glance. What haunts us in these photos? 158. Are traces and signs of a power of action capable of stamping its mark on another's body, a capacity for extreme violence. These public campaigns are a tribute being paid to the aggressors. The fascinating part, then, is getting to see what it is like to be powerful, what it is like to be able to beat, strike, or injure while others are only capable of crying, screaming, or dying. The scopic drive thus indicates a degree of narcissism. In fact, the only jouissance here is for those looking upon their own power of action, those who, turning a corner in the subway tunnel, see themselves on a signboard, what they have done and what they can do. It is not the suffering of an object being placed before us, but the power of a subject. Campaigns like these are tragic because, fundamentally, they deal with the way men are supposedly overpowering. This power is presented as that of male bodies, though these are rarely shown, rarely staged, except through depictions of the efficacy, brutality, and licitness of their blows. The eroticization of suffering bodies constitutes a jouissance of the self, a grisly aestheticization of the acts of the perpetrators of violence. In other words, these campaigns both display and address the violent jouissance of perpetrators of violence. The perpetrator is thus the fourth figure. He is a historic character standing outside the frame, but photography is like an ode to his striking power. Phenomenology of prey. The media had already begun denouncing Dirty Weekend in the weeks leading up to its release in 1991, calling the book inflammatory, immoral, ultraviolent, and pornographic, and its author mentally ill. Registered. The British Parliament debated banning its publication and distribution, which is the last time this occurred in the modern history of censorship in England. T59. Dirty Weekend obviously hit a sore spot. Most reviews of the book described it as glorifying violence without even bothering to justify it with a revenge motive. The violence, they claimed, is gratuitous, irrational, and limitless, whereas the book's heroine, Bella, is the very image of a victim become executioner. Associating her with obscene brutality when carried out by a woman, brutality is always considered obscene. Bella is presented as a contemporary version of homicidal feminine madness, which thereby reduces her ethics to a pathology. However, if one were actually to read Zahavi's text, it is clear that these critiques completely overlook the central point of the novel. In this sense, they are symptomatic of a will not to know, a will that Zahavi's book jostled and undermined. In fact, Bella is a figuration of just how commonplace the experience of sexual violation is. Her Weekend of Murder is a methodological fiction intended to examine this experience and make it felt, a way to use writing as a means to carry it up to the surface of the real, to impact and engage our consciences. The novel also destabilizes a common ethical and political position in contemporary feminist currents that understands violence only as an expression of the power of action of the dominant and therefore not as a political possibility for feminism. From this angle, the novel is deeply shocking, because it highlights the effects of violence against women by describing what this violence does to Bella, as well as what she becomes capable of in turn. A feminist serial killer, Bella breaks with the feminist ethic of nonviolence. She is the dirty heroine feminism needed in order to question its own relationship to violence, what we do with violence, within violence, what we make out of it. In the novel, there is no properly heroic conversion of a nice, fragile, vulnerable Bella into the blood-soaked vigilante standing up for women. What is at stake is something 160. Entirely different. The political content of the book lies elsewhere, in the heart of Bella's introspective, defeated, and desperate inner life, but also in the bodily experience of being out of patience. Dirty Weekend is a political story of muscles that, no longer exhausted and curled back on themselves, now reach out, grab a hammer, and smash in someone's skull. It is political in the most feminist sense of the term, in that the personal is political. Bella lives alone in her tiny semi-basement apartment in a modest and perfectly typical building in Brighton, a coastal city in southern England. She is a young woman like millions of others, unremarkable and forgettable. She has no ambitions or pretensions in life, claiming not even the simplest and most stereotypical forms of happiness. Losing seemed to suit her. It was something familiar, like an ache that's always there, but you know you'll miss it if it ever goes. Bella is an antihero, an anonymous character, a woman who passes with hurried steps, a shadow in the crowd. That she is so ordinary is precisely what makes her a stand-in for every woman. As Zahavi writes, is she pathetic? Does her weakness repel you? Does the thought of her huge, demented, victim's eyes turn your stomach? Don't judge her. Don't judge her unless you've been there. Degree in other words, we are all a little like Bella. Who among us has not felt Bella's existential mediocrity, her anonymity, the familiar fear she carries within her, her abandoned dreams, her weariness with asking, her claustrophobia from living in a cramped space and from surviving in her body and in her gender, her humility before the hardships society reserves for her, when all she asks in return is to be left to her quiet life. Almost every day, in ways both varied and repetitive, a myriad of insignificant acts of violence makes our lives miserable and tests our consent. Almost daily, we experience salacious stares, lewd harassment, degrading comments, unwanted acts, and nauseating brutality, all of which harm our bodies as surely as our lives. I-61I. These early pages describing Bella's life sketch an outline of what could be called a phenomenology of prey, a lived experience that we attempt to endure or normalize through a hermeneutics of denial, that we try to rationalize by making it more tolerable and livable. It is not long before Bella is targeted by an ordinary man who violates her in every way, after which she tries to maintain at all costs the fiction of a Bella before the assault. She tries to live as she usually does and to reassure herself by acting as if everything is fine. She seeks to protect herself by acting as if nothing happened, by derealizing her own apprehension of reality. Across the street, a man watches her from his window night and day, but maybe she is just imagining that a man is watching her? Bella's existence is a constant effort to see herself as unimportant, her sensations, her emotions, her unease, her fear, her anxiety, her terror. The existential skepticism of victims stems from a generalized loss of trust, affecting everything that is experienced or perceived in the first person. When denial becomes impossible, she takes it on herself, she curls up inside her body, hides in her apartment, shrinks her living space, which, despite all her efforts, has been violated. Her daily life, in all its ordinariness, is that of prey, and she manages her life in order to safeguard its meaning and avoid acknowledging this fact, not least because being prey involves a form of attention being paid to her that she does not even give to herself. The assault does not, then, represent a rupture in Bella's uneventful life, it simply reveals the damage already caused by experiences of constant violence and the marks these have left in her body. Those experiences have constituted her body proper and her relationship to the world, framing the very way that the world appears to her, touches her. They have shaped the way her body inhabits, affects, and extends itself into the world. There is thus no way of returning to a pre-assault life. There is no way to go back, because there is no 162 unharmed femininity to latch onto or recover, one that could be restored or unviolated. Bella's story is also that of her neighbor, an average guy living in the building across the street, who one day decided to violate her. Why? Because Bella appeared so pathetic, so fragile, already such a victim. If we are each a little like Bella, it is because we, too, don't go out at certain times or down certain streets. We don't smile at strangers who speak to us, we just look down without responding and hurry home. We make sure to lock our doors and close our blinds, stay still and not answer the phone *3 and, like Bella, we have spent tons of energy convincing ourselves that our perception of the situation does not deserve to make sense, that it is worthless and out of touch with reality. We spend energy concealing our feelings and intuitions, acting as if what's happening is fine. Or perhaps we know it is not acceptable to be spied on, harassed, and threatened, but we tell ourselves it happened because we were in a bad mood, or because we are impatient and paranoid, or we just had bad luck, since this kind of thing only seems to happen to us. Bella's experience is composed of an accumulation of small, common experiences alongside the minute details of each mundane tactic we all use each day to live normally. These tactics have their accompanying phenomenal work and, being based on denial and skepticism, they speak to the unworthiness of anything related to ourselves. In fact, this idea of normality orbits within criteria of acceptability that are defined by the perspective of the man at the window. It is only by adopting his scale of acceptability and credibility that we consider it normal to be subjected to his whims, since, in his world, he considers it normal to act as he pleases. For these experiences of the banality of power are commensurable, and they provide the vantage point from which to see. 163. Bella as a tragic character in a feminist story, one meant to serve as an example. Bella's story only truly begins when she decides she has had enough. What occurs before this tipping point is not a novel, but simply a prologue describing what it is like to be a woman. Bella's neighbor, the man who watches her through the window, calls her on the phone, and wakes her up in the middle of the night. Follows her one afternoon. He sits down beside her while she is taking a few minutes to enjoy the sunshine for the first time in weeks. He places his hand on hers, squeezing it to the point of breaking it. He forcibly kisses her and promises he will come to her house and hurt her. Sent Bella waits. She waits her turn at the doorstep of her rapist's world. Telling him to stop did not help, nor did saying his actions were crazy or abnormal. He does not hear her and does not understand. She is in empty space. She loses her footing and cannot recover. She is disoriented and cannot make it make sense. And yet, Bella decides to take action. Why this day in particular? Is she more exhausted than usual by her work to maintain a normal life? There is no way of knowing. It all happens like a movement, or rather a tension, within a single muscle, one she had not known existed, and this tension has fertilized a hard little nugget of rage. Bella no longer doubts. She no longer denies, waits, or politely protests while forcing a smile. She comes out from inside herself, she comes out of her house, and walks towards something. It was gone 3, when she got to the North Lanes. It's the part of town you go to if you want your head shrunk, or your palm read, or your destiny revealed. It's the mystic, altruistic part of town. It's where they take you by the hand, and lead you through your dreams. These wanderings lead her to an Iranian clairvoyant with an elliptical way of speaking, and she talks with him for some 164 time. 3 degrees. She talks about herself, her life, her arrival in Brighton 3 years earlier, and what has been going on these past few months. She describes her exhaustion with being a woman, which reads like a fable of heterosexual disillusionment, the desire, the encounters, the sex, the free love, the paid love, the falling out of love, the disillusionment, the breakups, the abandonment because she has let herself go. 3 It is the little things: no attention, no interest, not listening, not looking, no consideration, no care, no attachment that have given Bella the profound conviction that she is flotsam and jetsam. The last in the race. Black clouds and no silver lining. Just another pebble on the beach. The last out of bed and the last in the queue. The last on anyone's list for anything. 3 This is a crucial part of the novel. Bella is talking with the clairvoyant but also to herself. She addresses him but is listening to herself. For the first time, she takes her own words, feelings, and judgments seriously. She makes herself real again. And beyond her neighbor's exceptional violence, all the ordinary violence becomes visible violence where she knew the perpetrator, someone she might have been friendly with or considered close, teachers, lovers, friends, bosses. This reflective aside restores the density of her point of view, her perspective, her lived experience of the world. She makes the link between all these experiences, objectifies everything she has done, all the imperceptible ways she has resisted in order to get through this violence and survive. It is clear that if Bella is still around, it is only because she has long been an expert in self-defense, just of a form that is not recognized as such, without the label and with none of the prestige. Bella's daily self-defense techniques have been effective for the simple reason that they have prevented this violence from utterly destroying her. Avoidance, denial, deception, silence, arguments, explanations, smiles, looks, gestures, fleeing, dodging, these are unrecognized techniques for real combat. Bella becomes aware that although she has managed to defend 165 herself, she is also exhausted from taking it on herself, and that in trimming down her world, she has cut to the quick of her being. She has made use of what was available, drawing on what she was taught and received as her heritage. These tactics, which at first glance seem like feminine cowardice, were the only ones able to effectively save her dignity, although at the cost of deralization. Regardless, she has survived this long, she has defended herself as best she could. The question then becomes, what can she do now? What can she hope for? To defend herself. To defend herself still, but differently, moving from tactics to strategy. She will no longer hide in the world of the other, dodging blows and gritting her teeth. It is not that Bella frees herself, she is not freer than before, she simply realizes that she is angry, which is enough to take action. The anger is hers. Bella is always polite, humane, and even almost kind to her victims. The difference now is she will no longer defend herself from violence by constantly doing herself violence. She is changing the rules for her own actions. 33 Rather than her actions involving taking it all on herself, she is going to focus on herself, care for herself, and act in the world. And to do this, she will, of course, have to transgress the existing rules. Even brittle little Bella can raise a hammer. 3 Plus on Friday night, it is she who visits her perpetrator's home in the middle of the night and slips into his bedroom. It is she, this time, who explains the new rules, as he does not know the game has changed. It is she, again, who strikes him several times, smashing his head and leaving him dying in a pool of blood. This is a point of no return, and from now on, Bella will take care of herself by treating her reality as important, which makes her no less Bella. She has never wanted to inconvenience or bother anyone, but in fact she has been taught how to kill men all her life, and they have done so much to bring her to this point. They have taught her violence well, and it does not take much will or much strength to engage in violence. It does not take 166 much technical skill or training, which is precisely why it is easy to violate a woman. She has seen it done, she has seen how it is done, she has endured what it does. Over the following weekend, the men she encounters will go through it. Yet these murders are never senseless. Without knowing that Bella has changed the rules of the game, all the men she meets over those 2 days insult, harass, hit, or rape her, threaten her with death, or violate another woman, just as they usually do. 35 Really, it is Bella herself who has reached a certain level of maturity, one at which violence suffered must become violence done. Like a distorted version of Jean-Jacques Rousseau's Émile, Helen Zahavi's Bella is a very good student. She has never practiced martial arts or received any special training, she never learned to use a hammer, a knife, or a pistol, and yet, under the surface, her experiences of violence have served as lessons in feminist self-defense. 3 Without her even realizing it, they have given her the resources needed to reason, judge, act, and strike, that is, to approach the world. Bella tries out her body and learns by doing. She begins to trust her feelings, her hate, rage, fear, and joy, as well as her deductions. No, you can't mock a man with a limp erection, you can't accept a ride home, you can't go down a dark alley, you can't stand within reach of a hand that might slap you, you can't let them too close to your neck unless, that is, you are armed and determined to strike hard. 37 She begins to give significance to her own choices. Is it too much to ask to live without being violated? Bella's 2 days represent the temporality of a feminist self-defense course, complete with accelerated practice, shared experiences, awareness gained, and recommendations. It is not that Bella has learned to fight, it is that she has unlearned not to fight. Adopting a feminist strategy of self-defense means never having to distill reality in order to extract what is effective from a move, but instead leaping into the thick of violence's social reality too. 167. Train bodies already traversed by violence. It means engaging muscles already familiar with violence but that have fundamentally never been taught or socialized to train themselves for violence, for action. Although there is change, there is no real metamorphosis in Dirty Weekend. Bella stays the same throughout. She becomes neither a hysterical woman driven by cruelty nor a magnificent murdering heroine. Helen Zahavi wants her character to keep her feminine ordinariness, which is at once unique and commonplace. The author repeatedly specifies that Bella just wanted to be left alone, but despite her steely patience, this was not possible. It took 2 days of astonishing violence for her point of view to be considered, for it to matter to others. The epistemology of concern for others and negative care. In turning to violence, Bella undergoes a mutation, but the experience this produces is not unfamiliar. Bella the killer has the same experience as Bella the victim. The viewpoint has changed, but her lived experience is continuous throughout. Bella has not then undergone a metamorphosis, but rather an anamorphosis. She remains the same, even as the way she sees herself and others see her changes. What is it like now to be, not just a woman, but Bella? What is it like to defend yourself? What is it like to be Bella seen from this new angle? We can think of it as if it were an anamorphosis in a painting, which, when seen from a different angle or from closer up, reveals an object, an animal, or a face. We can borrow from Dyer's description of this art of deceiving the eye. He calls anamorphosis the art of the secret perspective. Ultraviolent Bella is still Bella, it is just another view of her, a hidden, forbidden, and taboo vision of which Bella herself is not. 168. Aware. Dirty Weekend has the excellent quality of not making any moral judgments or ontological distinctions between defenseless Bella and Bella the killer. Conversely, for the novel's male characters the change in perspective brings about the utter collapse of their world. In other words, these changes in perspective are not brought about through choice or goodwill but rather through relations of force, through laying waste. Viewpoints are the materialization of positions within relations of force, and only violence is able to shift the balance. 3. In Dirty Weekend, Bella's vengeance is not about the punitive murders she carries out, and she in no way resembles the classic figure of the vigilante. She does not even fully turn herself into a hunter. Something else is at work here. Her murders are brutal because they transgress the schema of intelligibility within and through which some worlds are experienced. They illuminate blind spots, dead angles, and secret sensations. The murders thus create the cognitive conditions of possibility for empathy. Forcing the other to see the world from a different perspective, to make the other feel, not quite what one feels, but astonishment at perceiving, feeling, and living something different. She gave the small one a second or two. A second or two, to let him look up. She let him look up and lock eyes with her. They looked at each other, the small one, the still one. The knowing look that passed between them. The look of surprise at the way things turn out. Hunter become quarry. Quarry become hunter. Executioner condemned. Condemned executioner. The knowingness of the looks that passed between them **. From now on, the prey do the hunting **. This is a tale of the revenge of the powerless, the defenseless, and the fragile. It is not a novel of resentment but a fictional illustration of the historicity of relations of power, based on a phenomenology of violence. A particularity of Zahavi's novel is that by focusing on a single character, it describes a process of building political consciousness without the involvement of a collective, which repoliticizes individual experiences. Apart from the Iranian clairvoyant she meets by chance and who represents Bella's inner life, no one else is involved in the change of viewpoint occurring within Bella herself. Bella liberates herself alone. Helen Zahavi explores a familiar topos of feminist theory, the politicization of lived experiences of domination and the construction of a revolutionary political subject. For Bella, political subjectivation entails a singular, intimate, and phenomenal process. Bella is not part of a collective movement or even of a political subject, and she creates chaos at the heart of a dominant scheme. To put it differently, she brutalizes oppressors/aggressors so that they see and feel and experience in their flesh what it means to get acquainted with another viewpoint, to be an outsider, ignored, erased, and, by definition, obscene. It must be recognized that for victims of violence, building political consciousness is not always the result of a collective effort, since it is likely that for most of them, no collectivity is possible. The collective doesn't walk you to your door or follow you to the bedroom. This means there are some kinds of domination that properly derealize people's lived experience, existences, and bodies, that properly exclude individuals from the very possibility of constructing a world in common with others, or that only intermittently allow the creation of worlds in common. Bella is alone. She is alone in her home and experiencing harassment with no one to talk to or ask for help. She is not engaged in self-defense by choice, but out of pure necessity. Through Bella, Zahavi speaks to the others, to the men, the hunters. She wants them to enter into Bella's world. Her project is thus akin to a brutal pedagogy. What is it like to be a woman? This is not a game. It doesn't end with the 170 conventional apologies and profuse regrets. It is a political revolution, and what's more, it is an ideological revolution. Think like Prey, live like Bella, suffocate as she does, feel, move about, sweat, shiver, and disappear the way she does. Let them quake when we walk behind them. Let them quicken their steps, and hunch their shoulders, and hurry home in the dusk. Scurry home, dogs. Avert your eyes as we pass. Let fear creep up and whisper in your ear. Swill-fed pigs. Sniveling toads. Syphilitic scum. Nothing you were and nothing you shall be. The dust in my eye. The shit on my shoes. Point 4 asterisk. At first, the hunters fail to understand, because such an encounter is literally incomprehensible asterisk. They turn a blind eye and a deaf ear and they sit tight in their positions. They do not disarm asterisk. The following formulation holds true for every hegemonic position, not just for the issue of gender. Indeed, there is no polite way of asking, and that has been clear for quite some time. And since we cannot ask for it, we need to strike first. Point 45. You can't expect them to tread softly, like a Bella. You can't expect them to hesitate when every building, every patch of grass, every dim-lit street, every station, every subway, every blind alley belongs to them and they can enter if they wish. You can't expect them to feel like a Bella, who felt like a trespasser in her own home. Zahavi's novel can serve as a basis for theorizing what we call dirty care, a negative form of care. Building on the phenomenology of Prey, it is possible to trace a different genealogy of the ethics generally ascribed to women, those in marginalized positions, and minority groups. It is the ethics 171 around the tendency to consider others, to pay attention to them and take care of them, to take responsibility for them, to care, in short. This has been theorized in a current of feminist philosophy not as, of course, something women are predisposed to by nature, but as the historical product of the way groups in a minority position are disproportionately assigned to reproductive tasks. It is as much a product of the sexual and racial division of domestic labor as it is of its liberalization. Historicizing this division of labor has made it possible to demonstrate the relationship to the world it implies, its ethical implications, and the moral attitudes it produces, and to define them as the acts of attention to others that establish a morality of care. 47 Our goal is to supplement these analyses from a different genealogy. Our hypothesis is as follows: concern for others arises within and by means of violence, and it generates an ethical position quite different from affective proximity, love, and compassionate attention, or abnegation. In the most demanding forms of care, enduring violence generates a negative cognitive and emotional attitude that determines the individuals who experience it as always on the lookout, paying close attention to the world and to others. They live in a state of radical anxiety, and it is exhausting to have to deny, minimize, defuse, endure, reduce, and avoid violence, to have to seek shelter, protect yourself, defend yourself. 49 This means developing a series of rationalizations in order to understand others and to make your own actions seem reasonable and normal, for instance movements, attitudes, and actions deployed to avoid irritating others or to not encourage or trigger their violence. It also means living with the affects and emotions and getting used to their violence, desensitizing yourself and accepting it. 72 pounds. Concern for others here has nothing to do with doing something to help, care for, comfort, reassure or protect them. Rather, we are concerned for others in order to anticipate what they want, will, or can do to us which might devalue, exhaust, insult, isolate, injure, worry, deny, frighten, or derealize us. This kind of attention paid to others does not a priori presume any kind of attachment, closeness, or commitment. It is very much occurring under duress degree. Such attention could just as well be described as a long labor of denial, avoidance, and diffusing. It is also a way of maintaining distance, of fleeing, or even of preparing for conflict, for combat. This understanding of attention is the defining characteristic of dirty care, and it allows us to identify two more major elements. Firstly, the kind of attention required of the dominated consists of always projecting yourself onto the intentions of others, melting into their representations as a way of defending yourself. This is a product of the dominated's knowledge, their incredibly in-depth knowledge of the dominant groups. However, their meticulous objectification of the other and the necessity of making others the object of their attention, knowledge, and care is far from a sign of the subject of knowledge's epistemic privilege. Rather, it grants the object disproportionate power. The object becomes the center of the world, and the subject apprehends it from nowhere. The subject of knowledge orbits around this focal point. In this case, the subject of knowledge does not occupy a hegemonic position, a position looking down from on high, or a position of authority within the knowledge process. Subjects are in a position of heteronomy before their object king. This can only occur because the object confuses itself with objective reality, and its point of view sets the tone for what is real. 5** The object dominates, its perspective totally subsumes that of the subject, its worldview wins out and its framework of intelligibility reigns supreme. Furthermore, the subject's work in paying attention to their object is 173. Exhausting. The level of attention must be high to gain the knowledge needed for self-defense. This intense focus occurs continuously and without interruption, or almost. The need to be on the alert nearly every instant leads to exhaustion and prevents subjects of knowledge from paying any attention to themselves. Their own representations, impressions, desires, intentions, and emotions take the back seat, where they are treated as if they were doubtful, fantastic, false, trivial, insignificant. When the labor power put into this process of knowledge runs out, restoring it is a slow and painstaking process, requiring a level of self-denial that intensifies the dualization of one's own viewpoint and of the lived world. The usual framing of the ethics of care is missing this dark side, an ethics of powerlessness visible through all the effort spent to defend oneself, despite it all. In this negative sense, dirty care is the care we give to ourselves, or rather to our power of action, by becoming experts on others in order to save our own skin. Put differently, the ceaseless effort to know others as well as possible in an attempt to defend ourselves from what they might do to us is a technology of power that manifests through the production of ignorance, and not ignorance of ourselves but of our power of action, which we come to see as alien and alienated. Authentically modest witnesses, submissive, drained, and docile, the dominated are assigned a cognitive relation and alienating gnosiological labor. They develop knowledge about the dominant, which constitutes an archive of the ways the dominant are phenomenally and ideologically all-powerful. Secondly, what about the object king? In all the literature concerning what might be called the collection of epistemic injustices, there are numerous works dealing with dominant knowledge and epistemic privilege. 53 In this field, the elaboration and study of the concept of agnotology have shown that positions of hegemonic power bring about the active production of ignorance. This production is complex. 174. And involves the negation of outside viewpoints, the universalization of a situated viewpoint that is considered reality itself, and incorrect or biased processes of perception. It involves myths, dispossession of knowledge, and denial, as well as socially centered criteria for scientific admissibility, authority, and credibility. And it also involves a double standard in archival practices and principles of veridiction. As a consequence, the production of ignorance entails active amnesia, revisionism, scientific daza, and ideological production, in the proper sense. Early feminist epistemologists laid out the concept of ignorance, and it constitutes a central theme in black literature and in critical whiteness studies. 55 This concept makes clear the asymmetry between the cognitive and gnosiological exploitation of the dominated and the countless social and symbolic benefits it accrues for the dominant. In being ignorant, the dominant adopt a cognitive posture that stops them from truly seeing others, being concerned for them, taking them into account, and knowing or considering them. This allows the dominant to find more time for themselves, to get to know themselves, like themselves, listen to and cultivate themselves. By making themselves the sole object of attention and care, they give themselves more importance, weight, and space, thereby reproducing the material conditions that allow their domination to endure. And yet, there is attention of a sort paid to the dominated. As the novel Dirty Weekend shows, the harassers, aggressors, and rapists depicted seem to be obsessed with hunting Bella, or any other rapeable body. Interpellated as hunters, the existence of a form of knowledge exclusive to hunting implies the dominant have a skill that should not be ignored, to know. 175. Their prey in a certain way, for instance knowing their habits, territories, hiding places, and their defensive strengths. And Kessivasi in his essay Michel Tournier and World Without Others, Gilles Deleuze cites Tournier's book Friday, or, The Other Island. He discovered that for all of us the presence of other people is a powerful element of distraction, not only because they constantly break into our activities, but because the mere possibility of their doing so illumines a world of matters situated at the edge of our consciousness but capable at any moment of becoming its center. 5. For the hunter, however, the world is without others, there is no one beside me or behind me to inject another perspective into my own, no alterity to sustain the density of the real. Defined as that which I do not perceive but which is perceived or perceptible only through the other. If the other is nothing more than prey that I chase, hunt, and capture, whether with my gaze or through the sights of a gun, and if reaching toward or touching the other means killing them, then the real has done away with the very category of possible. The other is no longer a presence that brings me back to the relativity of others and thus to everything that may exist outside of my own perception. For the hunter, Bella's frightened face is not the expression of a frightening possible world, or of something frightening in the world, something I do not yet see. 5. It is merely a sign that the hunt is drawing to a close. Bella, for her part, takes aim at no one. She has no one to follow, hunt, or capture. Still, though, Bella is on alert, the other has also disappeared as a perspective and as a presence that reassures her of the existence of the real they both inhabit. The other is an imminent threat, always a few steps behind her, ready to ravage her. 4. 176. Bella, this is a world in which anything can happen, a world that is always conspiring behind her back. It indicates a reality that threatens her and imposes itself on her, even if, at the expense of the actuality of her own perception, she does not see it herself, which puts her life in danger. When prey start to hunt, they do not become hunters themselves. They are defending themselves out of necessity. Yet, as this world of predation generalizes, everyone is transformed into prey. This is the eradication of any kind of alterity, or rather, it means enclosing the possible within an order defined by threat and danger, and it is also the eradication of political conflictuality. Dirty Weekend is a tale of self-defense, and it allows us to grasp that the apparatus of power that distinguishes between those who hunt and those who are hunted is not seeking to impose a hunt of all against all. Rather, it seeks to reduce everyone to prey, diluting and invisibilizing relations of domination in a world made unlivable for everyone, but in which only some are killable and continue to be pursued. On the evening of February 26, 2012, in Sanford, Florida, in a majority-white neighborhood, Trayvon Martin, a 17-year-old African-American teenager who had the hood pulled up on his sweater, had just left a store with a bag of candy in his pocket. He was on the phone with his girlfriend. George Zimmerman, a volunteer with the local neighborhood watch program, was nearby in his car and called the police. He stated that a suspicious person who seemed to be high on drugs was walking through the neighborhood checking out houses. He was told to do nothing and to wait for police to arrive. From the testimonies of several neighbors, it seems that an altercation occurred between Zimmerman and Martin, with Zimmerman being much bigger and 10 years older than the young high school student. When the police arrived, Zimmerman was bleeding from the nose and Trayvon had been shot in the chest, seemingly at point-blank range. After weeks of withholding information, the police finally provided 177. The family and the media with the recording of the 911 call, which revealed there was a first shot fired, and then Trayvon can be heard pleading and crying, and then there was a second gunshot. Shortly after police arrived, witnesses came forward to say Zimmerman had fired a first shot for no reason while he was holding down the teenage boy, who was unable to flee or move and was pleading with his killer. In the state of Florida, the laws governing legitimate defense are particularly loose and grant immunity to people who act to protect themselves if they have a reasonable fear they will be killed or seriously injured. State law thus gives wide latitude to any person to carry and use a weapon with impunity. The risk of killing others can be made legitimate by a feeling. Basing legitimate defense on reasonable fear is not, by definition, a sufficient criterion for determining where legitimate defense ends and paranoid murder begins. Zimmerman was questioned by police and released. Although the Sanford police could find no proof that Zimmerman reasonably felt threatened and acted in self-defense, he was not charged. Only after the demonstrations began that denounced this heinous, racist crime was an investigation of the crime as second-degree murder launched, leading to Zimmerman's arrest 2 months after the event. The trial opened a year and a half later, in June 2013, and despite a lack of proof to legitimate using the right to self-defense and despite the devastating witness statements and recordings, Zimmerman was acquitted. In the year before Trayvon Martin's murder, George Zimmerman had called the police 46 times, regarding alarms going off, nuisance behavior, neighbor disputes, road rage, and, most commonly, the presence of a suspicious person. George Zimmerman was a vigilante for the racial state. Trayvon Martin was defenseless against the threat of 178. Becoming, as a young African-American man, killable prey in the name of legitimate defense. The political and legislative framework surrounding this murderer's acquittal is a sign of a technology of power that literally whitewashed Zimmerman on the basis of his own fear as prey. Fear as a projection thus leads to a world where the possible is mixed in with insecurity, and this fear now determines every good citizen as a potential murderer. This weapon allows an unprecedented emotional subjugation of bodies, and also a muscular government of individuals under tension, of lives lived on the defensive. 179. I equals star. MSEK ibat eset 2 CBA lediaban. DT1a, Sunk Nimyar Daomi plus XD Diogs hashtag A Ankriti SY Yap S Danson Eat Melanians Mami Griacrosimtasi Ca Gil KS Rhertsne Dia Ejet BS Ray 29, Our A Obentar Etod in La CL Hotel 2 A Gatan Dean Ray RPLA Omi Ali. Beal, Semed Sex Hontages Opted Maro Unr, Men Nasnt Gad T Arzas Midi Sunsteg, EAE3 Li 1 AMAHS, Biddy. Swatnasai Ekari need Lovit Sisteds Whe Shat Tips O Mazerti Obswareophobia Thanas Sivan. Geli. EFR Pune Wotpagasis at 6 AE, and Diimp VS, Sata Secre PE Dritis Sent 1, Agar Op AAD Re EE Fi Sader Goyan, Teen, Ertzi Ed Dwayne, B Cast Yara, Hin I 26 GBAL, Equidiners Wayne the Ober and Hibt Side U Today 3, Cart Whitneys. Edm NIL Note Wayne Hawaiat Dia RHS Stan Ged Poste underscore ISDMND Hint AB IME Agenal Teens He Abe 20 GY Separia N, Sartman. SNI. VB. Acknowledgements. Author's acknowledgements. A portion of the research that led to this book was supported by a grant from the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture, in New York, as well as by a grant from the Mellon Foundation that allowed me to teach and conduct research as part of the Critical Theory Department at the University of California, Berkeley. This book also owes its existence to the conversations, correspondence, and debates I've been fortunate enough to have over the years with colleagues, students, and friends, which formed a community for testing ideas. And finally, it was deeply inspired by the practices, ideas, and commitments I've shared within activist collectives and struggles. Conflictuality clearly also served as an incubator for the book's substance, despite the difficulties this entailed, but I would never have managed to bring it to a conclusion without the support of those listed here, to whom I express my sincere gratitude. Thanks to Oris Telly Bonus and Karine Lorenzoni, Gail Podin, Kira Ribeiro, Naoima Buakra, Francesca Arena, Sarah Braca, Natalie Trussart, Elodie Kergoat, and Amanda Bay. Special thanks to Sue Fontaine, whose company, affection, and friendship I value so deeply. I would like to thank Isabel Clare, who was the first to read over this text and who, since 2013, has been at once my favorite partner for discussing ideas, a companion both in research and the struggle for feminist research, and a dear friend. Thanks as well to Judith Butler, the confidence, attention, and goodwill they showed toward me quite simply made this book possible. Finally, thanks to Gregoire Camus for his unfailing friendship that has grown no less intellectually and emotionally close with time. Mwen, Chabine, Manda Live La Sa Afan Mai and Mwen Dorlin, Anus, Kimbe Raid Pamali.